That was indeed so soulful, so mesmerizing, and what a start to the day. So now is the time for some energizer right in the morning to give us more power, more energy for this new day. So here are the children of City International School with a yoga presentation. So please join them. These young children are going to show some rhythmic moves of yoga. So please join. Let nobody be far behind. Thank you.
Prayer is the world's greatest wireless connection. It is more than a wish, a faith directed to God. The blend of prayer and exercise gives us supreme delight because physical fitness is not only one of the most important keys to a healthy body but the basis of dynamic and creative intellectual activity. Here comes one such program having essence of yoga and spiritual enlightenment. Please join us and be energetic to tap your feet. Let the joy fell upon us from brink of heaven. Here is the video before you all.
सत साच श्री निवास आद पुरख सदा तुही 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 तुही
energetic indeed and brought so much of energy in this morning session. Thank you, children, for this lovely presentation. And now we begin with the next roundtable, that is the ninth roundtable, Elements of New Education Policy. This will be discussed on the lines of this. Our speakers today will be giving their presentation. And the chairperson today we have as Ms. Saida Khatija. And let me just introduce her, though she is a very qualified trainer and academician. Ms. Saida Khatija has an experience of over 23 years in the field of education and has contributed to teachers training, research and content development. She is a Cambridge certified adaptive leader who leads by example and has been a mentor for change makers in school. She believes good leadership can enhance the intellectual as well as the spiritual capacities of students while grooming them into global citizens. She is an accredited school quality inspector and has helped improve the educational environment of various schools. She believes that learning to learn is a core skill and is a strong advocate of equity and excellence in education. Continuum of education has been her approach towards designing learning environment. She is also a Cambridge certified CELTA English trainer and works ardently in developing language skills among professionals. We welcome you, ma'am, and I also have the privilege to invite the convener of this largest virtual Ed Leadership Conference, Dr. Sunita Gandhi. And I would request, ma'am, to please welcome and take over. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Khatija ji, with your permission, I'd like to just welcome everyone, including you, most warmly to this third day of our deliberations about education and what it means to educate children in this new and wondrous age. We are living in unprecedented times as we all are connected across the world with similar challenges. And for the first time, we have all understood what a new normal means. So we can hold a one world phone in our hands. And it truly means that today our children have to recognize that we are part of one great human family. And it's something that is so necessary. If you look at the earth from above, it is just a handful of dust. And we pray that let it be in unity, unity of hearts, unity of minds, unity of purpose. Education needs dramatic change, not just tinkering small changes at the margins. They're nearly not enough. Kosovo, Littleton, you name it. I mean, these happenings are indicative of a malaise in education that is very deep. And we can't just cure it by better educational practices. They are necessary, obviously, and those are part of the discussion that we have today. We are focusing in this what we are calling the elements of a new education policy. So policies come, policies go, education remains intact in its old molds, and we don't want that. We want to challenge ourselves to go beyond rhetoric, beyond just discussion, to really implementing change at a deep and profound level. So here I can say that we need to go back to the drawing board, and we need to go back to the roots and the foundational principles on which the edifice of education is based. It's not enough to keep patching up the building called education, because basically it is crumbling down. A building that's crumbling down will only stand for so long with the old premises. What we need to do, perhaps, is create the foundation of a more profound, more meaningful education. And what should be that foundation? What should be the fundamental principles that govern our new education are obviously the most germane issues we should be discussing and then implementing. So, for example, we want to create beauty and wonder. We want to create a sense of nature within our children, that they appreciate what is in nature, they appreciate human greatness and respond to that with greatness. They have enormous capacity to become the greatest on earth. We still have so many problems, as we're aware, poverty, of disunity, of lack of peace in our hearts and in our world. So, at many levels, I think education is very central to redefining our future. Within the four walls of the school lies the future. And within the four walls of schools are the teachers who are driving or are the drivers of that change. So, the theme of the conference, the power of change, inspiring the teacher within, is most appropriate, and for today's session as much. So what are the elements of a new education? We'll hear like a prism of different ideas, which of course go from the macro level thought processes as to what a good education looks like, feels like, what its purpose is, obviously preparation for life, not just for exams. And yet, even when we look at it in the very narrow domain of examinations, which is academic excellence, we are failing our children. And you'll agree with that. We are failing our children. So we need great deliberation. And with that deliberation, our change of hearts, our minds, so that we can focus ourselves on something more beautiful. We have to be daring. We can't say, oh, the parents don't like this, or what will happen to my school if I do this? Well, nothing will happen. Things will evolve. Maria Montessori, she was not an educator, she was a doctor. She liked the idea of ideas of Froebel and started to implement what she thought was a very beautiful way to bring out the best in children. She was like a scientist observing the children in a slum or in a suburb of Rome on a construction site with just 22 children, underprivileged children she took on, and she rocked the world with her thinking, fresh thinking about education. We never thought about it. Now, if she just went along with incremental change, oh, let's just fix this and fix that, those things would not have happened. We need a paradigm shift, and we need to think vastly differently. So with that in mind, let's begin today's proceedings, Khatija ji. And I am so grateful that you're here. And to all of you, Tom Markham, Dr. Preeti Avasti Singh, Shan Ruprai, Alia Naseem, Tashi Shonjur, Deepa Kiran, and Ravin Sovendra Papiha. Timing of the conference is going to be very much of the essence. We would like to have Tom as our keynote with 15 minutes of presentation. Everybody else, please. And of course, Aliyah from New Zealand, but please, all of you, and try to stick to 10 minutes because we have 7 presenters, and that's a tall. But she's managed. I'm sure it'll go really very well. All the best to all of you. Thank you.
All right, Sunita, would you like me to begin?
I think.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. And I want to say 3 things before I begin my presentation. First of all, I see that everyone is wishing each other a good morning. You'll have to wish me a good evening. It's 7 p.m. here in California on a Friday night. So I am just having my dinner while you are just having your breakfast. But it's very nice to be here. I love the fact that so many people are drawn to participate in the conversation that Sunita has just outlined of transformation and deep change, which I believe I wholeheartedly agree with her. And I think that is the keynote of 2021, if you will. We have to make progress on this. So I'm very glad to be here in that case. I also want to say, thank you so much for beginning the roundtable with expressions of faith and dance and music and yoga and expressions of the heart, because I am a firm believer that the heart is our path forward, not just the brain. It is the path forward for connection, for strengths, for finding out who we are, for helping our young people become, as Sunita said, more caring, committed citizens of the planet. A global citizenry is what we're trying to develop. So that requires the heart for connection, and that is really what my goal is as well. Now, this evening, I'm going to talk a little bit about the school of tomorrow, but I want to focus on one aspect of that. We've done a very good job, really, over the past few years of defining what the student of tomorrow looks like. We have a very clear idea, really, with a lot of unanimous opinion, if you will, in many different countries, really in most countries, about what we want our students to look like, what we want them to know, and what we want them to do. We want them to be not only capable of mastering academics, but also, just as important, to be skillful, confident, able, agile, resilient, all those kinds of inner qualities that are really becoming visible as sort of necessary requirements to operate successfully in the world and to help change things in the world. So we really have I think, a very clear view of what the student of tomorrow looks like. And we have a lot of agreement on that. And I think that's a very good step. What I don't think we have so much agreement on, and where we have not put enough effort, and this is what I would like to talk to you about today, or tonight, this morning, I should say, is really, what does the teacher of tomorrow look like? We're asking students to become empathetic, resilient, to have these inner qualities, as I said, and to express themselves as much in attitude as they do in their academic performance, which really means that teachers themselves are going to have to go through a corresponding shift. It won't be enough, in my mind, just to define someone as a teacher. Right now, I don't care which country you're in. Somebody says, what do you do? I'm a teacher. And immediately you have a mental model of what a teacher looks like. Standing in front of the room, waiting for students. Students are raising their hand. You're calling all students, or you're talking to them about information that you're going to deliver to them. That's sort of the worldwide model we have of what and who a teacher is. That model, to my mind, is not going to be sufficient if we're going to move forward to create the kind of students, or prepare the students, or support the kind of students that we want in the future. We're going to have to think about a different kind of teacher, and we're going to have to go through a corresponding shift in how we prepare teachers, and more importantly, as I'll say in just a moment, how teachers prepare themselves. It's very interesting as we move into more of an inquiry-based world and a project-based world, which is the world that I live in PBL Global, doing projects. I've been doing projects for 20 years. I've been helping teachers for 20 years doing project-based learning. But as teachers do project-based learning, their entire skill set is forced to change. And it's very interesting in the ways that must change. And I want to talk a little bit about what that means for preparing teachers. But what we know is that if you are a project-based learning teacher, if you've practiced the skills of inquiry, if you want to be a student-centered teacher, you are entered into a very complex profession. It's a complex role for a teacher. It is no longer just delivering information from the front of the room. It's no longer just planning out your curriculum for the week. It is more complex. And what we know, it's very interesting, we have industries everywhere that really engage people as employees in complex roles. And they have discovered a few years back that you cannot just do conventional training to prepare people for a complex role. Complex jobs involve decisions, resilience, agility, really a lot of personal qualities that require an employee to make sort of on-the-spot decisions, to read the people around them, to be very communicative, to be very collaborative. All those require skills of empathy, observation, sensitivity. That requires a different kind of training that isn't sort of the training that we have done in the past with teachers. So we are entering as an educational field, as teachers, into a complex profession. And we need to figure out, to my mind, how we're going to train and prepare the next generation teacher, or even prepare ourselves to be teachers of this generation. And that's a complex journey to competency, as I call it. What I do know is that the old model of just having a 1 or 2 day workshop is not very effective for training people these days. It's really experience, trying things, conversation, collegiality, feedback, working in the field, in the classroom, and sharing your observations, sharing your successes, sharing your failures with your colleagues, and all of you getting better together. So it is this journey to competency. It is not enough to just say you're going to be a guide on the side. So that's the common thing. You're going to no longer be the sage on the stage or the lord of the board. You're going to be the guide on the side. That really doesn't describe the kind of competencies that we're looking for. So what I've been doing in my own role and in PBL Global, working with teachers in US, Australia, to some extent in India, I've been in Malaysia, I've been in the Middle East, I've been in China, I've seen teachers all over. And the kinds of teachers that I am trying to work with and the kinds of roles that I like to support really breaks down what I would consider the skill set for teachers. Now, I'm going to give you some ideas on this, and I'm not saying this is the be all or end all, but it is food for thought for you about the kinds of skills that teachers actually need these days in order to support the student of tomorrow. How do you become the teacher of tomorrow? So I have identified 5 roles, and I'll share those with you and see what you think. The first role is actually the familiar one. It's the teacher role, because the role of the teacher is never going to go away in terms of presenting information to students. Even if you're in a project-based, inquiry-based environment, even if you're doing a lot of student-centered work, even if you're committed to the voice and choice of your students, you still operate as an adult in the classroom, and you do provide structure, direction, curriculum. You provide information when it's necessary. As I often say teachers that I'm working with in the classroom, they will ask me, well, Tom, shouldn't I turn over all the decisions to students? And I say, no, you are the one who receives the paycheck. And that's for a reason, because you're an adult in the room and you know something. So that becomes part of the role of the teacher of tomorrow, just the traditional role of teaching. The trouble is, it doesn't stop there. That's what we know. And that is where we're starting to run into a bit of difficulty with training teachers to do project-based learning or inquiry-based education. And I see this all the time. The teachers sort of stop there and think of themselves as just the deliverer of information. And then when they have to do other things with project-based work, they fumble and have difficulty. And the reason they fumble is because they haven't taken on the second role, which is what I call the facilitator. So now, if you can imagine, as you may know from your own teaching practice, you are working up close and personal with your students. They're working in teams, they're collaborating, they're talking together, they're in groups. That means that you are no longer just instructing them, you're actually alongside them, acting as their facilitator. Now, facilitator is actually a pretty defined skill set. You have to be able to listen. You have to be able to give very good feedback in the moment. You have to be able to solve conflict. You have to be able to observe those students working together and determining, well, who's participating, who's not participating, who's hanging back, who's dominating. Whatever happens in all of human interaction when they get together in a group, you're going to see that as a facilitator when you're doing student-centered learning and when you're doing project-based work. So you're going to have to take on facilitator skills. Now, I would say the number one skill of the facilitator, the ability to sit back and listen to understand rather than listen to respond. And we all know teachers are very good at responding and very good at talking, not as good as listening to understand, which is a exercise in patience and respect and sort of settling in and say, okay, this 14-year-old boy is telling me things that actually irritate me, but I'm going to sit back and just listen to try to understand. It's really a deep skill in terms of facilitation. So those are the two sort of starters that I think about for becoming a 21st century teacher. Teacher, facilitator, but then it moves further. As you work with young people more personally, and I think we would all agree, and I think Sunita would agree, that we're moving towards more personalized forms of instruction, personalized pathways. The world in general has devolved and is continuing to devolve into an arena where people have choice. And young people are going to more and more demand choice in what they learn. There's just too many resources out there, too much richness. The world is a curriculum now. The curriculum cannot be contained by what's on paper in a school district or a school. The curriculum is bigger. And so students, young people realize that, and they want choice. Now, what that means is as things get more personalized, it also requires a teacher to be a coach, to teach skills, to actually not just be a facilitator, but let's say, how do I be, a young person wants to know, how do I become a good communicator? How do I solve a conflict? How do I do this? How do I become a good presenter? How do I become a good person who can do a public talk? That requires a teacher who can coach them through those skills and give them specific feedback, just like a coach in a sport. Most of us on this screen and on this conversation have had experience with that. You're a coach in which you tell and help students develop specific skills, which means you have to know what those skills are. So when it comes to the kind of 21st century skills we talk about, communication, collaboration, creativity, critical thinking, well, the teacher of tomorrow needs to be skilled in that and not only talk it from the standpoint of, oh, this would be wonderful, you know that, but be able to give specific kinds of feedback. So the coach role to me is one that's very important. Now, it doesn't stop there. What we know is that young people, and particularly in the times we are in right now with a pandemic, with a changing world, with climate change pushing down on us, with inequality pushing down on us, with 100 other issues that are pushing our psyche in strange directions, we know that our students are going to need tremendous support in well-being and social emotional learning. That's just part of what we do. So the next role is really the mentor role. A mentor role means that you can, in a sense, use your, I call them your heart-focused skills to connect with young people and feel their emotions to some extent, that you can relate to them and help them. This includes being what I would call trauma-informed. We have a lot of traumatized children. Now, we usually define trauma as, well, they've gone through some major experience, but I think we could say that in general, trauma means that students have been affected by the outside world being uncertain and somewhat chaotic. Now, we haven't done any measures and I haven't seen any research yet, but I imagine it will emerge about what has happened to young people in the last 10 months across the planet. There has to be some trauma, some uncertainty, some lack of, can I have faith in adults and how they run the world? There has to be that. And so teachers are going to have to be prepared to make those adjustments and to be sensitive. That's not always an easy shift for teachers. I understand. I once had a teacher stand in the back of the room with his arms full.
Thank you so much, Tom. We would now wind up in 2 minutes.
Okay.
If you can summarize the whole thing.
Very good. And he said to me, you mean we have to be counselors now? I said, yes, you do, because that is now required. The final role I'll talk about is that you have to think about how you're going to support new forms of skill, design, agility, creativity. We're entering a creative design world, and I call that the change maker role, in which teachers can lead students to innovate and design and be creative. So those are the 5 roles that I see. You may have others, you may think of it differently, but I think it's important that we begin to identify these so we can put a skill set behind each one of these and help train teachers. And I'll just offer before I stop, I have a nice, what I think is a nice rubric that describes each one of these 5 categories. And if you want to put that on the chat, you can always email me and I'll be glad to send that to you. You can take a look and that'll give you an idea how you break down the skill set and move across a rubric to move from novice to mastery. So that's one of the things that's been on my mind. So that's where I've been thinking of, and I'm anxious to participate with my esteemed Roundtable colleagues here. Thank you so much, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you so much, Tom. And that was Tom. And thank you so much for joining, at this part of the evening. I'm sure that, it's a very chilly evening there. It's, equally cold here in Hyderabad. And Tom has, he's a psychologist, educator, author, speaker, and internationally respected consultant to schools focused on project-based learning and 21st century skills, innovation, and high performance cultures. And he has worked with over 300 schools and 6,000 teachers worldwide to help establish transformational inquiry-based systems that integrate project-based learning with social emotional learning and design thinking. And this is a very crucial discussion for us to start the day with, because in the NEP, we are aiming at experiential learning within each subject and explorations of relations among different subjects and introduction of more specialized subjects and subject teachers. We're also looking at, various subjects and curricular styles with greater depth, greater critical thinking, greater attention to life aspirations and flexibility, and offering student a different choice of subjects. And that definitely sounds like project-based learning coming in. Our context today is to discuss the elements of India's new education policy. And perhaps, as Will Durant would say, education is a progressive discovery of our own ignorance. NEP 2020 is the first education policy of the 21st century and replaces the 34-year-old National Policy on Education dated 1986. And it is built on the foundational pillars of access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. This policy is aligned to the 2030 agenda of sustainable development and aims to transform India into a vibrant knowledge society and global knowledge superpower by making both school and college education more holistic, flexible, multidisciplinary, and suited to 21st century needs, and aimed at bringing out unique capabilities of each student. As India is on its way to become the world's 3rd largest economy, with most number of young people on this planet, this policy aims to strategically align learning and earning goals with a decade of reforms. We have with us today an expert panel of 6 members with a global presence, which will help us understand the various elements of new education policy, and we can learn from their rich experience on what has worked in their country based on their experience that we can adopt as best practices in our Indian context. The key overall thrust of the curriculum and pedagogy reform across all stages will be to move the education system towards real understanding, learning how to learn, and away from the culture of rote learning as is largely present today. The aim of education was not only be cognitive development, but also building character and creating holistic, well-rounded individuals equipped with 21st century skills. And all aspects of curriculum and pedagogy will be reoriented and revamped to attain these critical goals. Specific set of skills and values across domains are identified for integration and incorporation at each stage of learning. As Dr. Sunita Gandhi mentioned yesterday, an all-encompassing curriculum which is inclusive of multiple aspects pertaining to psychological, socio-emotional, and spiritual development will ensure a generation which is futuristic and adjustable in the VUCA world. And to discuss the nurturing world citizenship, we have with us today Dr. Preeti Awasthi Singh from Lucknow. Dr. Preeti Awasthi Singh, Junior Research Scholarship Fellow, did her research on Awadh as a Center of Music and Arts under Nawabs. She has a teaching experience of 27 years and has helped in conducting the first Model United Nations conference in UP and prepared e-content for the Indian culture under the Ministry of Human Resource and Development. I would like to invite Dr. Preeti Awasthi to begin her presentation, please.
A very good morning to all of you. Thank you, ma'am, for this kind introduction. I hope you can hear me because
Yes.
I've started sharing my screen. Good morning, dear friends, and I'm really thankful to Dr. Sunita Gandhi and Ma'am Roli Tripathi for this opportunity to share my perspective on global citizenship. As the time is less, so I might speed up, so kindly bear with me. When we talk about global citizenship, it's not a new concept, but in the current world order, it takes a new meaning and greater importance than before. Though it was there in the ancient time when Socrates' question answer technique or the Chanakya in India, way to find intricate skills of tolerance, respect, and responsibility, are few such example which he was actually looking there in the students. So if you just combine it all together, we are on the process of global awareness. And if we are able to inculcate these practices in the students, we are creating global citizens. Uh, let's understand the concept of global citizenship slightly in detail. As on this slide, the main aspect which we are going to cover is understanding that we belong to the same world. Students generally, they are aware about the citizenship at the global, local level and the national level, and they feel that it is only the task of the government to give that kind of power to them, okay, under the set laws. But they are hardly aware about it that they can become a global citizen simply by demonstrating certain characteristics or habits of mind, body, spirit. Anyone can become a global citizen. So that is actually the challenge for the teachers, which they just have to keep reminding them through their lectures. In this slide, you can see that the positive traits are mentioned on the right hand side and the negatives on the left hand side. Making decision based on the good of everyone, not just ourselves, it is also one characteristic of a global citizen. We all are aware about the fact that adolescent is that stage, a very very crucial stage. That is actually the crucial development period during which identity, belonging, and socialization, especially among peers, are particularly important. So schools play a major role in socialization of young people, thereby not limiting our concern to national boundaries. But God, if just go beyond, that is excellent. If a 14-year-old girl in Sweden, through her initiative Fridays for Future, can inspire students across nations to think something about climate change, is one such example. So they can be motivated in that direction. Fourth characteristic of a global citizen is that something to contribute to make the world a better place. A number of times the students have this notion in their mind that once we complete the basic education and we apply for foreign university, then only we are becoming or coming there in the role of a global citizen, which is wrong. Many of the world's problems which are linked to intolerance come from learning too little and too late. As I mentioned, adolescence is a perfect age to make them aware about people's belief, traditions, and culture, and how to respect each other. So the vast majority of the children around the world have no opportunity to get to know from different culture while they are young. So most of them grow up in very closed, restrained view of their own community. So if we can make a change, I think we are in the process of creating more such students. Recognize and work to ensure that people have access to the same rights and opportunity, regardless of where on the planet they happen to have been born. This is a typical characteristic of a global citizen. As mentioned on the slide, human rights. Nobody can say that this is not applicable in this part of the world or the other. Education, health, nutrition, food, safe schools. Few example. Like even as teachers in your classroom, if you feel that classrooms are not extremely diverse, there are ways to bring a global perspective and demonstrate that kind of experience. Like you can just give it to the students, like you just incorporate ways how you can just bring the global perspective there in the class. Okay. Next, I just cover in brief about the new education policy 2020. The main aim of this policy is that make India a global knowledge superpower to create global citizen who should also be connected to their roots. Okay, so when we talk about global citizenship, we always encourage the students that first of all just become very very clear about your roots. Okay, so in this policy also there's a mention of the regional languages which can be taught at various level, which are mentioned there on the slide also. As researchers have proved that learning a second language or a foreign language opens students to see the world from a different point of view. So this policy focuses on how to think basically rather than what to think. So, as Mark mentioned about it, that the critical and innovative thinking can be encouraged in students just to, and for that, actually, the passion and the philosophy in education is very important. And here comes the most important element there in the picture, we the teachers. So, this is a comment made by Vicky Davis. When we connect our students with the world, we are building bridges today that tomorrow will walk across. So, for teachers, it is an opportunity to open students' eyes to how everyday decisions in their own lives can impact the lives of the people around the globe. If a student is taking a project on reducing carbon print through an initiative of switching off lights, appliances when not in use, makes him a global citizen. We should just keep encouraging all these activity there in the class. Now comes the question like fostering global citizenship in the class. There are very simple way how you can just follow that. It is mentioned there in the slide also that it is as per the research, it is found that demand for enterprise skills would rise dramatically by 2030. Problem solving 100%, critical thinking 41%, communication 17%. So we cannot sit idle in our spaces following the conventional method, not incorporating. Only we just have to change the perception about the education, and this is there. So if you just see this picture, teachers main mission or the goal is to give rise to creative and innovative, not conformist students or individuals. If you just focus more on looking for intellectually curious and interested in looking for unknown, I think we are on the right track, and we can just make them, enable them with a lot of qualities. Okay. Like, first of all, you just look around your area and find out the problems which are there and how maybe directly or indirectly you are affected. Okay. And if you are taking an initiative and even speaking something related to that, definitely you are on the right track. Okay. And then you are just going to take an action rather than sitting idle at a place. Now, ways to make students global citizen. There are certain ways which I can just suggest here, that empower your students as leaders and teachers. Rather than simply trying to teach about multiple cultures, give your students the opportunity to teach about their own culture and perspective. Just tell them to tell the stories or the songs to whichever region they belong. They will start that process, and later on they will connect to the outside world also. So remind your classroom that global citizens teach, listen and learn from each other. Okay, so that is very much required. Second thing is that you can incorporate global stories in your curriculum. You can make your lesson plans where global perspective through your chosen literature, experiencing other tradition, celebrating diversity, opening your mind to new possibilities are incorporated. For example, if you're trying to explain about totalitarian regime, you can refer George Orwell's 1984, which is a fable of totalitarianism and a tragic illustration of what the world would be without the freedom to think. Another book in this line can be Animal Farm, which reflects the events of the Russian Revolution through a cast of farm animals. So we can just incorporate those things. Very good activity can be, you can just conduct the concert. The students from India can team up with the students of Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, like immediate neighboring states, to present a concert in two countries over the internet. So what can be the better lesson to understand cultural diversity than just giving the notes about it? Okay. The third one can be the TEDx talk, which is becoming very popular among the students these days. So they can just give the TEDx talk on global citizenship, where they are just going to do the research, prepare, handling PowerPoint presentation. And when they will deliver it in front of a large audience, connecting all the major problems of the world, definitely they are on the way to become global citizen. Very important thing. Each teacher, there is an advice that you just include a lesson on set of 17 sustainable development goals, SDGs, because the countries, all the major countries decided that they are going to achieve it by 2030. So these students are the torchbearers who are just going to complete that. Okay, so talk about ways, about class, how they can just work together to achieve them, from poverty to water, sanitation, access to education, healthcare, food security, gender equality. There are so many issues to peace building. Like in a history class, political science class, geography science, through surveys, case studies, or like any way that a detailed study can help them to go ahead solving these problems. Participative learning, so actually it is an excellent medium to develop global citizen, because the main mission in participative learning is to unite our world through global learning. So generally the common practice in schools is that we conduct the debates, which is only about winning or losing, victory or defeat. So why not we introduce dialogue? Like we can just conduct the democracy dialogue conclave or the youth dialogue conclave, just to understand more about mutual respect and learning from one another. So it will help the students to understand the concept of respectful disagreement. You can disagree on something which is proved, okay, so has been challenging. So platform like this will go a long way in shaping ideology of a student before they mature and become very rigid in their thought processes. So like
Dr.
this,
Preeti, 2 minutes
we can
more.
have,
Thank
yes.
you.
Yes, ma'am. Just another one. This Model United Nation is very effective platform where students in the role of delegates represent different states. So when they do the detailed research on foreign policies, lobbying, showcasing diplomatic skills through speeches, caucuses movement, moderated caucus, unmoderated caucus, resolution, they help in shaping attitudes, instill confidence. They are forcing introspection and connecting with community. So in this case, a global community. Now the question comes in, will this change the world? It will at least remind the children that people are hardworking and creative. So all of us have gone through a very difficult phase during 2020. And trying times, as we know, can either break minds or inspire them to achieve what to their best. Mahatma Gandhi mentioned that be the change you wish to see the world. So what can be the better alternative? Like we can just use this as our teacher, that the best classroom is where teachers teach children to think. It is not just memorize. So we just change our perspective, convert our classroom from the conventional classroom to the something where the thinking process is very active, critical thinking isn't well in place. So students as global citizens, they will surely recognize that small action can lead to big impact, and this will allow the student to explore, develop, and express their own values and opinion, which will
Yes,
bring positive change. So I'm
thank you.
leaving you with the quote of Mother Teresa: I cannot change the word, but I can cast a stone across the water to create many ripples. So we are there to create those kind of ripples and definitely establish a positive environment around.
Thank you so much, Dr. Preeti. It was so nice hearing you about how important connections are in today's world. And we have a surprise connection today from Brussels. Please join me in welcoming Fred Mednick. And Mr. Fred Mednick is a professor in the Department of Psychology and Education Sciences, and he is also challenges facing teacher professional developments and strategies for sustainable teacher growth in the new era. And he's helping teachers connect each other and learn from each other through his initiative Teachers Without Borders, which is a 99% volunteer driven exercise. Over to you, Fred.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm actually speaking from my home in Seattle, Washington, also a West Coast, I guess, colleague of Tom's, 12 and a half hours away. And actually want to thank you for not giving up on Americans, since we had a new election. So it's good to be back here. I can spend the whole time talking about how much I love Sunita, but that wouldn't be appropriate. I do want to talk about Teachers Without Borders. And I would like to see if I can share my screen for a moment here.
Until Fred is sharing the screen, I would like to remind all the participants to keep the cameras on and keep the questions coming in the chat box. You can also access this live through Facebook and YouTube. Please keep your questions coming in for the panelists, and we would be glad to, if it's addressed to a particular panelist who has presented so far, we would be glad to give them your questions.
Yeah, that's great.
you, Fred.
Direct them all to the other panelists. I'm just kidding. So anyway, I'm the founder of Teachers Without Borders, and I want to introduce you to the organization, not so much for some kind of self-promotion, but actually to interpret this issue of policy. The theme of the conference, the power within, provoke a conversation about education policies, and offer a kind of single vision. I'm very impressed by the new policy. I've always been impressed by policies. The problem is that often the teacher is not in the center of it. Teachers Without Borders, because of Sunita, really took off about 21 years ago. And we had a conference in India called, run by teachers, called Shall We Stay the Same? And so there is a fear that we will stay the same. But the vision is that in reform, the central question here is that the teacher needs to be at the center of this reform. And I'd like to describe what that means. Now, this slide you see here seems a bit strange, but let me explain. I founded the organization because I wanted to connect teachers to information and each other in order to close the education divide. But I know that as the largest professionally trained group in the world, teachers are a development army in everyone's backyard. So I think teachers are weapons of mass instruction. And I think that there are a couple of premises built into what we're talking about. And that is that these programs of Teachers Without Borders emerged because teacher communities were the primary source of information, and it all came from teacher communities. So my suggestion is that teacher communities in the reform no longer serve on the periphery, but are actually the center. And that it doesn't have to replace institutions, that in reform efforts, institutions can work alongside of communities, but communities of practice should no longer be just the second best support system. The programs that we've developed here came directly from teachers and are in 117 countries. And I think that if teachers are the primary stakeholders in education reform, there are structures that can be put in place to develop policies and new forms of teaching when in fact you can't go to school. It should change how teachers are prepared. The online learning toothpaste is not going back into the tube anymore. Content is absolutely changing. Fake news proliferates. Assessments have to be changed. We talked about these talking about global development and global sensibilities. A pandemic is global. Climate change is global. Global education is almost a redundancy. Teachers' communities, in my mind, can be the difference. I want to show you a quotation that it starts with traditional is the dead ideas of the living, but tradition is the living ideas of the dead. I am not suggesting that we throw out the textbooks and throw out everything we've done before. But if you think about, shall we stay the same? I do think that we stagnate. And my sense is that we have to reinterpret wisdom for the modern age. And this modern age requires that teacher communities are central. Look, I think change is confusing. I think it's, everybody's got a solution here. But I think that I have to be realistic. I think teachers are flooded with too many good ideas. We're worried about teachers, whether they know their subject enough, or they have to find a foolproof even teacher-proof packaged curriculum we hear. We hear that rote learning is out of date, but then we throw all the software and new pedagogies at teachers. More gadgets, more apps, more multiple intelligences, more formative assessment, constructivism, and all that. And I think that lots of times we have solutions looking for problems. But if teachers were structurally at the center of policy design and implementation, I think they can replicate and share quite a lot. I think that brains are evenly distributed throughout the world, and that we should depend upon those communities and connect those communities and believe in those communities, and not have power reside in policy makers per se, but put teachers at the center of the attention. I know we're all tyrannized by the urgent, but we can't be in this cycle of one thing replacing the other all the time. Because look, teacher training will never be up to date. Curriculum will never be up to date. Textbooks will never be up to date. There has to be a new way of looking at this. I think that the issue is that communities of practice enable teachers to be safe, to ask questions, to be vulnerable, to focus on the kids, the children. And I think that there are frameworks that teachers have created in the places I've met. This happens to be in Haiti, where they're learning computer stuff, but they're also learning the nature of networks. And I think that the idea of being self-regulating, modular, ad hoc, just in time, that kind of stuff can only be developed when teacher communities are at the center. And I think I would just like to read this one thing here is, if children feel the spark of learning when we know them, rather than just spending so much time knowing about them, then these teachers should be known and heard. If safe classrooms foster a social contract of civility and democracy, so do we have to build communities of practice that honor individual differences. If innovation comes from laboratories and trial and error, so should classrooms be that way. And I'm suggesting that what we want for kids, as was said so beautifully before, must be done with teachers. All too often, I think that tools for teachers are introduced, and they're around teachers and because of teachers and in addition to teachers, and even replacing teachers in some cases, and even in spite of teachers. And I think that we can embrace technology, but keep our traditions alive and our cultures alive. Very quickly, I think teacher agency and a local context and these networks all can work together, and that there are structures for us to do this, that it's not a free for all, that unleashing the teacher within has to mean that we don't have to package everything, but that we inspire a spirit of caring. Look, I think there's a lot of resistance. Changing things, Fred, that's a real problem. You're going to throw out all the teacher manuals. And I say, well, in some cases, it's not such a bad idea to throw out the teacher manuals. What about lesson plans and all that? And I say, lesson plans are often a way in, a way through, and a way out. And if you know the children, you'll do quite well. There is resistance from the top down, or from teachers who don't want to change, or we have a bunch of new policies. Now, I'm saying that if we can pass down teacher traditions that work and share them and build that culture, we'll be in much better shape. Look, I think that Teachers Without Borders really grew because of India. And that conference that was unleashed there, shall we stay the same, really means we have to ask new questions. There's a story I remember of the Nobel laureate Elie Wiesel, who used to say when he came home from school, his mother used to ask him, not how did you do in school, or what grade did you get, but did you ask any good questions today? And I think that this whole issue of asking good questions means that we should question the structure of where the teacher is, not just as a civil servant, but as a central role to play. And so I'm suggesting that teachers aren't born or made, that they show up, that we spend our time recognizing and nurturing this talent, and that if we do this, we can engage with mentors, we can provide more time for planning, we can create those school climates that we want, we can be much more responsive to changing conditions.
Yeah,
And I think that we can incorporate technology. And I just actually have one last thing to say, and that is that we should depend upon teachers, because those brains are so evenly divided that we have our answers in our own backyard. And that if teacher communities guide the spirit of this in our design and our standards, I think we'll be able to unleash the power within in our own backyards and around the world. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and my great appreciation for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. It was great to have you, on such a short notice. And definitely you've brought a very interesting dimension about Teachers Without Borders. And we have some, comments in the chat box asking, how can we connect with teachers worldwide? If you can provide us with, the organizational link in the chat box, it will be really good for the community. I would like to remind everybody to keep your comments and suggestions and your questions coming in for the panelists. And I'm sure the panelists will be happy to address any question on policy design, implementation, or challenges that you have faced in your context. Our third speaker for the day is Mr. Shan Ruproy from Australia. As we talk about the NEP in India and the changing scenario about teacher education, which is now going to be a 4-year bachelor's, and NEP promises a lot of motivation through merit-based appraisal systems and clear progression paths for becoming education administrators, for teacher educators and administrators as well. A common national professional standard is also being discussed at the same time. Now, to discuss the aspects of teacher development, rather continuous professional development, I would like to invite Mr. Shan Ruproy, who's going to be talking on innovating the teacher profession with globalized education system, within a globalized education system. And he has the experience over 30 years and in-depth experience at a senior executive level, both in the Australian governments and private sectors, specializing in education, restructuring, re-engineering, financial management, business and strategic planning, governance, corporate risk management, among so many other things, with a 360-degree view, tender board, property management, and best-in-class framework for education, work, health, safety, environment, quality measurement, and reporting. Mr. Shan, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. It's lovely to be part of this presentation.
Tell her to keep the time.
Yes, I'll be exact 15 minutes. Can you see my screen? Hello? Hello?
No, sir.
Sorry. Are you able to see my screen?
No, sir.
Not
No,
yet,
sir.
sir.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you come through there? I'm not able to screen.
Through here.
Sorry.
And then this one.
Yeah.
And then is that.
Sorry, that's right. That's
Yeah.
fine.
And then we'll go
Thank
full
you.
screen.
Yeah.
It's visible now, sir.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
visible.
thank you. Thanks very much. Sorry about the delay, but I will be sticking to the 15 minutes with respect to the other teachers. It's a great honor to be here. Look, being a teacher, it's not an easy job, It is one of the most difficult professions. A teacher has to cope with many things, For example, creating a good global citizen, interested parties' satisfaction, looking at innovation and digital world, and managing self-stress, self-confidence, tools, and the environment the teachers have to work in, and the social expectations that the society expects from the teachers, self-values versus the political environment the teachers has to work in, life and professional balance, and manage the gaps between the policy and the practice the teachers work in. And of course, globalize teaching, environment, and the economy. So we can see that it is a fairly complex profession. So when we look around the world, yes, majority of the teaching profession and the institutions are committed, and they have many strengths. But lately, when we look at COVID-19, it's made us realize that there are weaknesses and strengths in the education system and the profession itself. So we need to ask ourselves some questions. Are we teaching the skills required for a good global citizen for the 21st century? Are we balancing the professional and the exam outcomes along with spiritual, emotional intelligence, values, creativity, psychological realm? Do we fully understand disloyalty between the education system and innovation? Profound effect of lack of innovation on the teaching profession itself. Understanding that online teaching technologies are not a substitution for good teaching. Are we continually investing enough to enhance the skills and well-being of the teaching profession? There's no ifs and buts about that. We need to invest to bring out the best in the teaching profession as well as the outcome we want. So when we look at all of this, we have some work to do. So creating global leaders, teaching profession is absolutely responsible for creating global leaders. In order to do that, we must redefine education in the globalized economy. Normal teaching is not the answer. Assuring future of quality education and global citizen, and to bring out a good citizenship in every student that goes to the university and the schools. Evaluating and guiding the future expectations of the teaching in the international community. We know the world is more tolerant to multiculturalism like it's been in the past. Past Howard Prime Minister, the President Derek Book said, we cannot take education and teaching for granted. So in terms of the education revolution, involves additional effort. We need to have a greater collaboration and a sharper focus on improving outcomes, starting with earlier years of the education and moving to school, university, and into the training system. One of the key goals is not just to drive global productivity growth, but also to create a decent human being. Reform will involve collaborations across the public and private sector, a genuine partnership involving parents, children, students, employees, and all levels of government. Digital education revolution equipped with education tools for the 21st century requires upfront investment. Innovation requires right mix of genuine innovators, not just from the education sector, but the innovators that have a real hunger to make a difference outside the teaching profession as well. So looking at in terms of a good education think tank, it need to be based on innovation, knowledge, stakeholder focus. It need to be flexible to manage change, global partnership, continuous improvement, and of course, at the end of the day, student satisfaction. We can do all of that with integrity, enthusiasm, warmth, calmness, Well, we need to be tough and fair when we need to be. So looking at in terms of the managing the teaching profession talent, of course, we need to ensure that onboarding process of the teaching profession, we start with the recruitment. Of course, we go through the screening. Psychometric analysis is a very important part. We want to know that if that particular teacher would be an innovator or just a normal teacher. So that assessment will assist us ensuring where that particular professional is going to fit into the institution. Assessment process, of course. What are the indicators telling us? We need to have an ongoing training to ensure the teaching profession itself is fully prepared as the changes occur, or even before the changes occur in the globalized economy. And performance review. Development of the teacher on an ongoing basis is very important. As the change occurs, we need to ensure we're managing that particular change. And of course, succession planning, so that we are not left in a vacuum, to ensure there's a continuous succession planning in the educational institution. And of course, carry out some cultural and climate surveys. Job satisfaction of the teaching profession. In case when a teaching professional wants to leave the organization, it'll be good to carry out an exit survey, because that would help our organization or the institution to get some learnings from that. So I'd like to discuss a little bit of the RUPRI model. So we understand that the scanning the environment is very important to identify issues in advance. Innovation model, vision, mission, values, strategy, implementation agenda, and measurement, of course, continuous improvement.
3 minutes more, Sean.
Yes. So if the environment is missing, of course, we will then, won't be going along with the continuous good practice. Innovation is very important. You can see that. And if the vision is missing, we will be in, cross functions to the other parts of the institution. Mission, of course, there will be confusion and disagreement. Value is very important part of any of the institution. If these are missing, of course, we won't be able to achieve a good education system and the outcomes we want. If the strategy is missing, we'll be unable to go forward. Implementation agenda, of course, we need to ensure that who's who in the zoo and who's responsible for doing what. And the measurement, if we don't measure, we won't be able to see where we are and do the celebration. And of course, continuous improvement always tells us, where we fit into the organization and how we're doing across with the other organizations. So some of the takeaways in the last slide: leadership must walk the talk. We need to engage system professionals from outside the organization who will make the difference, along with the teaching profession. We need to risk categorize to ensure that we're managing the risk in the education system, challenge the current parameters, no blame game. We need to look at preventive thinking, benchmark key processes against best-in-class institutions. Managing one-time fix is not the answer. Sustaining the wins is the answer, and continuously improve. I strongly disagree that, do not think outside the box. People say, well, think outside the box. My belief is we don't need to think outside the box. Get rid of the box. To me, when I look around the globe, I find Dr. Gandhi and the team is one of the fine examples of a best class education system. And if we do all of that, we can celebrate and pat ourselves on the back. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for sharing such a wonderful insight and discussing the rubric with us. We are now moving forward to understanding how we can take the learnings and walk the talk. When we are walking the talk on policy and we are trying to collaborate with everybody across the globe, I think English is a great language to do it. So discussing English language skills of a teacher, we have our fourth panelist today, Miss Alia Naseem from Auckland, New Zealand. Miss Alia Naseem is a former English language teacher at the University of Auckland, New Zealand, and holds a master's degree in English language teaching, and is also a CELTA certified graduate. She has had the experience of being on both sides of a table as an ESL teacher and now as a teacher trainer. She comes with a tremendous empathy for teachers, likely because she knows exactly what they go through. And we are going to discuss, improving English language learning among teachers. Welcome, you, Alia.
Thank you so much, Khadija. It's an honor to be a part of this panel where I have got an opportunity to talk about why English is important for teachers. English is not only for English teachers. No matter what subject you teach as a teacher, English helps you be a better teacher. So I will quickly share my screen and take you through why developing English skills of a teacher is important in today's world.
Just a small reminder, please keep your questions, comments coming through our chat boxes. The panelists will be happy to address any question on any issues or challenges that you may be facing.
Okay, so as a teacher, it is very important to be able to communicate well and communicate as a global citizen because the advent of the internet, teaching is not limited to teaching locally. Now teachers are teaching globally from platforms like Zoom and other platforms where teachers are not limited to teaching inside the classroom. So English becomes all the more important, and it's an essential tool for teachers of all subjects. Because English, as we all know, is lingua franca. It crosses cultures, countries, and even subjects. And having a common tongue helps teachers in many different ways when it comes to teaching. English, as I said, is a language, is a global language, and it is also the language of the internet. Most of the web pages on the internet are in English, and there are lots of information that the teachers can benefit from on the internet. But if a teacher lacks English skills or finds it difficult to use English, the teacher is deprived of all the wealth of knowledge that's there on the internet for them. So developing English skills is very important, and it couldn't have been as important as it is in today's world. With the pandemic, we've seen that the teachers had to overnight transform the teaching. They had to move from physical classrooms to virtual classrooms, and there were situations where teachers had to teach students from different cities and different cultures and languages, and teachers have done really well. But those teachers who were not good at English or had difficulties communicating in English, they had serious issues when we were hit by the pandemic. So it is all the more important now to work towards developing the English language skills of teachers. English is an amazing language, and it can take you places as a teacher. So when you are equipped with the language that the world knows, you are not limited to teaching English in your own city or teaching locally. You can be teaching anywhere in any part of the world. So you can travel and share your knowledge across countries. So it gives you avenues, it opens avenues for you. New opportunities come up, and you can conquer the world if you know the language of the world, if you know the global language, which is English. You no more have to teach locally when you know a common language. It can help you find job opportunities in any country where English is spoken or understood. Another important aspect of teaching is being able to use all the resources that you have at hand. And knowing English and being able to use English well helps teachers to actually access all the resources that are available in the English language. But those teachers who have limited English knowledge or who are not able to understand English well or be able to use English well, they are the ones who struggle because it's not easy to find resources in your own language all the time. The resources are limited when it comes to regional languages or local languages. But if a teacher knows English and can easily understand in English and be able to communicate in English, it helps the teachers to make use of all the resources that are available in the forms of books, in the forms of different podcasts and blogs and so many different things. So it is vital that teachers develop their English skills, and schools and institutions should look at helping teachers develop their English skills. English can help in collaboration. So before me, the speakers, like a couple of speakers mentioned how important collaboration is for teachers. So English can help teachers collaborate. Yes, teachers can collaborate even if they are not very efficient speakers of English. But if they can speak English well, they can collaborate with teachers around the world. And they can share their knowledge with teachers sitting in different parts of the world. They can gain knowledge from and share resources from like the teachers around the world. And that can definitely bring a lot of value to the teaching. Also, English can help in networking. If I remember, Dr. Fred mentioned that networking is very important for teachers. So if teachers know the global language, networking can be easy for them. So let's take the example of LinkedIn, Facebook, and other ways where teachers can collaborate and network.
2 minutes
Networking.
more. I'll
Sure, thank you. So when it comes to using social media to network, English can come in really handy. So it's really important, more so now, to be able to like communicate in English, to be able to network better, to collaborate better as a teacher. It doesn't matter what subject you're teaching. It doesn't matter who you're teaching. Being able to communicate well in English, being able to understand English well, being an efficient English speaker can make you a better teacher. And it can help you like collaborate, network. It can give you a wealth of knowledge which you can be deprived of if you are not, if your knowledge of English is limited. And that brings me to the problems teachers can face if they are not very efficient with the English language. It can confine them to teaching students who speak their language only. It can also limit teaching resources because there are so many resources in the English language which the teachers can be deprived of if they don't know English well. Not knowing English or not knowing English well can also limit collaborating. So they can only collaborate with teachers who know their language, or they can only collaborate locally. And it can also, like the teachers can also face problems with professional growth because there are lots of good resources, webinars, and excellent teacher training material, and all of that which is being offered in English. And the teachers who are not really well versed with the language or very efficient in the English language are the ones who I would say suffer to some extent or get deprived. So I like as a teacher, I would say that schools and institutions should look into developing the English skills of the teachers, no matter what subject they teach and no matter what level of teaching they are into. And recently, I was invited to train teachers from madrasas. It was a group of madrasa teachers, and then I realized when I was like communicating with them, I realized that they are very good teachers, but when it comes to English, they struggle. When I showed them how they could use the resources on the internet, they were like, yeah, they are great resources, but we don't understand them. There are wonderful lesson plans on the internet. I showed them how they could get free lesson plans, which they could adapt and use in their classrooms. And they were like, teacher, we don't understand English well, so this doesn't mean anything to us. So that really broke my heart. And I felt like it is the need of the hour that the teachers should be like guided or helped, and they should be given the platform to develop their English skills to be a better, more efficient teacher and also a global teacher. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alia. I think the chat box has a lot of questions for you today, and maybe you can discuss, some resources on developing English languages. I have questions pertaining to how we can improve vocabulary, ma'am, and some books to improve the vocabulary, and also some resources for teaching and, doing pronunciation exercises in the classrooms. If you have any, please do share. I will now, take a pause, and we will now go to our panelists and ask them, questions. Thank you, Tom, for sharing the links in the chat box. For all of those of you who would like to know more about project-based learning, please do visit the chat box and take down the links. My first question is to Fred. Fred, the question to you is, how do we plan differentiated teachers training? Fred, are you with us? Hello, Fred? Okay, my second question to you, my second question goes to Dr. Preeti. Dr. Preeti, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so the question, the chat audience has posted for you is, they would like you to suggest few global awareness techniques.
Khatija ma'am, your attention please. We have two of our esteemed speakers yet to go and make their presentations. So I think we can have the next two presenters. And after that, we'll surely entertain question answers from them all.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank
So I think we can now invite Ma'am Deepa Kiran from Hyderabad, founder of Story Arts Foundation, internationally renowned storyteller and national award-winning educationist. Someone who has worked with 75,000 educators along the lines of teaching and training them and across the globe. So Deepa Kiran, ma'am, do we have you around? Oh yes, she's
Yes,
here.
I'm here.
So over to ma'am Deepa Kiran. Welcome.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. And welcome to everyone. Honored to be here. I hope I'm audible. Am I clear? Yeah.
Yes, Deepa ma'am, a little less audible. You are currently. So maybe
Okay.
if we can make it a little more better.
All right. Louder. Yeah, sure, sure. All right. This is better.
I think we need to further improve this.
Sorry, just. Yeah. Better now? Clear? Right.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, you are
Super.
very much audible.
Right. Thank you. Okay. So going straight, just 10 minutes. So quickly jumping into the topic. Since I'm going to be talking on storytelling and teaching, and of course we are going to talk about the policy, I'd like to start with a little story. Okay. So here we go. Once upon a time, there was a little boy quite disappointed that on the day of the festival of Sankranti, which is also called Lori in Punjab, celebrated as Bihu in Assam, Pongal down south in Tamil Nadu, it was festival time and he had no new clothes. So his mother said, Beta, don't worry, I don't have time to buy you clothes, but here is the money. Go to the shop and buy it yourself. Now the boy said, Amma, I've never gone to a shop alone. What to do? I don't know. Don't worry, beta. Just go to the shop, ask for what you want, and whatever price they tell you, just quote half the price. Okay, Mama. And very excited that he was going to shop all by himself, the boy rushed off early in the morning to the shop. Namaste, uncle. He went to the shop. And the shop owner was just opening the shutter. He was quite surprised to find someone that early, and that too, a little boy. No adults with him. Have you come alone? Yes, uncle, I want to buy a shirt. The boy went in excited. The owner showed him different shirts, striped ones, plain ones, colored ones, printed ones. And the boy said, I want that white shirt. Okay, here it is, 100 rupees. 50. The boy said, huh? The shopkeeper was quite surprised. Little boy bargaining, and he said, all right, boni. Boni, as we all know, is the word for the first customer, and it's supposed to be auspicious, the first customer. All right, boni, I'll give you for 80. 40. Huh? That's not how it works. Okay, 50. 25. What? 30. 15. 15 rupees? Just take it for free. Thank you. I want 2 shirts. And the boy got 2 shirts and went back home with the money. He was delighted to tell his mother this story. Well, just imagine the scenario of a teacher narrating a story like this in the classroom to her children, right? There are so many things that are happening here, which I'd just like to quickly touch on some of those given the short time that we have, right? First and foremost, this is certainly an exercise in communication, right? And employing an art like stories and the story arts is definitely giving scope for both the teacher and the learner to engage with language and to go beyond language, not just verbal, but there is also non-verbal communication here because the teacher is trying to use her body, her voice, intonation, gestures, expressions, all of it to communicate with the child, right? So there is a deep engagement in communication. Next, in the process of following the story, the child's imagination is, of course, triggered because the story is nowhere except in their minds. They are seeing and creating all of it. So it is a trigger for the creativity and the imagination of the listener as much as it is for the teacher. Third, in this process, the child is taken through a journey of wonder, of what next? Oh, what is going to happen? Right? So there is a critical thinking and engagement in the critical thinking of the child who is vicariously experiencing the story. It's not really happening, but vicariously the child is experiencing this entire story. And at every point, the child is able to think, okay, oh, what? Oh, he has to go alone. Oh, the shopkeeper is telling him this much. Oh, what's he going to say? So we place ourselves in every character. We become the mother, we become the child, we become the shopkeeper, and we experience all of these. And we're critically thinking about each one's response and what is going to be the consequence of this response, right? Now, where does all this lead us? This kind of imagination and critical thinking and this cultural context offered of something that's familiar yet not, it certainly takes one to the point of empathy because each listener is able to thoughtfully put themselves in the place of, be sensitive to what it must be to be that child, what it must be to be that shopkeeper, what it must be to be that mother, right? So there's a deeper process happening here of creating empathy in the child. And eventually, this is only going to lead us to developing resilience, which is nothing but our problem solving skills. As we engage in stories, in communication, we develop tools for comprehending the world. We develop language and ways of self expression. We develop ways of putting ourselves in another scenario, whether it's ours or someone else's. And all of these are definitely going to take us on the journey of solving our own problems, small or big, personal, interpersonal, any of those, right? So very quickly, summing up, the different aspects of story and story engagement that I wanted to highlight today is using an acronym of RICE, RICCE. I want to use a double C. That is resilience, imagination, communication, critical thinking, and empathy. All of these, the tool of stories and story arts can offer, right? So I know I'm speaking about a very specific pedagogical tool, but the reason I go back to this is having worked as a teacher, having worked with many teachers, particularly with public institutions in India, with the central government, with the state government, I cannot underline further how vast the potential of using this simple oral tradition, this simple potential of narratives is. It gives us a cultural context. It can be used and should ideally be used in a semi-structured manner where we are not having very specific systematic ways of engaging with this. It should be left to the teacher to place it in her context and to modify it according to the context. Like in the story, if I go back to it, you will find that I mentioned some of the festivals in India, in fact, a recent festival that we have all been celebrating. I also mentioned the word Boni. I also sang a little song, right? When we have this sort of a decentralized system of using arts, of using story art based learning, then we offer a lot of scope to capture narratives, to engage with narratives, and to share narratives in a manner that works for that context, for that culture, for that set of multilingual environment that that particular teacher is engaging with, right? So I would certainly come back to speaking for building a case for the use of stories, of narratives, of story arts in the classroom. However, let us be wary of not obsessing with completely aligning it to the curriculum 100%, because then it can again fail, because you're taking away the decentralization. When you're pushing for complete alignment, let there be scope to partially align with the classroom curriculum. Let there be scope to have it semi-structured and to contextualize, right? And let us remember that this particular tool primarily is not based on gadgets. It's not based on technology. It is based on the teacher. It is based on the environment of the teacher learner, and thereby keeping it fairly decentralized and semi-structured can really offer scope for its growth a lot more, right? So if we can see stories and story arts and engaging with story arts based education as three things. One, offering a platform, the arts and the content and the presentation of the arts, offering a platform for engaging with language learning, cognition, empathy, critical thinking, then it serves our purpose. One, it offers a platform. Two, it is the medium itself. It is a medium itself for empathy, for critical thinking, for language, for communication. Three, it is the receptacle in which we can receive or collect what happens when we go for story arts based education. So to just clarify this, when I said platform, the narrating of a story, the act of narrating a story, imagination is triggered, there is communication, there is a little bit of the regional language, there is something familiar, there is something not familiar, there is thinking, children are going to respond and say, I think this is the answer, I think he'll do that, right? So there is scope for newer, further communication. So it offers that. Second, It itself is the medium. So there is learning in the story. Without realizing, the children start to repeat the story to each other because they find it so exciting. Without realizing, they start using the language they heard in the story. So, for example, we have seen children who come from a background where they don't speak English at home, but having heard this story a few times, the next time they go to the shop, they will say, I want to buy a shirt. Yeah, because they have unconsciously, this is acquired, the language from the story, right? So the medium itself of art can become the learning process. And third, it is a receptacle for collecting the learning. Now, for example, if this were a classroom and I were to say, so what do you think of the story? Or if I ask you to guess, you're going to have so many answers, right? If I were to do a simple activity, you know what? Take out your paper and pen and make a little drawing of your favorite scene from this story. When a learner makes that drawing, without language, they are able to express their comprehension. So art can become a tool, a receptacle for even evaluation and comprehension of the learning, right? So this is what I wanted to very quickly in my 10 minutes bring to all of us and share that, of course, all of these, it's nice, it's happening at a policy level. I was in Delhi where we were making the art-based manuals for the teachers, where they can begin to use art in the classroom. And I think the best part was that most of them were suggestions, right? So I think if we go with the spirit that these are suggestions, and stories offer a space where one is not instructing, but is allowing for unraveling of learning. Stories offer a space where there is not just specific rehearsed work, but spontaneity, where there is spontaneity in the engagement of the teacher and the learner, right? And more than anything else, stories offer a space for the teacher and the learner to bond. If we can remember these and work around these, then there is a lot of scope for what can happen with such an amazing zero budget tool, a very special tool unique to the teacher, the learner, and the classroom, a tool that bridges oral traditions with the contemporary current space. Because if you noticed, I was telling a story in English. It is a folk story from India, and it also had elements of the regional language in it, and yet it holds a universal appeal. And a story is definitely going to be something that everyone loves, the children and the teller. We are going to be in a very interesting space if we also employ this tool in whatever processes are being engaged with in the classroom. And like our previous speakers mentioned, right, about the role of the teacher becoming someone who's just a guide on the side, who's facilitating, someone who is also co-learning, right? Someone who is in the process, in the journey together. When one takes on the role of a storyteller as well, the teacher has a lot of tools and techniques to engage in this manner as a guide on the side, as well as a facilitator, as someone who is not dependent entirely on technology, but can use it when she so desires, right? Right. So I will end there. I think my time is also up. My 10 minutes are up. So thank you very much, and I hope we do engage with this process a lot more. Oh yes, I'd like to end with a quotation that a story is the shortest distance between two human beings.
Thank you, Deepa.
So
It was
beautiful,
wonderful.
Deepa ma'am. It was
Right.
so engaging, so engrossing. How beautifully you have actually woven these five senses in this beautiful tool which you have used, that is of storytelling. And we were all mesmerized by your presentation and so well expressed. It was definitely an eye opener. We've all been there as educators. We try to do it, but now I think it should be used to the maximum to engage our students, and that's what we are here for. And
I absolutely agree, ma'am. I absolutely agree. And
our next speaker,
yeah,
Tashish
and
from Thimpur, Bhutan, and he is the Chief Executive Officer of Institute for Excellence and Development and Principal and District Education Officer in the Royal Government of Bhutan. We welcome you, sir. Your presentation, please.
Thank you so much. First, let me put my screen. I'd like to share my screen first. Not able to share.
Yes, sir, you are visible. You may please begin.
Hello, can you see my screen? Is it visible? Is my screen
Sir, we are
visible?
not getting the audio.
Yes, yes. Is my screen visible?
Slightly more, I think, then it would be more clear. The screen is visible, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for getting me on board. I think this is a wonderful privilege. Greetings from Bhutan. Since I have just 10 to 15 minutes, I think I'll be very brief, because as a teacher, when we talk, sometimes we talk a lot. Professor Fred rightly said that teachers are sometimes the weapons of mass instruction, and which is not good. And we also believe that most dangerous person in the class is a talking teacher. It's very dangerous. With this, I would like to welcome you to my session on power of change, education and skills. And particularly, I have chosen this topic based on the theme that you have given to us. And today, for the 9th Roundtable Conference, we have elements of new education policy. And I thought this syncs well with the new education policy of India, which is very comprehensively presented by Sri Anurag Tripathi day before yesterday. And we have a lot of things to discuss on this, but it is beyond the scope of this 10 to 15 minutes time to discuss. However, we'll try to touch few aspects of education and skills. With this, I would like to get back to my inspiration. My inspiration has always been our king. And he said that if you do not have the desire to learn, to work hard, and to show determination, I'm afraid you'll be left behind, or at best outdated. And this is quite important for us as a teacher. Particularly, it is very embarrassing when our students in the class feel or says that our teacher is outdated, and we cannot afford to have that. When we talk about the power of change, education and skills, there are three things that I would like to discuss today. One is education innovation. Number two is 21st century curricula. And the third one, our institutional belief system. Now, for the last 2 days, and the previous presenters have made the task very easy, because basically last 2-3 days with today's presentation, we have seen that teacher and the 21st century skills have been the focus of discussion all around. So this makes the task quite easy. And when we talk about education, there are two things that comes in my mind. Number one is the curriculum, and number two is the teachers. And without these two, no matter the kind of system that you have, is not going to work very well. But all the things that matters is the common interest that this curriculum and the teachers have. Both curriculum and teachers are there because of our students. And when we talk about the students, what are we talking about? We are actually talking about their future, and which is quite important for all of us, because future matters a lot for the teachers especially. And when we talk about the future, what is the future like? Let's go back to what the World Economic Forum has discussed in Davos. They said that there's a disconnect between skills required in the workplace and the training being provided, which from my past experience, we have seen that there is a disconnect. And what we are seeing is that there's a mismatch. And the mismatch, there are two aspects of a mismatch. Number one is what is happening in the classroom is not matching with what is required in the job market. That's why the understanding of education and skills in 21st century and beyond has become very important. And this has been rightly placed well in the new education policy as well. And Sri Anurag Tripathi, day before yesterday, he talked a lot about the 21st century skills like problem solving, the complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, digital literacy. All this has been said very well. And one aspect that Dr. Kiran Bedi said is about nurturing the senses. I think when we have all these together, it makes sense that we look at the education beyond 21st century. And it is more important because from the onset of COVID-19, we have realized that there are a lot of things that we have missed and a lot of things that we need to do, which is also an opportunity for all of us. And education and skills in particular is going to make a lot of difference hereafter. Now, as I said, the first thing that I would like to talk about is education and innovation, which many of the speakers have also touched as well. Now, what I wanted to focus is that technological innovation is transforming the way we deliver the education all over the world. Just in India, if you just look at the Indian market, just recently, a lot of innovation has taken place in terms of delivery. Now, many people are going online. Many apps have been developed. The Khan Academy is giving the massive open online courses. And likewise, the Amplify, Newton, all they are digitizing the classroom and the textbooks as well. And with this, I think it is very much important for us as educationists to understand the kind of students that we have in 21st century. Now, students now use, as we all know, that they are using social media platforms very well, and they seem to enjoy a lot because they are digital natives. And the way we look at them, and from the way we have seen it, the behavioral pattern of students have undergone a sea change as well. And that's why we need to change the way we teach. The future of teaching and learning must change. But the question that we might like to ask ourselves is, are we ready for it? It is there in the policy, it is there in the curriculum, but do we have enough infrastructure? Are we ready? In the last few months, what we have realized is that with the onset of COVID-19, most of teachings have gone online. And at the same time, the technology has advanced, but the gap has been created as well. Many of the students were not in a position to access online teaching. They don't have access to a lot of equipments, the technology. So are we ready for that? This is a question that we have to answer by all the stakeholders, particularly the policymakers as well as the implementers, which is quite important. And this takes me to my second topic, that is the 21st century curricula. It's quite important because now we have crossed half of the century, half of 21st century, and we are about to go into 22nd century. But we are still talking about the 21st century skills and 21st century curricula. Nevertheless, it is quite important to discuss. And with the COVID, we have realized that our education system and the way we deliver is not future ready and not pandemic proof. So we need to build a future ready and a pandemic proof education system. But we also need to look back and go one step back and see how things have taken shape in our society, in our system, in our education system in particular. We have seen that the learning courses are not updated frequently, and more so not adapted to the fourth industrial revolution. So under these circumstances, Are we actually ready for 21st century curricula and beyond? We need to really build a future ready and a pandemic proof education system. And this is what we thought, because if teachers only provide the content, the facts, the theories, the dates, formula, stories, information, then our role in the lives of our students is becoming obsolete. It has become obsolete because virtually everything is available. So what do we do now? What should we be doing? We really need to change. And there are a lot of things that are obsolete in schools at the moment. And because of that, we need to change. The theme of the conference is power of change, inspiring teacher within. But nobody can inspire unless we get inspired ourselves. We need to inspire ourselves. We need to know that, if things have to move, we need to change ourselves. We need to work hard. And this is basically what is important. And the hope is there. Our king also always, who is very passionate about the education, he always says that we can dream of world-class IT parks, of being international financial center, of competing at the international standards. But we must not forget that we have none of these if our schools and colleges do not bestow such talents and skills. What I'm trying to tell is that the policies are really good. Education policies are good. The curriculum is good. But what is important is what is happening within the school, what is happening within the classroom. If our colleges, our universities, our schools do not bestow such talents and skills, then it is not going to work. But the hope is there. Why I'm saying the hope is there is because teachers are always inspired. We have teachers in the field who are really inspired by the way the students are there in the classroom, the way they interact with the students. Because hundreds of studies have shown that only the factor that can create student achievement is a knowledgeable and skillful teacher. It is the teacher. And just recently, we have seen one Indian teacher who inspired us all. He also said that teachers are the real change makers who are changing the lives of their students with a mixture of chalk and challenges. They always believe in giving and sharing. We have hope because we have teachers in the classroom, and we always believe that teachers are the working curriculum. No matter how outdated the curriculum is, but if the teachers are well advanced, teachers have the skills, teachers have the inspiration, they can make a lot of difference. Like Mr. Ranjit Singh has done it in India. And this is an inspiration for all of us. And with this, we come back to the last and the third points that I wanted to share, the belief system. No matter what kind of policy, no matter what you do, we must have a belief system. And in my institute, we have one belief. We have these three beliefs that whatever we do, we must touch your heart, stimulate your thought, makes you feel good. And this reminds me of Dr. Karen Brady's session yesterday. She was talking about nurturing the senses. And as an educationist, if we are not able to touch the heart of the children, it doesn't make much sense. If the activities that we perform in the classroom and the activities that we do cannot stimulate the thought of a child, then again we fail as a teacher. And most importantly, we must make them feel good, because after all, we all are human beings. And as a human, everybody likes to be touched. Everybody likes to be, intellectually stimulated, and everybody likes to feel good. So these three things are quite important. At the core of education, we believe that these three belief system must be there. And this is what we believe. And finally, what I would like to share is that from all the presentations that we have seen, including my presentation from the day one till now, what I can deduce is that there is no way to create good schools without good teachers. It is the teacher who creates a good classroom. And this is quite important for all of us. And in this span of 10 minutes, I think this is what I can cover. Thank you so much. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Tashi. It was really good having you and listen to you summarize the 2-3 days of conference and all the learnings that you have, experienced throughout these days. As an educator and connected to, so many educators, I feel all the points that you mentioned are absolutely crucial. More so in the context of the new changes that are going to come in, our educational landscape through the new NEP. I would now like to invite our last speaker for the day, Mr. Ravin Savendra Papia from Mauritius. And he, Mr. Ravindra, Mr. Ravin is a 3 times Amazon #1 best-selling author, super achiever recipient in business and entrepreneurship. And he is an entrepreneur having achieved worldwide recognition with Forever Living products. For 7 consecutive years, including 2019, he has been among the top 300 of Forever business owners. He's also a member of Chartered Institute of Marketing, UK, and member of the Institute of Directors, Mauritius. Mr. Ravi, over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much and welcome every one of you. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Getty and to Shilpi and to Zainab for getting me in. I mean, this is such an awesome platform here. I just listened to our friend from Bhutan and it's incredible. So thank you very much. I'm very, very much grateful. So here from the little country of Mauritius, today I'm going to talk about how you can use leadership to enhance your teachability and help students unleash their potential. So first of all, I like to talk about leadership. I mean, what leadership has to do with teaching? Every one of you, maybe you should be asking, or you may be asking this question. The first thing is leadership. We have to get a definition. Whenever I'm training people, and let's say there is 100 people in the class, and I'm asking people, who among you is a leader? Very few hands would go up, like 10% maybe. That would be too much. So the rest would say, no, I'm not a leader because I'm not a CEO. I don't have people that follow me. I'm not in charge of a team. Because for people, leadership means someone who is up there, taking charge of things like that. But leadership, according to my mentor, Dr. John C. Maxwell, is influence. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, influence is every one of us we influence. If we are a father or a mother, we're a teacher, we are having influence on the people. If we are a father, we're having influence on our children. And even our children are influencing us today because in the digital era is what's happening. They know more than what we know. So leadership is influence. And when you take teaching, what is teaching? Now, I know that in a lot of countries, in my country, Mauritius, teaching is taken like I am a teacher. I am being assigned this particular topic, this particular subject, and I come in front of my students and I teach them that. And once I've given my part, that's it. And this is where the gap, exists. The gap between teaching and leadership, meaning teaching and influence. Because for me, if leadership is influence, teaching is also influence. Now, how do we bring that leadership into our teaching so that we can unleash the potential of the children? Let's first look at, so we've seen the definition of leadership. Let's look at teaching. Now, when I was a small kid, I was a sick child. I was not permitted to go and play with other kids because I was sick. And there was a teacher, my teacher, who had during recreation time to sit there and wait on me and look, on me. And I think after a couple of days, she became bored. And one day she came to the class and asked me, do you know how to read? And I said, I didn't know what to answer. I was kind of like, I was a child of 6 years old, so I was quite kind of, panicked. So I said, I didn't say anything. So she said, take your chair and come here, come in front. And I would go and sit down. And she introduced me to reading. So a sick child, whom the doctor condemned to maybe maximum 10 years of age, I started reading at 6 years of age and started learning rather. And at 6, 7 years of age, I was reading kind of 3, 4 books per week. That teacher, Miss Chantal, influenced my whole life because when I started reading, compared to my friends who were playing, I started discovering things. And you know that when you read, you find things, you get information, and you turn information into knowledge. That's now over 40 years that I'm reading books. I've become a bookworm, but this has completely changed my life. This has made me become a truly ultra timid person, an ultra timid child, becoming a public speaker today, a trainer and a coach. This has been in part, I should say, to my teacher who influenced me into reading. So when you as a teacher, you are able to influence the students that you are teaching, you bring a totally complete new dimension to learning, to studying, and in fact, to teaching. So how can you use leadership to do that? Now, a lot of teachers, what do they do? And I have a lot of respect to teachers and I adore them. And they are, in fact, I believe, behind God and doctors, they are teachers. Because like we say, doctors are God and teachers also are God because they produce us, they frame us, they make us become, whoever, the prime ministers, the presidents of super countries, they have gone through the hands of teachers. So how can we take leadership and embed it in the culture of teaching? The first thing I would say is self-leadership. Because as a teacher, we believe that if we know our subject, we know what we have to do, then we know it all. And I think I've been talking to a lot of teachers, and a lot of teachers say, you know what, Raven, I don't have time to read because I have so much on my plate. I have to teach, I have assignments, I have corrections to make, I have my home, I have my kids. I understand that. But let me tell you, teaching is a gift. You have been gifted that. If you get that opportunity of teaching, that's in itself is a gift, but you have to do it well. So if you embed leadership into that, it's going to completely change the way you teach. So what is leadership? How can you embed it? It starts with self-leadership. And what is self-leadership? It's about personal development. It's about growing yourself to your better version. So you read within your topic. I don't have any doubt on that because if you have been teaching for 10, 20, 30 years, you are a master in your field, in your domain. But then you go into leadership, you go into personal growth, and you learn about how to become your better version, how to become a better listener, how to become a better communicator, how to become a better coach. When you go into that and you start developing yourself, you will see that you'll start understanding, because as a teacher, maybe you've been to school 10 years, 20 years, 30 years back, and school has changed. The world has changed. With the digital era now, everything has changed. But when you get back to learning, when you get back to being a student, when you get back to becoming your better version, you understand how the world is revolving today, how learning is occurring, how you are learning, how you are getting information. What are the many ways that you are getting information? How information now is at your fingertips. And when you are going back to teach your kids, what is happening is that you know more about the essence of building a future. That knowing more about the essence of building a future will magnify your capability, that is the teacher's capability to motivate your kids, your children, your students to study and learn. And more than that, you help the child discover his or her own talents and potential, because you are going through that process. You are learning, you're reading a book, let's say you're reading Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, and you get so much insights from that book. And when you are talking in school and one of your students hasn't done their homework and you're questioning them and they're telling you about some problems that are occurring at home between their parents, how the environment is so disturbing, then you can bring forward an insight that you have read, and you can tell that child how that child can manage that situation at home. Not manage her parents or his parents' situation, but manage his own situation in how to find out how to manage his own study.
Thank you, Mr. Raveen. It was really nice listening to all the different aspects of education that you've enlightened on. I would now like to quickly ask the audience if there is any question for any specific panelists. Okay, we have one question for Dr. Preeti to suggest few global awareness techniques. Dr. Preeti, would you like to take it?
So I thank you all, and any questions, in fact, if anybody would like to put up any question from Mr. Tom and Fred, if anyone, these are our international speakers. So anybody would like to put up any question?
Hello.
I saw one question for Fred in the chat box. How do we plan differentiated teachers instruction or teachers training?
Well,
Fred,
yeah, it's a big question, but I would say there are many resources out there. I think the key in differentiated instruction is to create teams of teachers who are paying attention to the kids, who observe the classroom and pay attention to the students while the teacher is teaching, and then have the teacher reverse this and see another teacher do the same, and notice 3 to 5 children a day, and watch and just follow them, how they learn, and then exchange cards. I actually have done an exercise where teachers have the goal of finding out how children learn, as to go into create a lesson that gives you a sense that you know how children are learning, and then pay attention, give the teacher skills of paying attention while they're teaching. But so co-observation is often a really good skill for noticing what a child does when she or he learns, because you're not able to observe it. You heighten those skills, and I give teachers index cards that they fill out for every student, and kind of learn a little bit more about how the student learns. I also suggest, where it's possible, that teachers call home if they can in the first month with very good news only. I noticed something about your child in school today, and really learned this one thing, even if it's a tiny thing. The parents expect a bad news call from home. So if you start with a good news call, what ends up happening is that the parents start making contributions to you about how the child learns at home. And that's another set of insights. So these are just small things that don't require all sorts of theory, but this kind of co-observational storytelling that enables teachers to pay attention to themselves as they're teaching, and to pay attention to students as they're learning.
thank you, Fred. I completely, agree, and I'm sure all the panelists and the audience agree with you. Definitely, the purpose of education has now given us more challenges to deal with, to ask ourselves questions: how do we develop individuals with rational thought and action, who have deep compassion and empathy for the world around them, who have enough courage and resilience to change and make the change happen for themselves and for others. So it's now perhaps a time to move from the factory models to treating schools as experiential learning labs, where teachers are not just the instruments of mass instruction, but leaders of change. And we also know now that the rapid change needs rapid adjustments, and more so ever, the community or the entire world has to be actively involved in ensuring that the classrooms prepare global citizens. Thank you so much. I thank the panelists for joining us. I thank Dr. Gandhi for giving us this opportunity to get together again. I also thank all the audience members who've joined us across the globe and take part in this, learning. We definitely, look forward for more. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Saida ji. Thank you so much once again. And all our keynote speakers and all the deliberations have definitely been noted by all the educationists all around this globe. And it will definitely bring a meaningful change in our classroom teaching techniques and the other techniques related to it. We have just come to the conclusion of the ninth roundtable, in fact, the first roundtable of this day. But it is not the end because, first of all, I would like to also thank all our speakers to sticking to the schedule of 10 minutes, which have been allotted to them. And 15 minutes have been given to our international speakers. So thank you so much. And I hope in the next roundtables also, we will follow the same criteria and we will stick to it because it really gives a very, it just helps a lot to follow the timeline. And of course, the feedback link is there in the chat box. So you can do feel free to write your response, to give your feedback. It definitely helps us to grow. Also, one gentle reminder regarding the fellowships and awards of Getty. We invite you and your teachers to apply for the Getty Innovations in Process Fellowships at this year's Ed Leadership. Anyone working in education at any level can apply from anywhere in the world. The policymakers, heads of schools, and NGO working in education. Getty Innovator Awards are for an idea you have already implemented and for which you have collected evidences. Getty Innovation in Process Fellowships are given to all those who have brought up this idea, who have implemented this idea, or they already have it. This you may have gathered during the conversations that have taken place at Ed Leadership. Please fill the fellowships and awards form link today. Link is provided to you in the Zoom chat box. Those watching from Facebook and YouTube may go to www.gettylearn.org and apply from there. We are looking forward to your applications for the same. Before we break for the break, there is one presentation by Mr. Archit Srivastava on thinking maps. So in the meantime, while you're having a cup of coffee or maybe tea, you can sit back and please enjoy this presentation. And sharp 11:30, we will begin with the second roundtable of the day, that which will be the 10th in line. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Archit Srivastava, and it is such an honor to be present on this wonderful stage and sharing my ideas with such distinguished educators from all around the globe. I would like to start by mentioning a thanks of credit to Sunita ma'am, who has always been a great support for us and who has actually taught us that there are hundreds of ways of teaching and we just need to explore them. I have a hypothesis and I was working on that. So I would like to start with that. My idea was, I hope everyone can see my screen. I hope it is visible. Okay, so my hypothesis was, it was the idea to use thinking maps as a learning tool for the students to broaden their critical thinking and to provide them higher order thinking. Now, before this, we need to understand one basic thing, that any data which is present in brain should be interconnected with each other so that we can easily access it. If we just put them into segmented boxes, then reaching to a specified data becomes difficult. And that's why thinking maps come very handy for us. How? Suppose we have a number of things which are interlinked to each other. And reaching from one thing to another thing, then from another thing to third thing is an easy thing. And that's what thinking maps are for. Now here I have some types of thinking maps, which you can see on the screen. There are circle maps, there are bubble maps, sequence flow maps, double bubble map, and a number of maps which you can create, and you can even ask your students to create. Now, I started this process to understand whether this whole idea of thinking maps is beneficial for students or not. I started this process with their baseline. So that means I took a test, I took a random test, a quiz, before introducing these thinking maps, and then I made a result of that. After that, I thought that I should introduce these thinking maps into the studies, into the curriculum as a way of teaching. When I introduced these thinking maps as a way of teaching, one thing happened which I never actually thought of. That was students started making thinking maps of their own. As per my assumption and as per my plan, I was supposed to make the thinking maps, but then I saw that students were making their thinking maps of their own, and they divided themselves among groups, and they were preparing different types of thinking maps, which was really phenomenal for me, because now instead of me making the thinking maps, students were making the maps and they were sharing it with each other. With this, we went ahead, we covered topic by topic, and we covered entire chapter. Then again, the time of test came, and we went ahead and we took another test. This time, the results of the test were brilliant. Compared to the previous method of teaching, I found that this method of teaching was very helpful for students. Why? Because now, if they know one thing, they can relate to the other thing and they can go there and answer the question. And this is how they were actually studying the concepts, and they were actually establishing the relevancy of one thing to another. As we know that in the times today, we don't need facts only. Of course, facts are very important, but we need to know the relevancy of those facts, because when we will know the relevancy of those facts, when we will know how to connect those facts with the real life application, then only we can get benefit out of that. So this thinking maps technique, a tool, helped the students not just to understand the concepts easily, but it also helped the students to establish our relevancy. This is the process which I followed, the detailed one. So first of all, I'm trying to use the on-screen tools, but I think that is not possible right now. So I will just go ahead with this. So first of all, I taught, as I mentioned, with the traditional method, and asked the students to prepare the chapter. Then I went ahead with a question. Then we made thinking maps. This we have already discussed. Now I would like to go ahead with some data. And I have been conducting this thinking map as a tool for education in classes 9th to classes 12th. I have taken a very small part of data because of time constraint, but still, initially when we saw that this green represents the questions which students were able to answer correctly, this blue represents the question where students had idea, but that was not the correct answer, and orange represents the question which students had no idea about, absolutely no idea. This was the pre-test. That means when I took this test before using the thinking maps. Now, after using the thinking maps, we saw drastic change, and that change was the green towers were very prominent now, and the orange towers were decreasing in numbers. And this is how we inferred that, this is how I inferred that this technique of thinking maps is actually beneficial for the students. Some other benefits of using this thinking maps are they helped students to communicate their ideas quickly and concisely in the diagrammatic forms. We all are very much aware of the fact that written content is always difficult to remember, whereas the diagrammatical form of information is always easy to remember. Next thing, It reduces the anxiety by providing familiar visual patterns for thinking and working with complex ideas and situations. It also enhanced the brain's natural ability to detect and to construct meaningful patterns. Now they were not only dependent on the content of book, rather they were preparing their own content, which is always easy to get ahead. And finally, it also allowed teachers to monitor and assess their students in understanding more efficiently so that they can address the misconceptions. By using this, I even understood that what are the various topics which needed more clarification. For example, as in the previous slide we saw, these orange buildings were generally of some common topics. And as we analyzed this graph, I came to a point where I found that there were 2 or 3 specific topics of each chapter which needs more clarification. And when I went ahead with that and took another test, it was rather a green and a blue building instead of being an orange one. So this was my intervention and this was my work on that. I'm truly honored to be a part sharing this wonderful platform, and I hope my little contribution to this will help some of you out. Thank you so much. Greetings from Lucknow City International School and India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Archit. That was indeed very impressive. That was indeed very interesting, and definitely go for in our classroom teaching techniques. Thank you. That was wonderful. And the next presentation is by Ms. Kamala Tiwari on progressive learning. So let's look forward to this presentation. Let's see what is in store for us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all the present dignitaries. Myself, Kamala Tiwari from City International School, and I'm here to present my intervention named Progressive Learning. I hope you are able to see my slide. Kindly write down yes in the chat box. Okay. Now, what is progressive learning? Let's connect it with the popular thought of Sir Martin Luther King. If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But by all means, keep walking. The purpose of learning should be progress, progress, and progress. My intervention is based on the hypothesis that every child has his or her pace of learning, and we can figure out progress if we provide opportunity to learn and not just constrained learning in our classroom. Learning can take place anywhere, anytime. So this is the hypothesis. I could see in the chat box earlier that there was a question that how can we make the class interesting in the bigger classes like secondary and higher secondary level. Maybe my intervention can give solution to that. So now, here the role of a teacher changes to a facilitator when we talk about higher grades. So we need to become a facilitator and we need to provide child the space of learning. 2020 has laid the stage for a different need in the education. Children are coming back to school with all different levels of learning. Some have not started and some already finished the syllabus and few which are on midway. So now let's discuss about the constraints which we find in a proper classroom, that is the normal classroom. There is fixed timetable, limited time slot in the classroom, different levels of understanding, individual differences, different interests of the students. Last but not the least, the criteria of learning becomes same everywhere, that is marks. All this result in an education system full of stress. So now, progressive learning methodology. Progressive learning method emphasize the need of a support system where a child can learn and evaluate his or her own understanding. After the lesson is delivered, children are provided with a strong tool to check their learning, and through that, they can cover their learning gaps. Under the kind guidance, able guidance of Ma'am Dr. Sunita Gandhi, we provide support system like Sure Success and Hay exams to the students. So these are the solutions which we give. Sure Success is a set of 2 books having all questions and all answers. So the child opens the book, checks out how much he or she can solve at present, and prepare accordingly. Hay exam is another powerful app through which a child is able to mark level of understanding, and after marking his or her point where he is there, he can surely move ahead of the present level. So now this is you can see the slide where I am sharing. This was the class. It was a class of 31 students, and I conducted the pre-test. So you can see the maximum marks was 10, and the students were getting various marks starting from 0 to 10. This was the pre-test. Now, after the intervention, I put up in the class, and then the post-test was taken. You can just see over here that the marks which they got, it came to 8, 9, and 10. So this, you can see clearly what is the progress of the child, how they are able to show their progress. The progress is only because of constraint-free. It was the environment which we gave to the child. The child was able to learn at its own pace. So this is the comparative analysis of the result. These are the few pictures of the students. They are doing the exams. Again, one picture. So here we can clearly figure out that school as well as teachers need to develop a belief system and teach our students to utilize their time, both synchronous and asynchronous time, judiciously, and then we can see sky is not a limit for them. So the outcome of this is stress-free education, confident child, higher score, always a space for progress, a room for checking and learning without comparison. That's all from my side. You can always contact me at kamlatiwari.lucknow@gmail.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kamla, for this detailed analysis on progressive learning. Definitely all those who want to connect. Before we break in 11:30 sharp, as I said, we will be starting with the next roundtable. And I think we just left with approximately 4 to 5 minutes. Before that, I would also like to thank our sponsors on behalf of Getty, Learning A to Z, S. Chand, UFIS Learning, Ratna Sagar, and our media partners, Digital Learning. So I hope by this time you would have already finished a cup. You also have time for the second cup of coffee. And by IST sharp 11:30, we will start our second roundtable. Thank you.
placidly amid the noise and haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible, without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly, and listen to others. Even the dull and ignorant, they too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexations to the spirit. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain and bitter. For always there'll be greater and lesser persons than yourself. You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars. You have a right to be here. And whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. Keep interested in your own career. However humble, it is a real possession in the changing fortunes of time. Exercise caution in your business affairs, for the world is full of trickery. But let this not blind you to the virtue there is. Many persons strive for high ideals, and everywhere life is full of heroism. Be yourself. Especially do not feign affection, neither be cynical about love. For in the face of all aridity and disenchantment, it is perennial as the grass. Take kindly the counsel of the years, gracefully surrendering the things of youth. Nurture strength of spirit to shield you in sudden misfortune. But do not distress yourself with imaginings. Many fears are born of fatigue and loneliness. Beyond a wholesome discipline, be gentle with yourself. You are a child of the universe, no less than the trees and the stars. You have a right to be here, and whether or not it is clear to you, no doubt the universe is unfolding as it should. Therefore, be at peace with God, whatever you conceive Him to be, and whatever your labors and aspirations in the noisy confusion of life, keep peace with your soul.
So welcome back, as promised, 11:30 sharp. And I just came across this list round. It said, in every day there are 1,440 minutes. That means we have 1,440 daily opportunities to make a positive impact. We have still number of minutes left to make that positive impact, to make that positive change. So here we are. I welcome you all, our dear participants, all our esteemed guests, for this next roundtable. And I'm requesting to welcome the chairperson of this roundtable, Ms. Sita Murthy from Hyderabad. She is the President Association of Heads IB World Schools, India. She's Director Education, Silver Oaks International Schools, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Visakhapatnam. President Association of Heads of IB World Schools, as I told you. Vice Chairperson, CBSE Schools, Sahoday Complex. And ma'am is here to address you, to introduce and continue with the next roundtable. But before that, I would request the convener of this virtual largest conference, Ed Leadership, Dr. Sunita Gandhi, to welcome all. Over to Dr. Sunita Gandhi.
Okay, Sitaji, really nice to see you chairing this next roundtable, and delightful to reconnect with you. I know you as a leader par excellence, and it's really apt that you are the chairperson of a roundtable on educational leadership. It is an incredible group of people who are speaking. I personally know Irmeli Halinen. And though Sita ji will be introducing her, one part of what she will not be introducing is that Irmeli is part of our board of advisors, international advisors for Getty. And Irmeli is also someone who led nationwide the process of coming up with the curriculum that Finland is currently using, the integrated curriculum. She was the architect of the curriculum that's happening right now. She led so many, I think it was 40 some committees, Emily can correct me, across the country that involved every stakeholder. If you have to learn how to make a policy involving every stakeholder in the country as a whole, then we can learn from what she did in Finland. So I was very pleased to meet her in 2013, and subsequently she's been to our leadership roundtables as well. I wanted to personally welcome Irmeli, since I think of her so ever so warmly, and from all my connections with her in the past, and with you, of course, Sita ji, chairperson. Just want to say the two presentations that took place just prior to this session by two teachers. We've always held that when teachers are researchers, when teachers are observers, that you're going to have a renaissance in education. You're going to have a dramatic change in education. Teachers don't get time to think. They just are told what to do. They're put through syllabus regimes, even monitored on how much completion of the syllabus has been done. These are all old, archaic ideas that we need to put out of the door and embrace the idea of not just outcomes, but the processes. That the journey itself, and how to celebrate the journey so that every child excels, and so that every teacher grows every single day, every single week, by being an observer, by being a scientist and a researcher. So those researchers that the teachers are presenting after every single panel are really enlightening. This particular school community, every single teacher is a researcher. And I think Sita ji knows a little bit about it, because she has been privy to some of the jury members who selected the innovators in the previous few leadership roundtables. So over to you. Don't want to take up a lot of this panel's time. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sunita Gandhi. It can't be, it's an honor for me that you feel that I can chair a session. And it's a privilege for me to be meeting so many people, introducing so many wonderful speakers and panelists in this roundtable. Who better than Dr. Sunita Gandhi to set the context for education leadership? I look up to her as one of the most significant leaders in an Indian education scenario now, who is making noise across the world. I have been there in the Ed Leadership conferences earlier, and I know the magic that she weaves around. I know the magic that the family weaves around, but the magic is all about making a difference to this world. Okay? And I just feel that today, more than ever before, we need to talk about education leadership because of the change scenario. The way we lived through 2020 speaks about the adaptability, speaks about the resilience, the strength of every human being on this planet. And most of all, we, the frontline workers, the teachers. I think the way we managed to keep the students engaged online, even if remote learning is happening, we made sure that there is a personal touch that speaks about what leadership means in education. And today we have a wonderful set of speakers and panelists who are going to enliven the discussion, initially with their presentation and later on with the questions that may come from the audience and the answers that they're going to share with us. So if I can set the context of education leadership, which is a complete image that comes with emotional intelligence, social intelligence, value quotient, peace quotient, academic intelligence. It's not one. And there's so many things. But all those will make a difference only when we understand the context that we are living in, the people we are working with, the global scenarios that are around us, and how we will still create a direction to the entire thing. So let me introduce my esteemed speakers and panelists in this roundtable. What a pleasure for me to once again see, hear, talk to Irmeli Hallinen from Helsinki, Finland. In 2013, thanks to Dr. Sunita Gandhi, I could meet her in Lucknow. And thanks to her again, when she came to Hyderabad along with her, we could host a session here, a day-long session, where there were wonderful conversations around what is it Magic Finland does, and what a pleasure that we have Irmeli to give us those insights all the way from there. Then we have Hina Adib Javadani from Lahore, Pakistan, a communication skills leader who is going to share her perspective on how leadership in education can happen. We have Ricardo Dominics. I should excuse myself. I should seek the pardon of all the speakers if I don't get their names right. Please pardon me, because my intention is not to spell it wrong. My deficiency is that I can't spell them right, pronounce them right. Okay. But with all due respects, I'm still trying my best to pronounce them. Ricardo Dominics from Mexico City, Mexico, who is going to talk about purpose of leadership, the bigger picture. And we will have Arsh Ali from Allahabad, India, who is going to talk about leadership from tradition of ancient India. Ravin Sovendra Papia from Mauritius, how using leadership to enhance teachability and unleash students' inner potential are the insights that he is going to share. And we have the Enkeleda Lulai from Kosovo, who is going to talk about budget education and management as a necessity for well-being and financial stability. So with this wonderful set of 6 speakers who are going to brainstorm us for the next 2 hours, let's have an understanding of how will we plan these 2 hours, how will we justify every minute. As a host of the session said that every minute, every second counts in our life. So how do we make use of the next 2 hours that we have? So each set of speaker will get about 10 to 12 minutes to present their session extensively, exclusively. And then I will introduce the second speaker, the third speaker. I will request the audience, all the participants here, to keep noting down the questions that you may have when you're listening to the speaker. And towards the end of the session, I will ensure that there's a question answer session, and I will make sure that our speakers will share their insights to the questions that you have. So let me begin with the first speaker of the day. Our neighbor from Pakistan, Hina Adib Javadani, who is a communication skills leader. She's a broadcast journalist, member board of faculty, media and communication studies. She's been associated with UCP as assistant professor for almost half a decade. She's also serving as head of FM radio 92.6. How wonderful. I'd love to hear your voice, Hina. UCP Ki Dunya and Patron Performing Arts Society, she heads that. She has prior experience of working in University of Punjab and Lahore, Garrison University as a lecturer, and has been associated with broadcast journalism for 15 years. Well, she's currently a PhD scholar and has been the author of several research articles in national and international reputed journals. And Hina, the floor is yours, the limelight is on you, and the next 10 minutes are yours to enlighten us with your perspectives. Over to you now.
Good morning, and thank you so much, ma'am, for such a warm welcome. And I would like to say thanks to Dr. Sunita Gandhi and the management of Getty as well for providing me this opportunity to be a part of this worthy and wonderful virtual conference. A very, very warm welcome from the core of the heart of specifically all the Pakistani community, and on behalf of Faculty of Media and Communication Studies, University of Central Punjab. I feel immense pleasure to share the topic that has been given to me is regarding the communication skills of leaders. You know, before I start my formal presentation, let me share my slides with all of you, and let me share my presentation with all of you, and then I'll start my conversation. I'm going to screen share here. Hi. बंद कर दिया मैंने वीडियो 5 पे नहीं होगी खुलेगी नहीं क्यों नहीं आ रहा Ladies and gentlemen, so let me start with communication skills of leader. You know, education or educators in the United States are being asked to do more with less school budgets. School budgets are shrinking, principals are struggling to instructional leaders in the face of huge management issues, and teachers are trying to meet the needs of increasingly diverse students at a time when a standardized one-size-fits-all curriculum is mandated. The tenure of schools and classroom is one of anxiety, stress, and confusion, and at its worst, hopelessness. Why is this happening? What is going on in the world that is affecting schools, teaching, and learning in such profound ways? And specifically, when we talk about the pandemic situation, when we talk about the COVID-19 situation, then we can definitely have a better idea that there are changes in the world, there are changes in the economy, there are changes in the government and public life, and there are changes in demographic as well. We can say the face of the teaching force is also changing. So today I am going to talk about that what we can do to be a good leaders, what we can do to change the face of teaching into a positive manner by shaping or by developing or by polishing our communication skills. First of all, I would like to need your attention towards the leadership and communication. You know, being a teacher, I think, or being a mentor, if somebody asks you, if somebody considers you as their mentors, as their leaders, then I think so. You must develop certain communication skills that will definitely lead you towards leadership goals, that will definitely lead you towards sustaining the leadership goals within your community. So specifically, developing excellent communication skills is absolutely essential to effective leadership. If a leader can't get a message across clearly and motivate others to act on it, having a message doesn't even matter. It is a process of development, no doubt. It is a process of delivery and sustaining leadership message on the part of regular communication. So it also varies from classroom to classroom. It also varies from subject to subject. It also varies from level to level and grade to grade. What kind of message that we need to establish and what kind of properties our message must have? Definitely, the message may hold the following properties that helps transform and change. What I think is that teachers must be transformers. The leaders must contain that quality of or the competency of transformers. They must be change agents. They must have that guts to call for the action. They must have that ability to answer the expectations of their students and their audiences as well. And definitely, they have to build trust. They must motivate the receivers. And definitely, listening is an important part of communication. Ladies and gentlemen, there are few characteristics that one can definitely enhance his or her communication skills by working on them. First of all, I would like to draw your attention towards the verbal characteristics that keep your words and sentences simple and short. Explain and provide examples. Your target audience is very, very important and for any of the teacher, for any of the leader. And I think that sometimes if somebody is not getting your point, then you can explain your point of view by giving examples, by sharing examples and keeping your view short, concise, and definitely explain it with the brevity. Moving on, we need to use clear, direct words. Respect your listeners. I think you cannot be a good leader if you're not a good listener. repeat your main ideas. If you think that your communication is not two-way and it is not effective in that manner the way you want it to be, then you can definitely repeat your main ideas. Moving on to the vocal characteristics. That is related to my job, that is related to anybody who is into the field of teaching, specifically when it comes to radio broadcasting, and then definitely teaching your students broadcast journalism. And then you have to, you have to learn, you have to play with your voice certain times. You must know the variety, quality, and the volume and the scale and the pace of your vocal characteristic as well. You need to develop it with the passage of time. Certain times that you have to, use metaphors, you have to utilize stories, you have to grab the attention of your audience with your expressions, with your vocals, and you need to learn such kind of characteristics as well, and you need to work on such kind of characteristics as well. And there come visual characteristics. Being teachers, being leaders, I think the most important thing is your eye contact, your body posture, your gesture, and your facial expressions. Until you will not work on these characteristics, you cannot grab the attention of your students, and you cannot disseminate your information and your knowledge directly to them the way you want it to be. So that's why visual characteristics are also very, very important. And along with them, there are 5 components of effective communication. Number 1 is credibility. Teachers' credibility is students believe that they can learn from a particular teacher because this adult is believable, convincing, and capable of persuading students that they can be successful. Students are very perceptive about which teacher can make a difference for them. And I think so that if we can bring change to their lives, if we can make difference for them, so that's why they will consider us not only the good teachers, not only the good leaders, they are mentors as well. Secondly, which is really, really important, is establishing credibility and trust. And how we can establish this credibility and trust: find loudest critics and get them to the table. Definitely, you must be open enough to accept the healthy criticism, to accept the criticism from your students, from your audience, from the kids, from the children that you're teaching, and establish relationship based upon trust and mutual respect. It will be, and it should be, a two-way communication, and it will only establish then when you'll definitely give them a level of trust, when definitely you'll give them a free feeling, and you'll give them the respect, and then you can have a respect as well. You need to work toward common goals. It is a teamwork, and it should be a teamwork. Be soon as collaborative. Do the right thing for your students. Definitely, I know that I'm running short of time, and maybe I am, talking a bit fast. So that's why just other panelists can have their time as well. So when it comes to establishing credibility and trust, then you have to definitely work on such things that you must know how to collaborate with others, not only within your own audience. You must know how to collaborate with outside your classroom, with other teachers, with other faculty members, with other students, on different specific projects you can work on, and then definitely you can establish your credibility. Then came integrity. Do the right thing. Don't make special arrangements. They will always come back to bite you. Don't bow to pressure if it compromises integrity. With due respect to all the members here, we can take the example of department heads and dean and CEO phone call for special hiring treatment, or for giving a special kind of treatment to any of the student. You need to balance. You need to give integrity. You need to maintain integrity between your audiences, being a leader. And it's all about relationships. Help them to do their job. I think we should definitely be helpful in front of all our students, and for all our students, identify opportunities for them. You must have a good PR in what pitfalls and problems. If they are having any kind of issues, ask them again and again. This relationship must be two-way, must be willing to assist others to foster and grow long-term relationships. And then when it comes to communication types, then definitely there are two types of communication that we need to work on. Number one is management communication. That is directing the traffic of communication, collecting pieces of the puzzle and determining who gets to see which piece at which time. We can take example that there's, a teacher is teaching almost 25 to 30 or 20 students in a class, and then how can he or she give a proper and individual attention to everybody? Then you must establish your management skills. You must know that how to give the individual attention to each one of the students that is sitting in your class or in your specific institution. Then came the leadership communication, using the whole person approach and ensuring that everyone can see the vision. I think leaders must be visionary. They are the transformers. Until or unless they know how to deliver their vision to rest of the class or rest of the audience or rest of the persons that you are in conversation with, you must establish this characteristic. You must establish this competency or quality within yourself that you must deliver your vision to each one of the person that you're interacting with. While striving to promote upward communication links, high use of purpose, ultimate vision, and stories and metaphors that can definitely enhance your leadership qualities. We can see a model here that is related to the communication champions. If we talk about the internal and external sources that leads you towards the strategic conversation, then the open climate is one of the most important thing in listening and discernment in dialogue that leads you towards leaders as communication champions. And then definitely it leads you towards the direct attention to vision, values, desired outcomes, use persuasion, and then you can use different methods. For example, use rich channels, stories, and metaphors that, as I discussed earlier, or informal communication. That is really, really important to be a good leader. Why open climate? Sharing all types of communication across job descriptions, whether it's horizontal, whether it's vertical, whether it's coming from higher ups to the bottom, and you must be open enough to discuss. You must be open enough to accept. And then survey shows that audience want good and bad information. And why don't we as leaders give open and honest information? That is a question that we must ask ourselves as well. There is another model that is related to the dialogue versus discussion, and we can have a better idea over here that if we lead towards the dialogue, that includes reveal feelings, explore assumptions, suspend convictions, build common ground, then it will definitely lead you towards the good results that will be long-term, innovative solutions, unified groups, shared meaning, transform mindsets. And if we lead towards the discussion, then state position advocate, convictions, convince other, build oppositions, and the results will be short-term, resolution, agreement by logic, opposition, beaten down, and mindsets held on to. Reasons to open communication channels. An open climate is essential for cascading vision. And cascading is essential because there are different laws that we need to work on. The law number one is you get what you talk about. A vision must be or must have an ample airtime in an organization. A vision must be shared and practiced by leaders at every opportunity. The climate of an organization is a reflection of the leader. A leader who doesn't embody the vision and values doesn't have organization that does. And then you can't walk faster than one step at a time. A vision is neither understood nor accepted overnight. Communication must be built into continuous daily interaction that over time, followers will internalize it. I was talking about the informal communication, being teacher or being leaders. I think we must or we should create an ambience or atmosphere that we can have an informal communication or informal chat with our audience or with the students to give them a kind of a feeling that, yes, you can share your issues, you can share your problems with me, and you can have that emotional connection with them as well. The nonverbal communication weighted higher than the verbal, and the goal as the leader is to have verbal and nonverbal match to enhance our credibility and further emotional connections. Informal conversations can dramatically influence the openness of an environment and transfer of information as well. Out of these things, I think the key takeaways will be that successful communication requires credibility, integrity, and relationships. Knowing oneself provides knowledge to refine, enhance communication, and reflection provides a means to self evaluate when honest feedback from others is not available. Ladies and gentlemen, definitely for being good teachers, definitely for being good leaders, to be a good leader, the teachers who formally or informally acquire leadership positions can help make change happen. Definitely, when teachers lead, they help to create an environment for learning that has influence throughout the school community and affects students and teachers alike. Thank you. Thank you so much. And not least, but not the last, but not the least, for a leader, it is critical to share information. But that is not only the thing to do. You have to work on your communication strategies, your directions, and then you can get your desired results. Verbal and nonverbal communication, humility, passion, and confidence all have equal impact on your public, specifically on your students. Thank you.
It got over so soon, Hina. I was wanting to hear more and more from you because I think it was certainly, like the chat box says, it was a mesmerizing presentation. From your voice, from the way you modulated and articulated your message, to the message and the intent of your message, everything is so meaningful. You know what came to my mind? That communication is not just about how you speak, it is about what you intend to speak. What is your intention? It's like an inside out approach when you talked about integrity, establishing credibility and trust. Relationship, you know, how communications can build relationship. And for a leader, establishing an open climate through communication, I think you brought it all out so beautifully and very profound.
Thank you so
I
much.
must say, big round of applause.
It's an honor for me, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you. It's an honor for me.
I enjoyed it. In the chat box, there were messages coming one after the other, each one appreciating your presentation. I think education leadership is all about how well you communicate, how well you intend to communicate your message. Thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So we are now moving to our next speaker, the most wonderful speaker, panelist, education leader, Irmili Halinen. Irmili, I don't know if you remember, we met in Lucknow and we met in Hyderabad. Thanks to Dr. Sunita Gandhi, who gave me that privilege of spending time with you and picking up those little tidbits here and there from the conversation, from the kind of monumental work that you have done. So let me introduce you, though everybody knows you, but the audience here should know much more about you. So let me introduce you properly, Irmili, with all my honor. Irmili worked as a head of curriculum development in the Finnish National Agency of Education until her retirement in 2016. She was coordinating the extensive national curriculum reform in 2012 and 2016. Trust me, that was a time the world was talking so much about Finland that, like the gold rush, everybody rushed to Finland because there was gold out there. Irmili, and you were a part of it. Irmili was a member of the Finnish National Commission for UNESCO a member of the National Evaluation Council of Education in Finland, and an expert member of the advisory board of the Finnish Ombudsman for Children. She works as the Director of Educational Innovations in the Future Research and Consultation Company, Methodix Oil. She has published several articles and books in the field of education. As a curriculum expert, she has also been working for the OECD and UNESCO. Irmili, it is my honor and my privilege to introduce you and invite you to speak to the audience today. The stage is yours, the floor is yours, all our hearts and minds and ears are yours now. Next 15 minutes, Irmili, we're all going to listen to you.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you so much for your kind words. And yeah, it was amazingly nice. Thank you so much. And dear Dr. Sunita Gandhi and dear organizers of this wonderful, wonderful conference, dear colleagues all over the world, I'm so happy to be here and share these special moments with you. And thank you for inviting me to talk about leadership in education, and especially what it means to lead a big change process in education. And now I try to open just my PowerPoints. Yes. But how do I?
You can go to the share screen.
Just press share. You go to share. Yeah, there you are. Bingo. Fabulous.
Is it okay?
Yeah. No.
It's perfect.
Great. So during my 44 working years in education, I was very lucky to gain experience and expertise in leadership, also first as a teacher, then as a principal of a big school in Helsinki, then as a leading education officer at city level, and then finally at the national level, where I work until my retirement as the head of national curriculum development in Finland. But then I want to wonder with you that why to reform? Even though Finland was already famous for its excellent education system and good learning results of students, the country decided to reform national and local curricula between 2012-2016. The curriculum system of the country is comprised of national core curricula and local curricula. National core curricula give define main goals and give guidelines for all schools and municipalities in the country. And again, local curricula are comprised of municipal guidelines and school-based curricula. So there are 3 levels of curriculum: national, municipal, and school. But why the reform was needed? What we tried to achieve? First of all, we wanted to create better circumstances for learning and all-round development of students. We wanted to strengthen sustainability of education and in education. We wanted to provide students with tools they needed in building sustainable future and living good life. We started with preschool and basic education, which are the obligatory elements in our system. So all children need to have preschool and basic education. But then we proceeded to both directions, to early years education and to upper secondary education. So that at the end of the process, the reform, they all formed a coherent continuum, which means that the main goals and objectives, values, school culture, and competencies needed in life were described in a rather similar way throughout the whole education system. And based on this coherence, our present government has made also the upper secondary education compulsory to all students, all young people. And this new system will start next autumn. So then think about leadership for change. I would like to reflect with you what kind of leadership is needed in an extensive change process. And this, what I'm talking, is based, of course, on my own experience, but also on an objective research. There is much research done of the process, and also a national evaluation made about our process. The first thing is, what is important is to combine top-down and bottom-up approaches. And what does it mean, actually? When we talk about top-down approach, it meant that at the state level, we used our capacity to provide framework, direction, and resources to the process. We built networks and brought people together to work with each other. And when we talk about bottom-up approach, it means that we trusted and utilized local level understanding and experiences and expertise as much as possible. We believed, we trusted that they had capacity to create, to give feedback, to learn during the process, and based on that, to find the best practical solutions in all schools and municipalities in the whole country. And researchers say that combining these approaches contributed to overall coherence of the reform. And then the next thing was to define goals, and very clearly in the beginning of the process, and use systematic planning. When we started, we made a very precise plan for the whole process, what will happen and when it will happen and how it will happen. And we made that public. That plan was public, that everybody knew already in the beginning what they could expect. We were building on solid and extensive knowledge base. And this meant that we went through a huge amount of actual topical research, results of evaluations, and different kind of development projects. We used international experience, of course, and especially we wanted to discuss with teachers, school principals, students, parents, and all different kind of stakeholder groups, so that we knew what people were thinking about our education system, what they were expecting, what they were hoping for. And then the fourth one is good coordination. And that was especially my task, to put all the elements of the process together at all levels of education, meaning national, municipal, and school level, and different areas of the process. And then the next one is that I think is awfully important in the process is the transparency of leadership and change process. So we made everything public. We published on our websites everything: goals, plans, timetables, members of working groups, various drafts, feedback that we got, and how they influenced the drafts, and so on.
Irmili, can I ask? Sorry for interrupting the flow. Are you speaking from the same slide, or are you looking at changing the slides in your?
I'm changing the slides.
Okay. Because we are still at the first slide, and the participants.
Oh, I am so sorry. How can it be?
Yeah, the slides are not changing.
Thank you for saying that.
Sorry for interrupting the flow.
Maybe begin reshare again. So you come out of it and then share again. So you go to the share link, stop share, and then share again.
Doesn't work now.
I think the media
You have to share again.
Good. Yeah.
Perfect. Just double click on the particular slide you're on now.
No, I lost it.
Number 6, you double click on that. Or 4, whichever one.
Is it that? Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. It's all there.
Okay. But then you didn't see the previous ones.
Right.
No, but you can go over quickly if you wish. Not a problem.
Okay. So we were talking about this slide. That was transparency of leadership and change process, collaboration, working systematically together, and it meant that. So we especially invited school principals, teachers, and students to work with us, but also other stakeholders. So it was important to listen carefully and respect various ideas, also appreciating contradictory views and having clear future orientation. So we were developing a special tool to anticipate various kinds of possible futures and what kind of future, thinking together what kind of future we want to build and how our education system will help us to build that kind of future. So to conclude, can you now see the slide, the next slide?
Yes, we can see it. Yes.
Okay, so so in a way, it was important to put together how to produce a high quality written document that helped then municipalities and schools to write their own local curriculum. But it was important that we produce that in a very extensive, transparent, and collaborative process. We built our work on a solid knowledge base, using all that information that we gathered from different areas. And then, as a result of that, we could create a common direction in our process. And it also encouraged people to commit. It created commitment of all stakeholders to this reform. And based on this, especially teachers, they were ready to share their ideas and they were ready to innovate in their own work. So now it doesn't move. Okay, then the next slide and the last one. So we have a lot of research and also an extensive national evaluation made on this process. And both the research and this evaluation, they indicate that this kind of leadership, it helped people to make sense of the reform. They understood why the reform is needed, what we try to achieve together, and how it would help them to do their work better. It strengthened the motivation of teachers and principals and encouraged them to innovate, practical solutions. And it provided a tool for building curriculum coherence and strengthening the sustainability of the reform. But what is for me the most important thing is that the results can be seen especially in developing school culture, in changes of the school culture. Now there is more interaction and collaboration in schools. So among teachers, between teachers and students, between teachers and parents, between the school and its environment, the society. And the most important thing is that there is more student participation. So students have become more active agents in their own learning process. And that's what I think is great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Urmili. Thank you so much. I'm sure everybody in this conference now want to hear much more about the work you have done and the kind of reforms that Finland has democratically brought in. Because I love the idea of communities of people comprising of students, parents, and teachers sitting together and working on a high quality written document. I think this is how democracies were born way back in city democracy, citizen democracy. I could see a comment from Dr. Sunita Gandhi on how she participated. If I may take the liberty of asking her, what was her experience in participating in these discussions with you? Dr. Sunita Gandhi, do you mind sharing it? Because I read your comment in the chat box.
Okay. It was absolutely a hair-raising experience for me. I was a state guest, invited by the Finnish National Board of Education as a keynote presenter at their national conference of school heads and teachers, and obviously the Ministry of Education, Finnish National Board of Education. And I was absolutely petrified at the idea that I, as an Indian, with PISA ratings at the rock bottom, going to be a keynote in Finland where people are at the top level in the world in academics. And though I was invited by the Finnish National Board of Education, I was feeling really stymied. But still, I kind of took on the challenge and went there. And I was the keynote. I mean, they don't have more than one keynote. So I spoke for an hour to this 800 principals, teachers, educators from all walks of life in Finland. And while I was speaking, on the side of the backside of my presentation podium, there was a big wall on which there were people sending comments as I was speaking. And I'd never had that happen before. I could actually read what they were writing about what I was saying. And it was just mesmerizing to be able to interact in that way. I mean, interaction is so inbuilt in the Finnish system. I had no idea. And some of it was in Finnish, I couldn't read, but a lot of it, because they really attempted to put it in English, so I could interact with them while I was doing my keynote. And what I also noticed is that sitting in the audience were some of the most important people running Finland's education, including Irmeli. And Irmeli, I did not know her at the time. I knew nobody. I just, come the night before, and the next day was my keynote. And so she was making brisk notes while I was talking. And I obviously observed that there some people were, and especially Irmeli was making brisk notes. So when I went down, I met with Irmeli, and Irmeli said, I am so-and-so, and I would love to meet you in my office. So Pirjo, who was escorting me and making my program, she said, oh no, but her program is chock-a-block full. So Irmeli, I mean, can you imagine? This is what, I've had so much trouble getting important people in India come to our conference. And that's, for 15 minutes, half an hour. And here's somebody who's running the curriculum of the whole country, asking me if I could come visit with her. And she's right here, and she'll remember all that. So I went to her office, and Pirjo did make some time for me. And we had such a lovely sharing. She shared what's going on in Finland in a detailed way. And I had so many questions from her. And so, I mean, it was like a real exchange. of ideas. It was not like, a status thing. And so that was very, very powerful. Then I was given the opportunity to go visit schools in Mikkeli town, which is near about 2 hours train ride, and around Helsinki and outskirts of Helsinki. I visited 9 schools and government officials in 2 cities, Helsinki and Mikkeli. Everywhere people were engaged in this discussion about the new education the new equivalent of the new education policy, the curriculum that will guide Finland's new phase in education. So they've been doing certain things in the past. I mean, I'm absolutely amazed at the idea that a country that is like the Mecca and the Medina of education, where everybody wants to go there and learn. In fact, they got so much overwhelmed that they had to wait 3 years for some people to come and visit their country, and they have a whole department at the Finnish National Board of Education helping these people to schedule them for 2 years later, 3 years later. And they even had to pay, like, I think it was 300 euros to visit one school. And because I was a state guest, I was allowed everywhere. And otherwise would have been a very, very expensive trip. But really what I found fascinating was every teacher, was highly engaged. When I went to the classes, they could explain and articulate what they were doing and why they were doing. Another thing that I learned was, they're not in the curriculum that Emily has led, it is not about minimum standards. They don't talk about minimum standards. They talk about highest standards, and it's like, how high can you jump? Not that can you jump? How high can you jump? And everybody's aspiring to the highest goals. So, I mean, obviously there are certain very big advantages to Finland in the sense they have the best creme de la creme of their students choosing to go into education. And from that, they select 10% who go into the 10% of the top students go into the education programs, masters. They have to have a master's. And of the 10%, only 10% are selected to be teachers. So imagine the children sitting in a class saying, look, I mean, I have an ideal in front of me. Here's a teacher who's excelled all his life. Excellence begins from that. But look at the way, the humility of the people there. Somebody coming from India. I mean, I just was totally and completely boiled over with the process that was going on. And it was all being, I think, just 42 committees, and Emily can confirm, 42 committees were involved at different local levels and at the national level, in different stakeholder groups, student groups, parents groups, teachers groups, policymakers at local level. And what they do is they give the guidelines, like what Emily created were a whole bunch of guidelines. They're in a book. And the districts and the local communities decide how to interpret them for themselves. So there's a huge amount of autonomy, and there's a huge amount of creativity and innovation. And even teachers are free. They can even buy their own, whatever, they can make their own curriculum. Emily, please talk about this. I'm just saying my recollection of the amazing things I felt when I was there, and all the communications that were going on, just phenomenal.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that I asked you to share, because imagine Dr. Sunita Gandhi having her fan moments. I can't imagine that, by the way, because, we have fan moments when you are around, and you had those. It speaks about the wonderful work Emily and her colleagues in their country are doing. It speaks about how a collective vision, how an identification of a need for reform can make wonders. Really, can you throw in some more of your insights into the wonderful work you and your country have done? Would you like to share some more, Urmili?
Okay, I'm sorry, I could not hear quite well what you said. It's difficult to choose something that should be shared. But what I would emphasize, I think that is rather unique, that we in the beginning of the process, we also wanted to know what students were thinking, and we made a big survey. And if you imagine that in Finland we have 5.5 million inhabitants, and when we asked students in our basic education that what they want, how they would like to develop education and what they would like to learn. So we got answers from 60,000 students. That is a lot in our country. And they were very, very rich and good material. In a way, it formed a basis for the whole process. And we also discussed, we went around the country and discussed with teachers in several seminars and conferences that we asked that if they had the power, all the power in education, what they would like to change and what should not be changed, and what is the school of their dreams, what is the best possible school in the whole world. And there were wonderful discussions based on this. And in this way, it created a basis for the reform. And throughout the whole reform process, there was a lot of discussions. There were several working groups, multidisciplinary working groups.
Sorry about
Sorry?
that. Sorry about that. I think that was
okay. Yeah. So it was important that all that wanted to participate, we created a concrete possibility for them to participate. So we got the whole society to work with us. I think that was important.
So,
Thank you.
What it tells me is that it's a different culture altogether. It's a different society altogether where it has given voice, choice, and ownership to the students, to the teachers, and to the parents, that this is the reform that we want to do, and this is a collective vision that we want to have. I think it's one of the finest models for decades to come now, because how a culture determines and directs the path to education is something that all of us can learn from you and your country and that finest model. I'm sure there'll be many questions in the question answer session, really, but I can never get tired of listening to you, because I know everything you say, there's so many things that we can take away from that. Thank you so much for bringing so much value to this world, for making a difference to this world. Thank you so much. So I now have the pleasure of introducing my next guest, and I'm sure everybody will equally enjoy as much as I do listening to this wonderful speaker, Ricardo Dominiques from Mexico City, Mexico, who would like to speak about purpose of leadership, the bigger picture. He's an inquirer, teacher, PYP coordinator. Ricardo, I'm sure when I said voice, choice, ownership, you understood that I too come from an IB World School community. And that's how I use it often enough, voice, choice, and ownership. You being a PYP coordinator, an academic coordinator, you instructed in quality management systems with more than 20 years of experience. How wonderful is that? Last 10 working years in international schools, learning and implementing the best teaching practices, learning about how you can shape your brain more effectively to learn, collaborating with people from around the world and committed to making a difference. Oh, you are living the IB mission statement, and I'm sure it's your personal mission statement too. So the stage is yours. We'd like you between 10 to 12 minutes. How much you are going to share, how much we're going to learn from your talk. All yours now, Ricardo. Can you please
Thank you so
unmute?
much. I'm so happy and excited to be talking to you right now. I feel like in a family, we all speak the same language. So I'm really happy for that. And I've been enjoyed most of the things I have the learning since yesterday, no? So I'm trying here to share my screen, but it's not working.
Could you give it a try, please? Go to share screen.
There it is. There it is. Okay. Am I sharing now?
Yes. We can see your local time.
More on that later. Okay. Looking at the bigger picture, okay, this is what I'm going to discuss with you today. Basically, my name is Ricardo. I have been an educator for my whole life. Since I was a little kid, I talked to my little friends into building ramps for our bikes and make rock bands and all that kind of stuff. I have always been that position of leadership. And I always been an inquirer as well. I like to inquire a lot, to read about things and to share. I love to share what I know, and I love to inquire more so I can share more about everything. I want to apologize and advise because of the technical gremlins that can happen, and also the real gremlins. I have 3 dogs and 3 cats in my house. It's 1 in the morning in Mexico, and at this time, they usually like to express themselves. So if you listen to something funny, it's just the cats and the dogs. Okay, so let's get to work. What is this about? What is this talk about? Well, it's about adopting a different mindset. I know you know about mindsets. You have heard about mindsets. So first we're gonna look at our mindset, look at the picture, and then we're gonna check our needed mindset by looking at the bigger picture, and finally, the urge of our role as leaders and educators. Okay, let's go and see the picture. I know you have seen this picture and been asked lots of times about what is your perception of this? Is it half full? Is it half empty? Well, let me tell you, I have another option for you. What do you think is that option? Something that we will discover in a moment. Okay, but first, let's see about what education looks like today because of COVID-19. It has brought many stuff to all educators around the world. Importance of mindfulness, attention to social emotional needs. Also, we had to look at the curriculum, restructure our curriculum. We need to restructure assessment as well because of the online situation. In my case, we have been online for a year now, so it's been chaotic. You can imagine that. So, said that, we know that we need to look at the bigger picture now because it's different. The picture is different. We are all connected. This online situation has pushed us to connect in an unimaginable way. I'm talking about, right now I'm talking to you. Next week, I'm gonna be talking to South America, and it's going to be like that for a long time, I hope, because it's rich for students, rich for teachers, richness in potential. So, this is the bigger picture. But the thing is that we have realized something really important, is that we know at this point what to teach and how to teach it. There are tons of courses that you can access now because of this availability. We're talking about Coursera, WebEx, that they offer the best of Harvard, Yale, you name it, MIT. Whatever you want to learn is there for you, especially for teachers. Teachers have a special place in here. They are so dedicated teachers that love what they do, that they share lots of stuff around the world for free, and it's contagious. So we need to take advantage of that, right? Because we have access to all of that. But okay, what do we do now that we have access to all of that? We know how to teach it when we know how to teach it. So I'm going to refer to this article. It's from the World Economic Forum that says that the intentional learning mindset and the curious mindset are the future. It's one of the most essential and fundamental skills to acquire for everyone. And I totally agree with that. Actually, I have been after that for a long time. I have always questioning myself why some teachers don't want to learn more. Why don't they get involved in getting to know more? I really think that teachers need to be inquirers. Teachers really need to be always looking for opportunities to learn, making that learning intentional. And then when I came across this and I said, okay, I'm on the right track. I'm not that wrong now. And I was happy because of that. So I was thinking, what if we have a different mindset, a purposeful mindset? And I just Googled it, purposeful mindset. And I discovered an author that is called Zach Mercurio. Zach Mercurio has a book. I haven't read the book. I just Googled it just recently. And it was really nice to learn about this proposal that he has of the purposeful mindset. He helped us to think, instead of prove it, to think of the changes that we can make with education, the impact we can make, what problems we can solve, how can this help my life, right? So it's very profound. So I said, if we put this purposeful mindset with the inquiry mindset and the intentional learning mindset, we have a solution for everything there. And for everything, I mean, the biggest challenge that we have right now, that is climate change. We can make a big difference, and we need to do it now. There's no time. If we reach that point of no return, a domino effect will unleash the worst on the planet. I'm talking about fires, floods, earthquakes, massive migration, you name it. We need to do something. And we have the power now that we are so connected and we are all talking the same language. So, being said that, look at the picture again. I know it's full. It has always been full. That's because we think only of the water that is there. Oh yeah, molecules of hydrogen and oxygen. But also, there's argon there. There's nitrogen, carbon dioxide. You don't see it, but we know it's there. Why? Because of science. So we need to trust science. So we need to trust what to teach and how to teach it. There's a lot of studies right now that can help us carry on that easily for educators. I recommend to out of the blue right now, The Science of Wellbeing by Yale University on Coursera. And also Learn How to Learn in Coursera as well. A must for teachers. So they can upgrade their teaching and understand how the brain works and all that. How can they help students learn better? So this is the time, and it's our responsibility to take action. We educators, administrators, and families with our help. Thank you so much. And there's my contact.
Why are all the speakers concluding so soon, just when we are beginning to enjoy it so much and learning so much from each one of them? I'm actually setting the timer, and there is still time, and you're all concluding it. This is Dr. Sunita. I don't know what magic you have done, the kind of speakers you have chosen for this wonderful conference. Each one of them, in such a short time, are delivering such profound messages, such significant messages. My God, I need to salute to each one of them. But I must tell you, Ricardo, I noted down a few points from your presentation, from your talk. First thing, let me tell you, I love the spirit in your voice. I may be biased, but I think all IB educators have the spirit in their voice. I must tell Hina about it. Hina, we in the IB world work a lot on articulating our intention and our message. Okay. The purposeful mindset, I like that. It is so very different from using the word mindset by itself, but calling it purposeful mindset makes it something like it's not by default, but by design. We need to work on the purpose. So beautifully said. And when you talked about domino effect, and when you invited teachers to seize the opportunity and do courses from Coursera and other such online platforms, I was imagine the domino effect if they don't do it. Imagine the domino effect if teachers don't seize this opportunity and this time that they have now. what is the domino effect? And I'm sure when they imagine that, they will imagine how it can be undone too. So thanks for throwing the challenge to the teachers that the world is yours, the courses out there, how you're going to empower yourself is completely up to you. So thank you so much for such a wonderful, beautiful presentation. So I now have the pleasure of going to my next speaker. This is indeed a wonderful panel discussion, and I can never thank enough to Dr. Sunita Gandhi for asking me to be here to listen to all of you. So we now have the next speaker, Arsh Ali from Allahabad, India, who wants to talk about leadership from tradition of ancient India. How wonderful. I am so intrigued with this topic always, though I am born and brought up here. Arshi Ali is the youngest archaeologist. How inspiring is this? Youngest archaeologist, historian, and Sanskritist. Isn't that so nice? Currently working on historical analysis of ancient political texts, trade, and exchange in the ancient world, comparative philosophy in education, and mummification in ancient India. Arshi Ali, I am more curious. I am sure the participants are equally so, but I'm your first listener with my heart, soul, and my ears. The floor is yours now.
A very good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes.
I wanted to know.
Yes, you are.
Okay. So here we go. Just want to share the screen. Right. So, Namaskara, Adab, Sat Shri Akal, and Bone Abento Miti from India. First of all, I would like to thank everyone of the organizers, the speakers, and the attendees. And I hope that in the course of these 3 days, all of the people who have been attending, including me, have been taking some or the other points of reference and enlightenment. But before we start, as a way of invocation in the Indian tradition, we always start with a verse from an ancient Indian text. So let me start with the custom. As I am a student of Sanskrit, I had to study and start from the Sanskrit, from the Upanishads, which are the ancient Indian text of peace and enlightenment. Om Vidyam cha Yastadvedo bhayam saha Avidya mrityum tirtva Vidyayamritam ashnute. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Knowledge and ignorance. One who knows the two together crosses death through ignorance and attains eternity through knowledge. This is the meaning of the verse which I have recited right now. It emphasizes on the importance of knowledge as well as ignorance. If one only has knowledge, he may be ignorant of his incapabilities. He may become egoistic. And if one is ignorant, he may be in darkness. Therefore, in our lives, there has to be a balance of both knowledge and ignorance. Will Durant, American historian, writer, and scholar, has rightly said, India was the motherland of our race, and Sanskrit, the mother of Europe's languages. India was the mother of our philosophy, of much of our mathematics through the Arabs, of the ideals embodied in Christianity through Buddhism, of village community and self-government in the form of our democracy. Mother India is, in many ways, the mother of all of us. We have been listening to the wonderful talks and discussions on how education is being shaped and reshaped or with incoming challenges and opportunities, and how we may decide the future of millions of students all over the world using education as a mantra. We have been discussing how pedagogy and polymath have been steadily gaining a central position in the education systems of the 21st century to generate new skills, new ways of thinking, and new dimensions. But as someone has said, the understanding of the present and the future is incomplete without the understanding of the past. Therefore, let us unravel what ideals and traditions of education were in ancient times, particularly in India, and how philosophies and of sages, hermits, and some of the finest thinkers of the day shaped our destinies and intellectual quests. How India emerged as a Vishwaguru, or teacher of the world, and paved way for mankind's progress. The idea of education and knowledge in the Indian tradition was that of liberation from ego, darkness, and ignorance. Indian teachers and students of the past insisted on a process of learning that could be beneficial for both the recipients of the knowledge, that is the student, as well as the society at large. It aimed at finding a bridge between the student and the human world on one hand, and with the student and the heavens and the inner self on the other. India is an ancient country whose culture consists of various strands of thought, philosophies, religions, mindsets, sciences, and regions. But while maintaining the distinctiveness, they tend to confluence at a point of enrichment and enlightenment. Well, before we start, I wanted to tell that since it is said that pictures speak more than words, therefore it's a very short PPT and it's fully picturistic because I object that pictures would be able to pronounce upon the ideals of ancient education in India to the audience in a better way than what words could have been in the same case. So when we talk about instruction in the classroom, we refer to the use of verbal and non-verbal communication between the teacher and the student. In ancient India, out of the 6 auxiliary branches of Vedic learning, 3 were attributed to language usage alone, namely Vyakaran, which means grammar, Nirukt, which means etymology or study of the origin of the words, and Shiksha, which means phonetics or the correct pronunciation of each syllable, letter, and sentence. The ancient language of Sanskrit was the primary language of education and instruction all over Indian history. Sanskrit is the oldest language still spoken and learned by people since eons immemorial, and its influence and use spread far and wide, not only in the Indian subcontinent, but also in China, Korea, Mongolia, Japan, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and parts of Eastern Europe. Areas where the effects of Sanskrit and the Indian culture spread or was warmly felt is sometimes contained in the maxim Greater India, not to speak of innumerable references of peoples, kings, princes, and places of India in the text of the various places and vice versa. But a question arises as to why Sanskrit alone had such preference and respect. Well, it is in this language that the oldest of all continuously revered religious books, the Rig Veda, was composed around 3,500 years ago. Around 2,900 years ago, the great grammarian Panini arranged the vowels and the consonants in a special order and then used them to create formula for writing down the rules of the Sanskrit language. These formula are, in some way or the other, very similar to what we use in algebra or arithmetic. The sounds of Sanskrit are consistent, and its grammatical structure is totally scientific and logical. Such was the extent to which the language was refined in its usage and pleasing to hear and speak that it was known as Deva Bhasha, or the language of the gods. The literature in the Sanskrit language is roughly double than that of what was produced in Greek and Latin combined. Its subjects included, but not limited to, grammar, logic, metaphysics, philosophy, theology, sciences, mathematics, astronomy. Over the years, Sanskrit acquired the role of the language of the learned, and its speakers had been respected ever since. But as we have been hearing from a number of scholars who are present in this conference regarding what should be done in the education system of the 21st century, especially for combating global and climatic change that we see, the global warming effect, in the ancient Indian tradition, schools and the hermitages where the students received education were located in the forest, because it was believed in the Indian tradition that the forest is the place of nature. If you want to study nature, if you want to understand the nature and the various ways of thinking and the universe itself, you need to be surrounded around nature. You cannot experiment nature as we do now these days in the laboratory, because you yourself is a part of nature. We all are part of nature. We are connected. Therefore, if we want to understand the world, the natural world specifically, we need to be living in the forest, meditating, learning about nature, connecting with the animals and the plants. Even we find references of people talking to the plants and the animals. And even today, in modern physical experiments that were conducted by Indian scientists, particularly Sir Jagdish Chandra Bose, it was concluded that even metals and plants have feelings. So even you can communicate with them. And this is something very interesting, because India has always been attached to nature. Even today, rivers are worshipped, certain trees are worshipped as a part of religious rites and rituals. And therefore, we see that there's a lot of inherent connections between the human world and the natural world in the Indian tradition. But there were various forms of instruction. So we have two types of instructions. The first was the oral instruction, in which the guru or the teacher would be teaching the students to recite and memorize each syllable, word, and sentence bit by bit with great care and attention. But there was another sort of instruction, which was the practical aspect, especially in subjects like medicine, where you need to do the dissections of human bodies in order to understand the various parts of the human body. And also places like mathematics and astronomy, where you need to see the stars and you need to make the calculations, etc. So here we see that in the Indian tradition, the guru or the teacher was a central figure, because we need to understand that it was thousands of years after the Vedas and the various texts were composed that they were written down. And they were passed on from one generation to another by the oral tradition. So you need to be very consistent with the oral aspect. You need to be very much distinct with the pronunciation of each word with care. So we see that the memorization techniques and the mnemonics that were used in the course of instruction, they were passed on from one generation to the other. And therefore, Sanskrit as a language is based on formula, because you need to combine the different syllables, you need to combine the different phonemes together in order to make words. For example, in English, you cannot think of any other word for water, for suppose, because we just have one word, water, in English. You cannot think of any other word apart from water. But in Sanskrit, you can have thousands of words which refer to a single entity. And if you cut these words into syllables, then also they make a difference, they make a meaning. For example, in Sanskrit, the word for the heart is hriday. So if you cut hriday into 3 syllables, that is ra, the, and ya, it tells you the functioning of the heart, because the ra means someone who circulates, the da means someone who gives, and the ya means someone who passes on. So, in the 3 syllables, you have the entire working of the heart embedded in that 3-syllable combination, hridaya. So, hriday, obviously the heart, it circulates, which is represented by the ha. The da, which means it gives, because the heart also gives oxygenated blood to the various parts of the body. So, it is embedded in the da. And the ya means someone that stops. to the circulation of the blood into the aorta, the atria, and when it is stopped by the valves that is present between the auricles and the ventricles, the four chambers of the heart. So it is very interesting to study and realize what Sanskrit as a language plays a role and how it actually led to the instigation of ideas among Indian scholars. So we have two forms of knowledge in the Indian tradition, Vidya and Avidya. So both are important in their own ways. Vidya means knowledge and Avidya means ignorance. But as we saw in the first shlok which I recited, both are important. Because if I as a person, I'm confident and I'm a knowledgeable person, I may invite ignorance. I may invite, enmity, ego. And if I'm ignorant, only ignorant, knowing nothing, then also I'm towards darkness. So you need to have the balance between the two. You need to be very mature about the existence of both Vidya and Avidya in yourself. You need to be confident of yourself, but at the same time, you should not have a very huge or high opinion of yourself. It should be balanced. And we had some of the best scholars from ancient India, especially Kannad, who formulated the idea of atomism, that everything is made up of atoms, and that is about 1900 years before John Dalton, the English chemist who came up with the atomic theory in 1819. We have scholars like Kautilya Chanakya, who is known as the Indian Machiavel. Machiavel was a Renaissance scholar who wrote The Prince in the 15th century. But thousands of years before Machiavel, we have Chanakya, and he was the prime minister for the first king of India, that is Chandragupta Maurya. He was the one who wrote a huge voluminous book, which is known as the Arthashastra. So Artha means money, and Shastra means a book. So Arthashastra actually means a book of money. It's a book of economics. It tells you how you can administer the taxes and you can use it for the welfare of the state. How forts have to be built, how army has to be instituted, how the ministers have to be appointed, what are the various functions of various organs of the government, etc. We have scholars like Vaharaha Mira, who is credited with calculating the value of pi, the circumference of a circle. Adi Shankaracharya, philosopher, theologist, and also Aryabhat, who was the first one, much more before Nicolaus Copernicus, who said that the earth revolves around the sun and not vice versa. So if we see the value, the role of India as a Vishwa Guru or the teacher of the world, you can see on the map the extent to which the influence of Sanskrit and the Indian culture and Indian scholars, it spread far and wide to places like China, to places like Central Asia, Southeast Asia, and you can see that the influence was wide and far. And then at the same time, we see that India had lots of universities in the ancient times. So we had scholars coming from China, from Japan, from Korea, from Indonesia, and other places. And they were studying here in universities like Nalanda, Vikramshila, and Kanchipuram in the south. And then we also had universities which went to Pakistan, obviously after partition. That is Takshashil in Punjab, Pakistani Punjab, and Vallabhi, which is in Gujarat. So all these universities were places of centers of scholarship. They were the places where libraries were present. They were the places where you find teachers teaching various subjects altogether. And then they were also centers of Buddhism. So Buddhist scholars from China would come into India. They would come to find the text of Buddhism. They wanted to understand Sanskrit so that they can learn the text in the original language, because most of the texts were written in Sanskrit. And therefore, the Chinese scholars came into India to learn the Sanskrit language and also to understand the text in the entire original. Now, what I wanted to tell to the teachers today is that how specifically we can take a lot of inspirations from the Indian tradition and use them in the modern education system. Because if you see the National Education Policy 2020, there also a lot of emphasis is played on the role the ideals of Indian education in the ancient times has on the modern part. Because if you talk about the 3-language formula, or if you talk about pedagogic approach of education, especially in the higher levels, you see that there are a lot of parallels between what we had in the ancient times and what the government now wants to do through the NEP. Even the National Curriculum Framework 2005, it also recommended that children's life at school must be connected to their life outside the school. And there should not be sharp differences between the student's life in the home, in the school, and the community. So obviously you see that there's a fertilization happening between the various strands of educational thought in the lives of the students. And that was the same process we see to have occurred in the ancient times. Now, there was a huge gap that occurred, especially during the British occupation, when the system of education in ancient India, especially referring to the ashrams or the monasteries, they got ended. So Western education was introduced for India. English was introduced as a language of instruction in place of Sanskrit or Persian that was introduced later on by the Islamic people coming in the medieval ages. But you see that ever since the time we see changes happening in the education system, lot of approach has been there on learning languages, because the more languages you learn, the better your mind acts. A lot of psychological research has been done on the role of languages. A lot of psychological research has been done on how languages and people who learn a lot of languages, their brain works very well. So using the same approach, I also was able to learn languages like French and German using Sanskrit, because the grammar is very consistent. The pronunciation is very consistent in the Sanskrit language. What is written, it is spoken. It has to be spoken about. Now, just with the last slide, I would like to say one instance that it's a very simple word in French that refers to orange. So in French, we say orange. In English, it is orange. Now, both the words are written in the same way, O-R-A-N-G-E, but they are spelled differently. So what I did was I used the Sanskrit language, the phonetics of the Sanskrit language, the letters, and then I was able to learn the pronunciations of languages as dubious as French, where things are written something else and we have to spell it in the other way. So, how connections are made between languages, what are the various ways of learning, what are the ways of learning things where you are, where the things are. If you want to learn about nature, you have to go into the forest. Even today, ecologists, they go into the Amazon forest or the Sundarban forest in order to understand the ecological relationship between plant and animal. And therefore, we see that the letters, the ladder, the steps of enlightenment in the Indian tradition, the chakras, so to speak, the higher you go, the more enlightened you become. And therefore, you see that I would like to end with the same verse about karma, the Dhyan Yoga, which is that what I know, but I don't know the things which I'm sure I don't know. There's no mishmash between the two. There's no confusion. So you have to be very clear. You cannot be an expert in everything, but you have to be confirmed about what you know and what you don't. So in the things you know, you share, but in the things you don't, just remain quiet. So this, I think, is the best part, which we need to learn in the ways in modern education system. And as we can see that global warming is on the head, climatic change is happening, we need to go back into the roots. We need to understand that we are not separate from nature. We are a part of nature. And if any disbalance occurs in nature, then we are the ones to pay the price for. So thank you so much. Namaskara, and have a wonderful day. Be safe in this pandemic, and lots of hugs from India. Thank you so much.
My God, such an amazing session, and such a young speaker, scholar, historian, archaeologist, with so many words of wisdom. Arshali, we need to know how to spend every minute like you have done so far. But so many takeaways from your session. I think everybody's mesmerized with the kind of knowledge you shared, connections you made, and finally you concluded saying, what I know, and I should know what I don't know. And that's real Gyan. Thank you so much. It was an outstanding session. Big round of applause for the young Turk being such a great historian already. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we have the next speaker. I don't like to say the last speaker, but the next speaker in our panel, I sincerely hope I pronounced this name right, Enkelida Lulai from Kosovo, who would like to talk about budget education and management as a necessity for well-being and financial stability. You bet, that is a necessity. Well, let me tell you a little more about her. Holds a degree in finance, tourist travel management, accounting, financial analysis. She is a Doctor of Science and Senator at University in Kosovo. She has published several scientific papers in renowned Scopus journals. She is working on several projects in collaboration with US, UK, Ukraine, and Kosovo. And now, let's hear from her. Can we have you on the spotlight now?
Thank you so much. Greetings to all of you. Thank you for inviting me. Pleasure to be part of this wonderful conference. I am Enkelida Lulaj. I come from state of the Kosovo. I work at University Haji Zeka, Faculty of Management in Tourism, Hospitality and Environment. I am Doctor of Science for Finance and Accounting. Today I will talk about a topic or a scientific paper that has to do with financial well-being and budget education. But before I start the research, I will say a few words about financial well-being, financial management. For women as a financial managers, which will be some of the advice they should keep in mind. But at the same time, this advice should be taken into account by all. I invite you to listen carefully because there are so many findings related to financial education from which we will all learn. Finally, let's see which of the genders need the most financial advisor regarding financial transaction. Introduction: money and finances play a very important role in our lives. Financial wellness is mainly associated with the control and management of your finances. The objectives of this presentation: general information for budget education, a new point of view, the change basic attitude, learn a special skill, a budget education, ambition, knowledge, skill, etc. In this slide, we can see some citation or quotes for financial well-being. Focus on financial well-being. It's not your salary that makes you rich. It's your spending habits. Charles Jeeves. Many folks think they aren't good at earning money when what they don't know is how to use it. Wilson. Beware of little expenses. A small leak will sink a great ship. Benjamin Franklin. Wealth consists not in having a great position, but in having few ones. Don't tell me where your priorities are. Show me where you spend your money, and I will tell you what they are. Poor spending habits lead to poverty. If you buy things you do not need, soon you will have to sell things that you need. You must gain control over your money, or lack of it will forever control you. In this slide, please remember these points are very important for budget education. Number one, prepare a monthly budget. Use different accounts for different purposes. 3, invest instead of saving. Prepare for contingencies. Increase added value. 6, think about tomorrow. 7, build and consolidate your credit history. Number one, the purpose of this of the research as a good financial manager for yourself, family, and your state budget education. Why is this important? What are the reasons for this research? The purpose of this research is providing a new and valuable to education and budget management as a necessity of well-being and financial stability, where after a period of 1 until 2 years with same observation, the research will be done again to see if the analysis and the recommendation have influenced the improvement or not. As another purpose is to understand how important financial education is to respondents, in which variables are the best or not, in which variables are interrelated, and is there a difference between the groups is in most variables. Data collection, Likert scale, and throughout questionnaires methods in this paper, research for budget education and good financial managers are included 2 methods, cluster analysis and MDS analysis, or multidimensional scaling analysis. Hypothesis, the main hypothesis, zero hypothesis, the hypothesis, alternative hypothesis. Results we can see in next slide. Budget education and management, a necessity for well-being and financial stability. Why budget education? Variables, households, need for budget education or not, need for a good financial or not, countries. In this research, in this slide, we can see 3 observation or 3 groups: Kosovo, my state Kosovo, Western Balkan countries, and the European countries. Identifying variables, what identifying features does each group have? Plus, think about if they are identified by budget education. Total 14 variables. Results, which group has the best budget financial manager in variables, cluster analysis, and MDS analysis. In this table, we can see variables, 3 observation, 3 groups through cluster analysis. Item number 1, genders, for 3 observation: Kosovo, European Union countries, and the Western Balkan countries. Item 2, age. Item 3, profession. 4, incomes. Item 5, sufficient information to make financial budget discussion. Item 6, awareness of the importance of financial assurance. Item 7, proper planning for the budgetary financial future. Item 8, saving money as an assistance after retirement. Item 9, creating an emergency fund to overcome crisis or meeting budgetary financial needs for 1 to 12 months in a case of loss of work or ability to work for a while. Item 10, registration of all transactions for budget incomes. 11, registration of all transactions for budget expenses. Item 12, saving and investing is important for better well-being. 13, the need for a financial advisor, and in the end, budget practice and control. In this all variables, we can see next slide for results. But hypothesis 0, there is no difference between the observation group related with budget education and budget financial management. And hypothesis, alternative hypothesis, there is difference between the observation groups related with budget education and budget financial management. If x in square greater than x in square alpha r minus 1, alpha c minus 1. High zero, rejected and accepted alternative hypothesis. If x in square less than x in square alpha r minus three observation: Kosovo, my state, European countries, C2, and Western Balkan countries. In most of variables, especially in education and management variables, so that through differences of groups and recommendation coming out from MDS analysis to help individual or family economies regarding the personal budget. Gender. Emphasize in the slides we can see the results for all variables, genders for 3 observation, Kosovo, Western Balkan countries, and European countries. Gender. I emphasize that both genders need to increase self-awareness for budget management, but at the same time, both genders can be good budget managers in a case of budget awareness. Age. Kosovo and Western Balkan countries emphasize that age is important for budget management, while European countries emphasize that age it is not important, but the budget awareness of the each age group. Profession. To the item number 3, the greatest response gave Western Balkan countries, which says the profession is important for increasing knowledge about financial management. Then is Kosovo. And in the end, European Union countries gives low rating that emphasize that the profession does not have an important role if people have better or weak knowledge and management. This depends on their interest in how much they want to be educated about budget management. Incomes, variable number 4, results for variable number 4, incomes. All 3 observations have the same opinion that education and management helps to realize and save incomes. It means that well-being and financial stability do not depend on the amount of income, but on the education and budget management. Sufficient information to make financial budget discussion. The highest value is in European Union countries, while Western Balkan countries and Kosovo has less information about making financial discussion. Awareness of the importance of financial assurance, higher value for the importance of financial insurance has European Union countries than to Western Balkan countries and in the end Kosovo. Financial future, they do European Union countries and Western Balkan countries, but even Kosovo is not too far from the first 2 observations. saving money as an assistance after retirement. Regarding savings as assistance after retirement, the highest value have the countries of Western Balkan countries than European countries. Creating an emergency fund to overcome crises or meeting budgetary financial needs for 1 to 12 months in a case of loss or of work or ability to work for a while. The emergency funds in extreme cases are more like it from European Union countries than Western Balkan countries and Kosovo.
Ricardo, may I interrupt? I'm so sorry for interrupting here. We're almost running short of time for conclusion now. It is such a wonderful topic, but may I request you to conclude in the next 1 or 2 minutes? I'm so sorry about this.
Okay.
I'm very sorry about it. It's such a wonderful topic, but I need to ask you because the session has to conclude at 1:30 now.
Okay, don't worry. The recommendation, what should households do in the future? Both genders need to increase budget awareness, that they need a financial advisor during the budget cycle, improvement, foresight, and future thinking. Thank you, thank you.
I'm very sorry for such a mind-boggling topic. I had to intervene like this, but I am sure in all the slides that you shared and all that you talked about, the most important significant takeaway is educating on budgeting. I'm sure all the leaders who are participants in this conference will remember forever that this needs to be integrated into the curriculum, and that all genders, all age, all your research is really extensive, very vast. I've noted down your email ID, and I'm sure everybody in this session would want to mail you and seek more information from you. Thank you so much for sharing your research with all of us and throwing that input to us, that including budget education in our curriculum is all the more important now. Thank you so much for that.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So I would ask each one of you one message to the participants, briefly 30 seconds, which will be their key takeaway from you. So I will begin with Hina. 30 seconds, one message which will be a takeaway for all the participants, please. Hina, are you there? Okay. Enkilada, would you like to give your message to the participants?
I wish thank you again. I wish for all the best for you, your family, and your country. I don't think so.
Just like you, the message is also very beautiful. Thank you very much. Irmili, if you are there, one message which is a key takeaway for everybody. Can you unmute yourself, please, Irmili?
Yeah. Now you can hear. Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing this session so wonderfully. And I would say the same as Hina in the very beginning, that mutual trust and respect are the most important things when we work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, a profound message. Can I ask Ricardo now? Ricardo, are you there?
Here.
Yes, please.
Please, let's work together so we can make a difference.
How nice.
Start now. Start, please.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Arshali, our young historian and archaeologist, do you have a message?
I just would like to say that let's make the forest our classroom and let us be a part of Mother Earth so that we may connect with her more profoundly and we may have a wonderful future, a greener future and a secure future. Thank you so much.
Young yet so profound. Thank you so much. Hina, I'm not sure if you're there, but...
Yes, I am here. And at the end, I would like to say thanks to each one of you. It was wonderful, wonderful session, and it was a wonderful learning from all of you as well. And at the end, I just want to say that peace and love, that's what we all need. Thank you so much, everyone.
There can't be a better message than this, peace and love. Thank you so much, everybody, all the participants, the speakers. You have brought life to this roundtable. You made this roundtable so profound that there will be people talking about it for many days to come, many months to come. Dr. Sunita Gandhi, thanking you so much for giving me this opportunity, and to all the participants for the wonderful chats that you've been sharing. They act like a very energizing pills. In fact, thank you so much. With that, I'm sure in India all of us are ready for lunch, and in all of you who are in your respective time zones, you must be ready for your coffee, your evening dinner, whatever it is. Peace and love. With that, let's sign off from the session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I agree to one of them. I'm just going through the comments here. And I agree that your grace and your charm has added to this enriching session. And my God, it was truly so energizing, so enriching. And one after the other, I agree with you that you want more and more of such presentations, which are, of course, eye openers, such prolific speakers who were instrumental in giving such a clear picture and talk on the lines of educational leadership. Thank you so much, Ma'am Sita. And while I was just going through the in-between discussions, I had this privilege of just having a small discussion with Dr. Sunita Gandhi. And she just mentioned that we were just talking about the various presentations. And during that only, she mentioned that a leader is a leader. So it is not always where what we are gaining behind the screen, in front of the screen, but also behind the screen. And she said that everyone is a leader in their own right. So actually, we should not follow the old formula that a leader should have many followers and so on.
Yes.
She said that whatever work has been assigned to you, do your best, just as a leader would. What a profound thought. Even if it is cleaning a corner, it should be done in the best possible way. So I agree to you, and I'm sure many of you would agree to this thought. So these discussions are of paramount importance. They are great. They are very energizing. They're very enriching. And we continue with the presentations. And this is the next presentation is by Mr. Nishan Jaiswal. He is the HOD Physical Education of City International School. And he is here with this presentation on instant feedback, the most effective way. So let's see what is in store for us.
Thank you, ma'am.
These are again the research-based practices and action research that ordinary teachers are doing and making thereby their classes extraordinary. Truly something remarkable is going on when teachers are engaging in research. So we have included after every panel, one or two presentations from the teachers. Please bear with, please join in, but grab yourself a coffee. Just feel free to move about and just hear in a little bit. That'll be great. Thank you, Sita ji. You're absolutely amazing. I really liked Enkelada's presentation. Actually, I'm a researcher myself, and she's a researcher. So it was a research paper she presented. It's not just, we all have our hunches. We think, oh, this is good or that's good. And we kind of put all our force behind our hunches. But when we do research, we kind of give it the rigor that hunch needs to be able to become evidence by which we can actually believe that our hunch is right. So what she's saying is not just, oh, well, let's do this. She's actually done a whole bunch of research. So I really appreciate it. When research like this cannot be presented in 15 minutes. So, Enkelada, sorry that we had to rush you a little bit, but awesome that you're here from Kosovo. We've had some, I think Mary Chikala has been sending messages to you in Russian. So do look at them in the chat, but it's absolutely awesome to have you with us. And of course, Hina, Adib, very, very delighted to have you. We have also Ricardo, gracious and beautiful, and he only exudes love it's just awesome. Ricardo from Mexico. I was 16 when I was in Mexico. I celebrated my 16th birthday in Mexico. I have love for Mexico like anything. I can't tell you. I was in Pedregal in Olinka Springfield School in Mexico City. I was there in an exchange program. Anyway, that's an IB school at the moment as well. So there are a lot of IB connections here, including Ricardo. And Arsh, Ali, no words for you. And you've already heard my views about Irmeli. So thank you, all of you, very much. And now we'll shift gears and hear real life teachers talking about changes they're bringing about in their own field. So there is research out there, and like a good devotee, you can say how you've done it. So I believe in it. That's one way to treat research. The other say, look, I do believe in you, Einstein. He's saying E equals mc square. But let me go into my CERN research, in CERN. And prove to myself that what you've said is actually correct. So that's, when we talk about instant feedback, there's a body of evidence that it seems to work. Now, this person, the next presenter, has actually tried it out in his class and seen, does it really work for him? So that's one way to do research. The other is to do your own original research. That means your hunch says something and there's no body of research out there. So you kind of create the first research for it. And that's really, truly awesome. And I want to remind people that please apply for fellowships and awards. Fellowships are for ideas, your hunches that you think will work. And awards are acknowledging that you've really done something dramatic and beautiful that can be shared with others and that can be scaled up. So we want to acknowledge that. And it's our way of saying thank you for being part of the change process, so urgently needed in education. So over to our next presenter. Thank you. Thank you, Sita ji. No words for you. Most gracious, most beautiful, most amazing. Always.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It has been a wonderful session.
What a pleasure seeing you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You give that energy.
You have been
That's
doing
my
so
mother.
well.
She's founder of the world's largest school, Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi. And the school that she runs, called City Montessori School, is based in Lucknow, India, where we are mostly hosting this conference from. It is a phenomenon, the school. And my mother is absolutely the force behind it, and my father, both of them. My mother underpins his great ideas with practical application and makes vision real. She is somebody who can, run entire country. She has 57,000 children studying in the city of Lucknow under her. And it's no mean accomplishment that City Montessori School got the UNESCO Prize for Peace Education in 2002 for its work to promote an education for peace and world citizenship. So this is their contribution. I have dedicated this conference every year to Dr. and Mrs. Jagdish and Bharti Gandhi, my parents. And this year too, I'm really happy that mother has been sitting. She's 86 years of age. She's running the whole show still. We're only like little ants in front of the big elephant that she is of possibilities, and learn from her every single day, honestly. She's a pedagogue par excellence. If you think of pedagogy, you think of what is really important in education for a child. She absolutely is the Maria Montessori of today, and she understands children intimately. She's a psychologist as well as an educator and the manageress. She's directing this big school for the last 62 years. So it's absolutely wonderful to have mommy. She's been with me throughout every single proceedings for the last 2.5 days that we've been at it. And she'll be here till the end. And at the same time, she's signing like 1,000 sheets of whatever. Every single day. Okay, so.
This is an appreciating club.
So this is now we have our presenter, Who is Nishan? You will hear from my mother tomorrow.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm Nishant Jaiswal, physical education teacher. Am I audible to everyone? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You are
So,
audible. You can make it a little louder.
okay. Am I audible now?
Better.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon. This is Nishant Jaiswal, physical education teacher at City International School. And I would like to start this presentation just the way I start my class. Let's give an energetic start to the presentation. So, before that, I would like all the guests. Hello, is there any network glitch? Just a second. Okay, there was some network issue. Now I am here. So I would like the guests, the delegates, the viewers to just give me a thumbs up so that I should see that whether they are listening to me and they are still here to listen to me. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. I can see them on the screen. Okay, just a second. So let's do some energizer. Breathe in first. I would like everyone to do this. I can see Bhati ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Just breathe in, close your eyes and breathe in. With me, come on. Breathe in. While breathing in, just raise your chest and just raise your shoulders. Hold your breath and slowly breathe out. Excellent. I am doing this because I used to do this with my student also, so that they can just concentrate on what I'm going to tell them. Hello.
Mama.
I believe that I'm audible.
So the technical part is being just held up. We'll be back in just a minute. In fact, we are here only. He's just getting it. We do not want you to miss it at all. It's a wonderful presentation.
My screen is on share. Hello. I'm sorry, the network glitch. Now I hope that I'm audible and visible too. Yes, thank you. And so before starting this presentation, I would like to start energizer that I do with my students also. So let's begin once again. I would like all the guests and viewers to just breathe in. First of all, breathe in. Just uplift your shoulders. Now hold your breath and slowly breathe out. This improves your concentration power. And I'm doing this so that you may just listen carefully to what I'm going to present. Okay, so one more energizer is there with you all. That is that a neck rotation exercise so that you may just feel comfortable while you are sitting for such a long time. So this is a kind of break for you all. So let's start with this exercise. Okay, so first rotate it clockwise. 1. Now 2. 3. Very good. Excellent. I can see everyone doing it. 4. Very good. And then 5. Excellent. Now, anti-clockwise. Just breathe in, close your eyes, breathe in. Hold your breath and slowly breathe out. Now, anti-clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Excellent. Okay, so let's begin with the presentation. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen. I hope you must have enjoyed this. Okay, so I'm PGD Physical Education, and my topic is instant feedback, the most effective. This is through ipsative analysis, the dual assessment analysis through ipsative teaching. So the hypothesis says that there can be measurable ways of learning outcomes like process, progress, and perfection in a concept learned by a student. That we should not wait for a half-yearly or yearly assessment, but rather use assessment as a tool of learning and controlling the errors. For this, I followed ipsative way of learning that advocates dual assessment. In this, a paper is taken, after which a student is encouraged to self-assess the paper with the help of a sample and model answers provided. This enables them to be empowered with the right marking scheme. Concept clearance is done, and the next day the student reappears for the paper. Such a kind of immediate feedback, multiple quizzes, dual assessment, take out the fee of assessments from the students and help them understand that assessments are not just to judge them, but to help them learn better. So these are my observations. I hope you can see my screen that I have shared just now. These are some of the observations that I observed while doing this analysis, that students have generated the interest of learning, reading in between the lines of the content. They have also learned time management, and that is very much important. Conducting quizzes through this ipsative technique have also helped in generating confidence in them. It has improved self-esteem among the children with good grades and scored good results. Quizzes have also helped in enhancing the process of retrieval, bringing the children up to the mind. It has also helped in improving the preparedness of students. Teachers and students both can make out instantly how well a topic is understood and absorbed. These are some evidences that I'm showing you of pre and post test through this ipsative technique. We have done this through online quizzes. Ahmed Khan, he has scored from 83 to 91%. He in what period of time? In just one day. He scored in one day. First of all, we give them the quiz 1, and then we gave him instant feedback, and an analysis report was prepared, and he was just taught about the concept which he was having problem in. And then he gave another quiz on the same day. You can see the timings today 11:47 a.m. and then today 12:07 p.m. This is the result, and then he scored 91% in the and improved the problems that he was facing. In different papers, yes. In different papers, yes. Two different set of papers. Similar. We are working on we work on similar topics on two different papers. First paper was pre-test, and the second was post-test after clearing the concepts. Then Manveen sir, another child, improved from 66% to 91%. You can see the results. Then I have the comparative analysis of class 12 students. Those who all improved, and many are on similar results, but most of them improved from the poor percentage to good percentage. There are the results with the names. Then we have graphical analysis data. Next, I move to benefits of this ipsative dual assessment. First of all, it helps in analyzing and rectifying errors. It raises the bar of expectations. It increases visualizations of students, provides accurate and immediate responses, and gives comparative data analysis. And I would like to say that ipsative is compete with yourself. And there are various do's and don'ts. Let me tell you that City International School,
believes in efforts and progress. There are the two most important measures of success. When a child is seen putting in efforts, please appreciate it. It's not about marks, it's just about efforts and progress. Do appreciate efforts. Do appreciate progress against self. Do trust and do motivate. So, by these, I would like to conclude my presentation. I would like to say that IPSETIV is continuously moving towards process of perfection. It is new direction of the modern education. Thank you and Jai Jagat.
So thumbs up again if you like.
Okay, those who have liked my presentation, including the Rajai, can give me a thumbs up. And also give me a smiley. They can give the emojis, they can give the comments, and also they can contact me on the link given below. Thank you so much. Shank, it was told. So definitely people will get back to you. And as you said about the instant feedback, we all need instant feedback. We all need the immediate response. And that is what these emojis are the quickest way to give it. Well, our next presentation is by Miss Ina Gupta. She is a pre-primary teacher in City International School, and her theme is Trio in Tune. Interesting. Let's see. One more is there. I think it's a presentation only. Ina. Presentation. Zoom में है. Zoom. ठीक.
Size बढ़ा रहा है. Size छोटा करो.
You're showing your phone.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
The screen is visible?
Yes.
Hello everyone, myself is Ina Gupta. I am a primary teacher in City International School in Lucknow. I'm thankful to Dr. Sunita Gandhi ma'am for this opportunity where I can present my accent research project. My topic is Trio in Tune. Before I start my presentation, I would like to keep some words in front of you. Good things come to those who believe. Better things come to those who are patient. And the best thing come to those who don't give up. So we should never give up. These are the overall structure of my presentation. As we all know, the recent COVID-19 pandemic led to the lockdown of not only school, but also the state and nation. This threatened the very learning of students for which they join school. The set of intervention are efforts to demonstrate the virtual teaching using online platform that can serve as an alternate to the classroom session. A properly organized and conducted online session can maintain the momentum of learning by student. The objective of these interventions are to use virtual teaching platform along with props and aids and non-financial rewards that encourage children to learn with fun and thereby improve their self-confidence. The hypothesis of my research work is properly organized virtual sessions with support of parents can be as effective as classroom session. Whereas the null hypothesis is virtual platforms are not as effective as classroom sessions. The expected outcomes are Students continue their learning during the pandemic with fun. Engage parents to support their children. Develop proficiency and confidence in using technological platforms. Improve reading, writing, and oratory skills. Improve self-confidence and self-esteem. The methodology which I have used are a close-ended questionnaire on reading, writing, and oration, use of props, technological platform, etc., prepared for the students. A pre-test carried using the questionnaire. The post-test followed by a set of interventions. A post-test conducted after the set of intervention. The pre-test and post-test scored, analyzed, and interpreted. Also, an open-ended questionnaire developed to collect the feedback from the parent of the students. There are two sets of questionnaire. The first one is for the student. It has a set of 20 questions, close-ended questions. Each question with two choices, yes and no. Questions covered various aspects of reading, writing, and oration. The second questionnaire is for parents of the student. It has 3 open-ended questions. The first 2 questions sought to seek the opinion of the parents if the intervention led to continued learning and use of technological platform, not only by the children, but also by the parents during this pandemic. The third question focuses on the opinion from the parents on the overall impact of these virtual sessions on the learning of the students. The interventions are pre-test of the student of class 1 of City International School, Manas Enclave on the questionnaire. Engage parents of the student to support them in use of virtual platform. Practice on cursive and handwriting and spoken English. Use of household item for conceptual clarity and creative ideas by the students. Encourage the student by highlighting their creative ideas instead of use of praise. Use of puppeteer to improve oration. Brief online presentation by student. Post-test for the students. The duration of these interventions are near about 6 months. Analysis and discussion part. These bar graphs show a vast difference between pre-test and post-test. Here you can see the yes response as the bar graph chart shows jumped from 39% to 93%. Yes response more than doubled after the interventions. These interventions clearly shows that use of virtual platform along with the props and aids, along with the support of their parents, can encourage children to continue to learn despite being away from the school premises. Therefore, as a teacher, we must use all the available alternate resources, involve the parents to nourish the creativity, self-confidence, and self-esteem of the student on their climbing to the ladder of the learning. Here are response of the parents. The responses of the parents were analyzed to see if any common thread run through their responses, suggestion, and opinion to these interventions. These responses clearly shows that not even a student, but the parents also enjoyed the online classes. They all are happy that they are moving forward during this pandemic also. Now, here are some live feedback in the WhatsApp group. It shows that from the top to bottom, everyone is motivating each other to achieve the goal of the class. Implication and suggestion. These interventions are very simple and cost efficient. Involve parent in all the activities. A positive impetus at an early age for the students can set the improvement in motion for the life provided similar encouragement and recognitions and are continued. These interventions can be replicated and scaled up in the other classes of the same school and also in all the classes of any other schools. Only the kind of rewards and recognitions have to be adjusted according to the maturity of the student to keep them motivated and performing. I want to end my presentation with 3 words: never give up. Thank you so much. If there is any query, you can contact me here. Contact inagupta@gmail.com. Thank you so much for listening.
Yes.
Thank you, Ina ma'am. The presentation trio in tune, well researched and well presented. The challenges we faced last year were tremendous. The days were mixed with fear and uncertainties. The world was falling apart. Unexpected school closure led to a big question: till when and what? It gave us various life lessons, and at such critical times, our teachers sprung up with surprise, along with the health workers. That is why they were called Corona Warriors. We salute your indomitable spirit. We salute your strength, your courage, your invincible power. More power to you. Kudos to you. Proud to be a teacher. So here is a presentation in gratitude.
हो गया हंस बटोर ला today's subject is so close to my heart, so close to my heart. And for all the international speakers, I would just like to highlight a few points here, that we are the new face of India. हम नए भारत के नए चेहरे हैं. I am the new face and I will not be defeated. हम हार नहीं मानेंगे. Remember the time when the lockdown took place and we were still fumbling with the technology. Remember, we didn't know how to make the presentations. These words were new in our dictionary. But हम हार नहीं मानेंगे. That is why we could cross those barriers, we could overcome those hindrances and emerge as real Corona warriors. Kudos and salute. The next presentation is by Ms. Akriti Rishel. She's a pre-primary teacher and her presentation is on flip teaching through e-learning and blended learning. So please have a look at Ms. Akriti's presentation.
Hello, everyone. So please allow me to screen share. I hope that I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Please allow me to screen share. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to the 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable Conference. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our director, Dr. Sunita Gandhi ma'am, for giving us this opportunity to share our research work with all of you. Myself, Akriti Rachel Putrana, and I'm junior English teacher at City International School. And my research topic, as you can see on the screen, is flipped classroom. I would like to start my research topic with a quote, which is, "You can be a good teacher and never use technology, and technology won't turn a bad teacher into a good one. However, a good teacher who uses technology can make great things happen." Now, what is flipped classroom? Flipping the classroom is also called as blended classroom. It is an approach that has become very trendy over the past 5 years, both in kindergarten and in higher education system. But what is it? In short, flipping the classroom means providing learning content to students outside the scheduled classroom time instead of using classroom time for lecturing. The classroom time is then dedicated to activities that promote active learning. Now, this is my hypothesis where flipped classroom utilizes the blended learning model to reverse the traditional learning environment, such that the learners receive the bulk of the instructional content online. Here, the learners, for example, are asked to flip teach a certain topic that has already been taught with the help of the PowerPoint presentation. Learners would be asked to understand and process a set of material or topic with the help of a PowerPoint presentation made by them to explain in their own words and at their own pace. Students' engagement through flip pillars of flipped learning, where F stands for flexible environment. In flipped classroom, teachers need to create flexible learning environment by providing opportunities for students to choose when and where they want to learn. L stands for learning culture. In flipped model, class time is shifting to discuss more in depth about each topic. Moreover, flipped classroom changes the traditional learning culture into learner-centered class. As a result, students are actively involved in knowledge assessment. I stands for intentional content. Flipped learning requires intentional content. Means in flipped mods, the teacher determines what they need to teach and what materials students should handle on their own. P stands for professional educator. The role of a professional educator is even more important in a flipped classroom than in traditional one. The flipped model needs instructors who can observe, provide timely feedback, continuously assessment work, and help students master content. This is something only professional educators can do. Now, you may ask me the question, why is this flipped classroom so effective? Typically, classroom time has been spent sharing content with students and then having them practice applying what they've learned on their own without any scaffolding or timely feedback. Research has proven that blended or flipped classrooms are the most effective pedagogical approach to learning when compared to fully online or traditional face-to-face, because they move learning in classroom from being a passive learner experience to an active one for students. In a flipped classroom, students are responsible for consuming
Unmute yourself, please.
किसी को वो करना प्लीज इसको अनम्यूट कर दो आकृति रेचल
Akriti, please unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Please unmute yourself and go back a couple of slides.
CBSE है दिखा नहीं सब जो है.
Now, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you so much. So as you can see that pillars of flipped learning, where F stands for flexible environment. In flipped classroom, teachers need to create flexible learning environment by providing opportunities for students to choose when and where they want to learn. And L stands for learning culture. In flipped model, class time is shifting to discuss more in depth about each topic. Moreover, flipped classroom changes the traditional learning culture into learner-centered class. As a result, students are actively involved in knowledge construction. I stands for intentional content. Flipped learning requires intentional content, which means in flipped models, the teachers determine what they need to teach and what materials students should handle on their own. Here, teachers use intentional content to maximize class time in order to adopt learner-centered, actively oriented classes. P stands for professional educator, where the role of an professional educator is even more important in a flipped classroom than in a traditional one. The flipped model needs instructors who can observe, provide timely feedback, continuously assessment, work, and help students master content. This is something only professional educators can do. Now you can ask me this question, why is this method so effective? Typically, classroom time has been spent sharing content with students and then having them practice applying what they've learned on their own without any scaffolding or timely feedback. Research has proven that blended or flipped classroom are the most effective pedagogical approach to learning when compared to fully online or traditional face-to-face because they move learning in the classroom from being a passive experience to an active one for students. Now, in a flipped classroom, students are responsible for consuming the content on their own, and then the instructor uses classroom time to guide students through activities, help them get back on track, answer questions, etc. In summary, blended learning or flipped classroom works because it is student-centered, making students active participants in their learning, gives the instructor time back in the classroom to scaffold student learning, provides students with immediate timely feedback, and makes learning intentional and purposeful by engaging in real-world activities. The meat of any course is the learning material, so make sure the recorded lectures are clear, engaging, and to the point. Keeping lectures between 5 to 10 minutes is best. Even if learners are required to watch 3 lecture videos, having them broken up into smaller time increments makes them more engaging and easier to absorb. Another tip you can try is to partner with other teachers. This gives you a sounding board for your ideas as well as another potential voice to deliver material, avoiding any monotonous lectures.
Most recent of her, you could say,
there will likely be a gap of time between when learners watch lectures and when they attend classes. It gives them the chance to test their knowledge prior to coming to class through an online game or any other learning activity that they can complete immediately after watching the lecture. This benefits learners by ensuring they absorb learning material, and it benefits instructors by providing them with informed, engaged learners. Now, approaches to flipped classroom is based on problem-based learning, team-based learning, case studies, role play, debates, research to present or create end product. Some tools while doing this research were Google Hangouts, Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, Cisco WebEx, Zoom, Monkey Survey, Edmodo, Google Form, and many more. As you can see, what students do now in class, work on differentiated activities given by the teacher, get individual or small group help, do concept quizzes, work on short-term or long-term projects. Students flip teaching, as you can see in this slide, where the students are teaching online. Here are various activities done by the students. And the PPTs made by the student for flip teaching. With this, I would like to conclude. It is not unusual for one to view online instruction as separate and distinct from traditional face-to-face instruction. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. Interestingly, when one incorporates e-learning teaching strategies into a face-to-face class, the advantages of online instruction tend to replace the disadvantages of face-to-face instruction. Doing so, however, It is time consuming and often requires a different mindset to be effective. If done well, the benefits will generally outweigh the costs. Thank you very much, and I hope that you all liked my presentation. If you have any queries or any questions, you can contact me at akritiputrana@gmail.com. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Thank you, Akriti. That was a wonderful presentation. And of course, we say that when the teachers are researchers, the school improves much, much more. And during the lunch break, you have seen 3 of the presentation of our teacher presentation. They have actually done it. They have actually researched it. And flip teaching method, believe me, it's very, very practical, very interesting, very beneficial because I've had hands-on experience of the flip teaching method. As we heard from John Bergman. And as we had heard from John Bergman, and it was truly, it is very effective. So if we can just incorporate in our classrooms, in our teaching, it is going to bring a remarkable change. And 2:30, we begin with the next roundtable. And hope you've had your lunch. Hope you are all set for the next roundtable, another enriching session. Thank you, and we'll see you in 5 minutes. So just enjoy and relax. Thank you.
आज साहित्य बेचैन है, परेशान है, अपने आने वाले कल के बारे में अनजान और बेखबर है। पर दोस्तों, हमें किसी भी हाल में हार नहीं माननी, हौसला बनाए रखना है। इस लड़ाई में जीत हमारी होकर रहेगी, चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, साथ मिलकर हम एक नई दुनिया जरूर बनाएंगे।
is when you talk to God. Meditation is when you listen to God. And yoga is union of one's souls with God. Therefore, it is said that yoga is the union of Atma and Paramatma. It is also said that the art of practicing yoga helps in controlling an individual body and soul. It brings together physical and mental disciplines to achieve a peaceful body and mind. It helps to manage stress and anxiety and keeps us in a relaxed mode.
Go placidly amid the noise and haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible, without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth.
Welcome back to all our dear viewers. The whole purpose of education is to turn mirrors into windows. Glad to have you all back, and it's so very gratifying to see you all joining after the lunch. And the whole session, the following session, would be full of hopes, dreams that we all would like to share with each other. Education has a value that sometimes cannot be quantified. If you ever doubt your journey, look within instead of looking outside. Deep inside your heart lie answers to all questions of life. No one else but you and your thoughts will keep you afloat and strive. Keep working hard. Focus on your long-term goal. It's not the excuse that count, but the fire in your soul. At the 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtables, we create conversations that lead to meaningful change. We also share research and good work in education worldwide. The 13th Ed Leadership is relevant even more in the wake of India's new education policy, which is progressive and forward-looking. Now is the time to proceed further with the 11th Roundtable with the theme Teacher Education, the Way Forward, which is going to be chaired by Ma'am Kashish Chhabria from Mumbai. Ms. Kashish Chhabria is a mental health counselor, a mindset transformation strategist, and India's first impact and profits video coach. She is the recipient of the REX Karamveer Chakra and Global Fellowship Award in association with the United Nations for her contribution to the society in the form of videos on mental health, self-help, and personal development. She has received the award for the best use of technology for impacting and inspiring lives. I would like to invite her here and chair this 11th Roundtable conference with our eminent speakers with their introduction. Over to you, Ma'am Chhabria.
Thank you so much, ma'am. This is an honor.
Before I call upon Ma'am Chhabria, I would like to call upon Dr. Sunita Gandhi to give a little briefing on Ma'am and her talk.
Okay, so I am totally and completely delighted that we are hosting this session, a roundtable, as we call it, on teacher education. It is indeed the way forward, and we can all agree with that. I will not run into the schedule, but would like to very warmly welcome all the presenters who are present here today, many of whom I know personally, and I see among the audience Bodvar Jonsson from Iceland. And I'd like to very warmly acknowledge him to this gathering. Bodvar is the reason of my work in Iceland. So little stories are always helpful. I just want to tell you, and I think Martin is going to talk about stories and relationships. I'm looking forward to that. Marja Lina Bulund, she's going to talk about some fantastic things and all that. I'm not going to share what things, Yashika Hatwal, Vikramjit Sinha, Kirsti Lonka, and of course, Martin Richards from Sweden. So I want to say that Bodvar, one day I was in Washington working for the World Bank, and I got a call at like 6 a.m. in the morning. So I picked up the phone thinking, oh, that's a little too early for me. And says, I'm Bodvar Jonsson calling from Iceland. And basically, can you come to Iceland and share your ideas on education? And somehow he had got some information about something I was doing at the time in Washington and in the US. So anyway, I ended up in Iceland at his invitation a few months later. And in 8 days of my reconnaissance mission to Iceland, I think everybody in Iceland got to know who Sunita Gandhi and what she's doing, because Bodvar ensured it. Bodvar left no stone unturned to make sure that people heard me, because he felt this is what we need in our country. And he has relentlessly worked towards those goals. We have a lot of schools in Iceland following what we have presented earlier on, the 4 building blocks of education. And they've translated into Icelandic. They're using it in many, many schools. And a lot of good work is going on with his initiative. I met people like Hannah Ragnar's daughter and also Sten Gudna's daughter. And I hope both of you please ensure that at least for a few minutes, Gudrun Peter's daughter, all these wonderful people, that they please come and join us between today and tomorrow, the leftover part of this particular conference. So want to heartily and warmly welcome you, Bodhvar. If you can just say hello to everyone, that'd be so nice. And I hope the panel members don't mind if we request Bodhvar to say hello. He's a phenomenon. I mean, in Akureyri, which is the northern town of Iceland, he was the highest taxpayer because he's dead honest. Anyway, so here's Bodhvar.
Hi, everyone.
My mother's clapping for you. She's here, Bharti Gandhi. She's here.
Okay,
Bodhvar ko pin kar dijiye, please.
Yeah, okay.
Volume बढ़ा दो थोड़ा.
BODBAR.
BO double dot. उसके ऊपर O double dot है. B टाइप करो आ जाएगा.
सेकंड ब्लॉक नीचे. बी के जस्ट नीचे जो है उनको पिन करना है. वो अनम्यूट भी कर दीजिए.
अनम्यूट भी कर दीजिए.
या और बड़े बी को ऑप्शन दीजिए सो दैट वी हैव फूड. लेट हैव सम फूड.
हां.
वो खाना खा रही है उनको हटा दो इसको. थैंक यू. अनम्यूट कराइए इनको. Unmute.
Bodhvar Kanu, as a very honored and privileged to have you here. Can you say just a few words, please?
I was not prepared for that, to speak to this gathering, but it has been really wonderful to follow what has been said here and follow what has been said from all over the world, and know about what has been done in Finland, and which is our neighbor here in the north, and we have been following their great what they have been doing and following it was interesting to hear from about how they worked out their
Bodhvar, did you mean the PISA results? See, I'm not around you, so you're not practicing your English as much.
No, my English is really, it has not been improving since you left, because I am not been using it so much since. Anyhow, it was great to see your mother and hear from her. Anyway, thank you for this anyhow, you have not missed any of your energy, obviously. Anyhow, thank you, Sabar. Thank you, everybody.
Kashish, over to you, please. Thank you, Bodhvar.
We want to welcome Mrs. Bodhvar also.
Elsa Min, so lovely to see your hand waving. Can you just show your face, please? Elsa Benedict's daughter. This is the wife of Bodhvar. Hi, Elsa.
Very good, very good.
Elsku.
So we're trying to make this conference human. Sorry about the time we took away from this, but over to you, Kashish. So wonderful to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's an honor to be here. And each time that you invite me, I believe it's my complete honor to be sharing this platform with such amazing people. A big hi and a warm welcome to all who have joined. And I'm Kashish Chabria, and thank you so much for this beautiful introduction. And without wasting further time, I shall begin now. So, because we know that our amazing speakers are waiting for us. So, we have many keynote speakers and panelists today. The first one being Martin Richards from Sweden. His topic is coaching model of teacher development. Martin Richards works to ensure that a coaching approach is increasingly and correctly used in schools in Europe and is creating Europe-wide change through inspiration, training, and support. Martin holds the prestigious CPCC coach certification from CTI, the Coaches Training Institute, and has over 2,000 logged coaching hours. His mission is to train learners, parents, educators, and school leaders to speak the coaching language so that the learning comes more rapidly and more easily. Traveling teacher coach Martin has been passionately supporting teachers to reconnect with their original passion for teaching, PGCE, CPCC. Martin is also an experienced secondary school teacher of mathematics, a professional English trainer, and the author of several books about the benefits and process of coaching in education. Over to you, Martin.
Thank you, and in a minute I will need to share my screen just so you know. Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction. It really made me laugh to hear that I was a traveling teacher. Yes, we now travel through this wonderful medium of Zoom. And I would like to send my deepest thanks to Sunita Gandhi for reaching out just some months ago and saying, let's connect. It's been a beautiful connection. And I will be delighted to take everybody here on a journey of some years, but it won't take that long. It'll only take about 10 minutes. The beginning of which is to say that this talk has two hands to it, two sides to it. One of them being, I'm getting a wave. Did somebody want to say something to me? I'm not seeing any messages. Should I continue? Thank you very much. I love technology, especially when it gets in the way and makes things real for a second. Okay, so two hands, one being coaching for educators. That's a practical application of the language that teachers use, that coaches use, and listening from the heart, which is what we as developers of other people need to do in order to make that connection and lead them to learning about themselves and the world around them. So there will be two sides to this, which will come together in a hand clasp at the end. So as the introduction included, I am a math teacher. I said, once you're a math teacher, you're always a math teacher, right? But it's been a long time since I stood in the classroom and taught mathematics. An English teacher, same story there. I am an entrepreneur. I have run multiple companies and worked as a professional trainer and facilitator at companies, mostly in West Sweden, because that's where I travel to. These days, I'm a certified life coach. And as you can see, both teaching and coaching are in my DNA. So I was very curious towards the end of my career, when I was almost 60, I was wondering, what if these two sides of teaching and coaching actually belong together? How would that be? And I was absolutely delighted when the Swedish government decided that they would offer educators the opportunity of being coached, both having their lessons observed and of being coached. Perhaps at this point I should define what coaching is, because I think most of you know what teaching is. I won't worry about that. But here's a definition of coaching from one of the earliest coaches, a guy called Anthony Grant or Tony Grant. And he talks about how two people work together, not one dominating the other, not one in charge of the other, but together. So a good metaphor for a coach would be someone who stands behind you and supports you in what you are doing. Not someone who stands in front of you and shows you how. No, that's a teacher or an instructor. Not someone who stands beside, because that's a consultant. They have one hand on your shoulder, but they point and show you where to go. A coach works from behind. Very important metaphor to have in mind would be a tandem bicycle, where the two people are riding the same bike, the coach sitting on the back seat holding onto the steering wheel but cannot steer. The other person, the coachee or the educator in this case, would be at front and deciding where to ride their bike. So when we gave this work for the Swedish National Education Authority, it had two stages to it. The first part was to present coaching to all the staff. And we began by asking them what they thought coaching was. And there were a lot of misconceptions about coaching out there. So that was our first hurdle to get over, was to describe what it was. And it really helped to have that metaphor of being on a tandem bicycle. But we really wanted to convince them what coaching could do for them and their students. So we did a live demonstration of coaching in the room with all the teachers there, sometimes on a stage. And that was observed by the teachers, and they were able to debrief together with another facilitator what it was that was happening during the coaching. So they'd seen this dialogue, and suddenly they could see and hear, and most importantly, feel the benefit of having a coach. Another metaphor that might help here is a mirror. I don't know if you have more hair than I do. I spend maybe 1 second combing my hair in the morning, but if you're going to brush your hair, you probably need a mirror to see what's going on. And that's also part of the role of a coach, is to reflect back what's going on so that the educator can see and hear themselves and make decisions about how they're going to move ahead. So at the end of the stage one, we enrolled teachers in this program, and we were always oversubscribed. The government set aside 8 or 10, depending on the size of the school, places for teachers to be observed and coached. And we always had more sign-ups than places. And then the head teacher got to decide who was going to be coached. Stage 2 was the actual observation of a lesson and coaching feedback. But that had to be preceded by establishing a trusting relationship. And those of you who are teachers, you know about trusting, building a trusting relationship with your students. If they don't trust you, they don't rely on you being a real person for them, they won't be that interested in learning from you. I'm sure somebody somewhere said, they don't care what you know until they know that you care. Very true here. Teachers are the same. They need to trust you first. So what happens? Let's look at some of the essential skills. Coaches need to listen a lot. In fact, that's what your mirror is doing, is listening to you. It really reflects back what it sees. And a coach will reflect back what they hear. And in order to keep the conversation going, they ask open-ended questions. They're the kind of questions you can't really answer with a fact or a yes or a no. They're exploratory, they're reflective. And a coach needs to be a certain way so that this happens. They need to be curious, they need to be generous, and they need to persevere, because generally people are a little bit lazy. They want to be told what to do. You know, you've seen me do my lesson. Tell me what to do. What should I do differently? And the coach will persevere in neither judging what happened nor giving advice. Coaches do not give advice, not the good ones anyway. If someone starts giving advice, then their position is not behind you, but beside you. Now they've entered the consultant role. And maybe they even go in front of you and enter a kind of teaching and instructor role. We don't do that. We stay behind, we support, we persevere in not judging. Some of the reasons teachers wanted to be coached were mostly personal. I mean, they were teachers, but they're human beings too. And having a life-work balance that works for them is essential. Otherwise, how can they give to their students? So what's happening is often they're needing to recover their life-work balance and either avoid burnout or simply minimize stress. Some of the teachers we were working with were coming back from burnout, and they just needed someone to remind them to create space for the students to learn. I heard earlier today something about flipped learning. That was part of their returning to the classroom strategy. Some of them sadly had lost their passion for teaching. They'd become so locked into the problems of the day that they'd forgotten why they were a teacher. And on many occasions, the kind of questions that made the biggest benefit were, what brought you to teaching in the first place? Just helping that educator reconnect with their why for being a teacher, not forgetting about the problems, but just not focusing on them so much, lifting their gaze from their feet up to the horizon was our gift to them. Sometimes they needed to clarify their role because things change. When I wrote this was pre-COVID. COVID's changing things so much faster than anyone can handle. It's almost a requirement, I think, for having a coach in the classroom, because teachers are working with change on a minute-by-minute basis. I wanted to say a little bit about the history of coaching, just a couple of mouthfuls. It started perhaps in the sports world, where one of the earliest books that was written about coaching was called The Inner Game of Tennis, where Timothy Galway spoke about how two equally matched tennis players with the same skills, the same physical attributes, the same equipment, the same tennis rackets, they would not be able to beat each other. The difference would be what goes on in their minds, how they think about who they are when they are playing tennis. So the inner game of tennis gives you a doorway into why coaching is in sports at all. Of course, sports led us to business because that's also a competitive atmosphere. And particularly if you're in sales or building relationships, what goes on in your mind is of greater importance than the equipment that you're using. This, I thought, would apply to students too. So I got rather interested in what would happen if we brought coaching into the classroom. So these are some of the effects of going into a classroom, watching a teacher teach, and then having a conversation with them, just reflecting back what we saw. Teachers say that having that extra pair of eyes in the room, a pair of eyes that can see, but there's no judgment going on. A colleague might be judging you, which is why a lot of teachers find it difficult to bring a colleague into their classroom. But a coach is not a colleague. It's a neutral observer. And we only observe what the teachers told us would be okay to observe. Teachers had control over what was observed and how the notes and information from the observation were used in the coaching. Most of the time, the coaching feedback was not based on the written observations. We had them there, but it was mostly the teacher's reflections on the observations that form the basis for any changes that they might want to implement in the next lesson. Of course, we met these teachers many times, so we saw them in a lesson, we gave them coaching feedback, we saw them in the next lesson, and we noticed that slowly they would adopt a coaching approach to how they communicated with their students. And one of the biggest, simplest things that they did was to pause. A teacher would pause in the middle of giving an explanation just to check in. Are they understanding me? Teachers would pause in the middle of a conflict, large or small conflict. There was something going on. Instead of diving straight in, there would be a pause. There would be curiosity. There would be non-judgment about the conversations that were going on between students, between teachers and students. So the conflicts slowed down a great deal. Another thing that happened was the type of questions that the teachers asked during the like classroom dialogue, and this fits really well with flipped classroom because the teacher's no longer standing at the front teaching, that's all done. They are guiding the learning through asking open-ended questions, reflective questions, asking the students about their learning. So there's a lot of that that's became a side effect of the coaching. The initial idea was to support teachers in their professional development without having a particular direction. Remember, it's the teachers who choose the direction. And we noticed some of these effects where some of these changes in direction were happening anyway, even though we didn't necessarily plan to coach them in any particular direction. Just looking at the core skills that go on, this is a question that we asked the teachers when we presented coaching. We showed them these 11 skills, core skills, and we asked them, do you work with any of these skills? And powerful questioning, yes, of course. Designing actions, yes, of course. Managing progress and accountability, yes, of course. These are all skills that teachers use. But actually, and if you're a certified coach, you'll know these are the core skills that are established by the International Coach Federation for coaches. So coaches are actually trained in the same skills that teachers use every day. The difference is the teachers only use this a little bit, sometimes, whereas coaches, they only use this. There's nothing else. It's a bit like inside the teacher, there is a coach. And a question arose from this and our other work was, what if the teachers were trained? What if we increased the skill level, the implementation level of these 11 skills? What would happen in the classroom if the teachers were much more coach-like? Now I'm getting really excited because having gone on my own professional journey from teacher to coach, I could see how powerful coaching was. And I wonder why it wasn't being used in schools. As part of our answer to that question, why aren't teachers trained enough in this? We designed a training course, a little one, enough to initiate educators in a coaching approach. Doesn't mean they are a coach, it means they are a teacher using coaching skills, listening, asking questions, self-managing, and building relationships. Guess which one's the most important? I'm not going to give you time to answer, but most people answer that it's listening and asking questions that are most important. I would say they're the most obvious, but the one that's most important is self-managing, because teachers are human beings. We get triggered, we get upset, we get tired, and sometimes we're not at our best selves, best for the day, but we could have been better if we self-managed. So the most challenging part of this training course is the self-management, because it opens the door to everything else. Let me quickly show you how those 4 skills interrelate. The listening skill contains the other 3 skills. In fact, questions contains the other 3 skills, as do all the others. So, for example, when you're asking questions, you've got to come from a place of curiosity and non-judgment, which means a great deal of self-management needs to be applied so that you can listen, so that you can hold that relationship, not of adult and child, but of teacher and student, or coach and coachee, as we call them. More information about this course, and I noticed Sunita Gandhi's left the room for a moment, just as I mentioned her name. There's an open session on the 26th of January, and I think Dr. Gandhi is going to send out some more information about that. But it gives, as you can imagine, it gives anyone who's interested in becoming more coach-like, having those skills of listening and asking good questions, of self-managing and building relationships. This is really helpful in any school, whether you're a classroom teacher or indeed the school leadership team. We've used all of these skills in leadership training. You would see all of them coming up in any kind of leadership training. So the school leaders who adopt this approach want it for their staff. The staff who use this kind of approach in the classroom, interestingly enough, even though they might get coaching for themselves, they begin to adopt this coaching in the classroom. And guess who's the quickest to pick up? The students, of course. You can imagine a student who normally knows how to press a teacher's buttons. I mean, if you've worked with teenagers or work with any age really, students can really get you going, especially on a day when you're feeling a little thin, a little unbalanced. And when you don't react, when you don't get into the argument that you've always got into, if you pause and ask, what's happening here? The students are then given a new world to explore. The world of not fighting with each other. The world of not saying, I can't do this. Or a way of tackling students who say they can't is to say, what if you could? How would your world be if you could do mathematics? Maybe no one's asked them that question before. So a coach is able to ask different kinds of questions that aren't related to the subject, but are in fact related to the student. I tend to tell very long stories. I've avoided doing so today. I've written them in multiple books because then you can flip the learning and sit down and read the stories for yourself. I'd like to go on to the other hand of this presentation, which is coaching for educators, because we had a question, having worked with the Swedish government for 3 years, of giving educators access to coaches. The project ended, as all projects do. And we wondered, what would happen if teachers had access to coaches? How could we make that happen? And we came up with the idea of giving the gift of professional coaching to educators. So any educator who's employed at a school teaching a subject or even running their own school would be eligible for the gift of coaching. No cost, no money. We're doing it as a non-profit, together with an organization called IBME. And you'll hear more about IBME from Dr. Meg Hanshaw a little later today, if you're still here. So we put out the idea through our website and we started coaching educators. And these little spots on this map represent educators and coaches that have connected over past year and a half to engage in a coaching conversation about how they turn up as a teacher, how they turn up as an educator. And often that includes larger aspects of their life, including burnout or avoiding burnout. It didn't include so much about how to teach, because teachers already know how to teach, or they can find out. They're not going to get that from the teacher. from the coach. Before I go on to some of the feedback we've been getting, I see that someone sent me a message, but I cannot see the message. I do apologize for that. Maybe it wasn't me. Okay, that's a question I will take directly. Just wanted to share some of the feedback that the teachers have been giving us about the coaching that they've received. Remember that they enter into a conversation with their coach that's private, it's personal usually, it's confidential, and some of the teachers want to share the learning, the benefits. One that struck me was by this English teacher at the top here. She realized how powerful she was through being coached. The same applies to students. Students who are feeling frustrated or feeling that they can't do that subject can, with the assistance of coaching, break out of the idea that they think they can't. And when they get into reflecting on what it is that's stopping them and how they can move forwards, they suddenly realize how enormously powerful they are. So, as you can see in the other comments, people have commented that it's helped a great deal. It helps to think aloud, it helps to set aside a little bit of time to reflect on what's going on. So I'm going to answer one of the questions here about the difference between training and coaching, because I want to make sure people get this one. A trainer knows how to do something. Let's take tennis, for example, because I don't play tennis. Let's take that as an example. So I would go to a tennis trainer to learn tennis, and they would teach me how to hold the racket, how to observe the ball, how to. A coach, on the other hand, works with my mind. So, for example, if I believe I can't play tennis, I'm going to be a really bad tennis player, even if I haven't played. But if I challenge that thought with the help of a coach and focus more on my, why do I want to play this game? What is it I want to get out of it? And not focus so much on the details of how. When I'm focusing on my why, it's about coaching. So coaching is about why, training is about how. That was a very crude description, but at least separates the two. A coach will not tell you how. A coach will guide you in finding out your why, finding out your inner drive, your thinking, and you will then automatically discover whether or not you want to do this, playing tennis, which I don't, by the way. You will discover that you have within you the ability to learn how to play tennis. Many times as a teacher, I'm not teaching the student something that they didn't know. I'm just helping them to realize that they knew it. There's a reveal of knowledge in the same way that a sculptor reveals the statue from the block of rock. Many times as a teacher, I may be describing, this is what I want you to do this, but if the student's not on board with the why, then I need to become more coach-like.
Lovely. Martin, excuse me, please. We have 15 minutes done. We would request you to kindly complete the talk so other speakers can follow up as well. Thank you so much for your kind cooperation.
Perfect. Thank you for that very beautiful reminder. I was just going to say, if your questions are the same as mine, if you're interested in what if teachers had access to coaches, what if they had the coaching skills, then please contact us, because this is the work that we're up to. And now I'm happy to shut up. I will stop sharing if I learn how to do that. Stop sharing. I have stopped sharing. There we go. Thank you most kindly for the delicate interrupt. So I'm getting some questions here. There might be a good way to go ahead is to type your questions in the chat, and I'll pick the ones that I feel I've got an answer to. The heart of coaching. You know, I always say at the heart of a teacher lies a coach. At the heart of coaching lies something spiritual. That's my take on it. Does the coach necessarily have to be a good player? No, and I have a story there. One of my friends coaches golf players, and she doesn't play golf. So just to demonstrate how that works, one of her golf clients was about to take a shot over water. You know, if you use a golf club and you hit a ball, it goes over the water. We hope it goes over the water. And she picked up the ball and she changed it for a different one. So the coach asked, what's happening here? What made you do that? She said, oh, well, I'm not sure if I'm going to get over the water, so I'm using a cheaper ball. Think about it. The golfer is saying, I don't think I can do this. And, oh, look, plop, it didn't work. So the coach suggested going and buying the most expensive golf balls that were available, really expensive ones, and hitting a whole box of them over the water. So that's about mindset. Didn't explain to the golfer how to hit the ball, just gave her a reason to do it, i.e. they're expensive. I'm getting a question about a counselor. Some of the people that we've worked with are counselors in school. They are, their job, their task is to talk with students who've kind of gotten in a bit of trouble. I mean, if you've got a student who's doing their work and everything's running smoothly, they don't go to the counselor. They don't need to. But the ones who are struggling go to the counselor. They want some guidance. A counselor will give guidance. A coach won't. A coach will help through activities, questions, the person to realize what it is they want to do. So, for example, I was working with a counselor and his student was failing school. That was their expression. He was failing school. And the boy was spending most of his daytime engaging in criminal activities. He was on his way to becoming a full-time criminal. A bit sad to see, and everyone, of course, was saying, no, be careful, young man, it's dangerous, gangs are not good, etc., etc., etc. And he was really excited by being a gang member because he was getting a lot of attention. And the way that we helped him was to bring out his values. We asked him, what do you get from being a gang member? What's important to you in this circumstance? And when we pulled all of those things out, his values were literally written on bits of paper in front of him. And then the next question was, how can you get what you want, all of these things, without the danger of possibly ending up in prison? How can we adults help you find another way of packaging your values? And he landed on the idea that he wanted to be in part of the, what do we call it? The uniformed service, the military, the police. In the end, he chose a firefighter. So the end of the session with this young man, we got a photo. He went on the internet, took a picture of a firefighter and used Photoshop to put his photograph on the firefighter. So we printed that out. He could see himself in firefighting uniform, bold, brave, all the things that he wanted to be in the gang, he could be as a firefighter. Then we set up, what do you need to become a firefighter? And you need maths, you need English, you need da. Suddenly, he knows what to do to become who he wants to become, to get what he wants out of life, rather than falling slowly into the gang and ending up possibly in prison or worse, shot, dead, or who knows what. So coaching can, by working from behind, help someone to see what it is that's important, where they want to go in life. And it's been mentioned several times, we just generate a big why inside them. Why is a question we never actually ask, but we ask it in different ways. What makes this important to you, for example? So, are there any more questions? Oh, how wonderful. Thank you for that comment. Refreshing. I do feel refreshed and relieved. So may I put the, okay to put the website up here? I know I put it was the last slide. This is a place we would like you to go if you're interested in exploring what can coaching do for you. We offer the gift of 4 hours, or up to, don't have to do 4, up to 4 hours of coaching, so that you can explore on a one-to-one basis what coaching will give you in your classroom, in your school. So put that one there.
Thank you so much, Martin.
Woo! Little bit of rat feedback there.
Thank you, Martin.
You're
May we
welcome.
request you to please take up the questions once we are through with the speakers, and I'll request the chairperson to kindly introduce the next speaker for the day. Thank you, Martin. Lovely seeing you.
Lovely to see you too.
Thank you so much, Martin Richards. It was indeed a very valuable talk. Thank you so much for your great inputs. And with that, we have our second speaker for the day, Kirsti Lonka from Helsinki, Finland. Her topic is Phenomenal Teacher Education, Engaging Learning Environment. Kirsti Lonka is a professor of the educational psychology at University of Helsinki, Finland since 2005. She is the director of Research Group of Educational Psychology. Kirsti is also extraordinary professor, Open Chair Research Focus Area, Northwest University, Vanderbilt Park, South Africa from 2016 to 2019, and advisory board member of Graduate Institute of Digital Learning and Education, National Taiwan University of Science and Technology, NTUST, 2015. She is also a science rector of Kaiman Laakso Summer University. Kirsti is a founding member of Teachers Academy of University of Helsinki since 2013, and also their first president from 2013 to 2014. During 2015 and 2017, she was the associate editor of Elsevier journal Learning and Instruction, Impact Factor 3.8 in 2017. Let's give it up for Kirsti. Over to you. Yeah, you may unmute and speak. You got to unmute.
Yes, I thought I did that. I was changed to another room, the speaker's room.
You're right.
So great to be here. It's a great honor, and thank you for inviting me. Good morning from Finland. It's now afternoon there, and it's close to noon in Helsinki. We have tons of snow here, and we're very happy about having a real winter. So I start sharing my presentation, and I hope it goes smoothly. This is getting, I put it in the presentation mode, so it's easier for you to follow or see. Like that. And now I need to adjust my settings so that you see the right I hope you can now see the big picture. More information on my website, kirstilonka.fi. Fortunately, I have an easy name to be a Finnish person. And thank you for the kind introduction. So I put here I'm still continuing in South Africa, but the situation in Corona is so difficult. So it's wonderful to see you, people colleagues from India, when we cannot travel anywhere. This is very short, 15-minute speech, and of course there are lots of details you would like to hear or read. So I have this book also as an ebook, and it's coming out also in Hindi and Marathi languages. It's already existing in Thai language and Korean, and some other Chinese is coming out as well. So I'm telling there the story of how educational psychology has impacted Finnish school and teacher education. What we are doing in Finland, we are it's a long path, starting in 50s, when Finland was still a part of the Tsar's, Russian Tsar's empire. We became independent 1917, and already before that time, we've been developing school for everybody. But I think the secret is continuing development of the school system. And now I've been member of National Finnish Teacher Education Reform Group. So we have going towards the direction of creative experts, seeing teachers as constantly developing creative experts. And I really much enjoyed this coaching approach, because I feel that we have very much kind of coaching approach when we are training our teachers. I've been training teachers from early childhood education, class teachers, subject matter teachers. I teach psychology to all this. And good news is that we also have an international teacher training program, and now a new master program, which just started this week. It's been really exciting. We have people all over the world. I quickly summarize some basic features of our system, which is very different from many other countries. We've had, since 1970s, even class teachers have had master degree. So we are constantly developing this, and reforming. But in 1995, also early childhood kindergarten teachers started to study at the university, and they are doing bachelor's. What is different also from some other countries, that teacher's job is an attractive job. I just had a meeting with those who had graduated, alumni from my program, and they said they love teachers' work, they love principals' work. It's hard work, it's demanding, but it's very rewarding. Our teachers are very autonomous, so we are not having any school inspections. We are quite short school days, long holidays, relatively good salary, and teachers are usually well liked and respected. Of course, teenagers in any country are challenging, but we understand that, and I'm teaching developmental psychology for teachers so that they understand what is the brainstorm that the teenagers are going through, so they understand how to communicate. And also the skills, active listening, social and emotional learning skills, what we are training, are very important for the teachers and their well-being. So the whole system is based on trust. And it's the schools who put the national curriculum in practice locally. It's illegal in Finland to take money from program education. Like, we have the same comprehensive school from age 7 to 15 and before early childhood education. And now I have some news for you. 2 weeks ago, there is a new law by the parliament that we have mandatory education, which is free of charge for everybody until they are 18 years old. So you must go to school until you are 18 years old. And it's free. All the school books are also paid now. And also university training is free for all EU citizens in Finland. So after comprehensive school, when people are 15, they either go to high school or vocational school and then to higher education. And about the PISA results in OECD 2018, they were the 5 best countries where Singapore, Japan, then Taiwan, no, it was Estonia. Estonia is going up, our neighbor. We've been collaborating a lot. And then Taiwan and Finland about the same. So we are still doing quite well in international comparisons. What is different from other countries is that we are the only country where 15-year-olds are among the most satisfied in their lives and have good results. So even though the interest in school is declining all over the world during the adolescence here from grade 7 to 9, our students are still quite happy. Although we've been doing now COVID research showing that even 60% of university students have burnout symptoms because of this specific situation. But just some words. Irmeli Hallinen is going to tell more about, she's the specialist from our National Board of Education, telling more about our new curriculum that we put in practice. But we have also adjusted teacher education to meet these demands. So we need active citizens and creative people who can solve these complex problems. And my research is all about, are we alienating our youth with our old-fashioned teaching and learning practices? So that's why we've been developing new kinds of teacher education and learning models. So what is going on? Interdisciplinary projects. In Helsinki, they are in phenomenon-based form. My students have been doing phenomenon-based learning since 2000, and I've started with them 2005. So it's a bit exotic, but in our group, it's been going on for a long time, and it's a very nice way of studying. Also coding, artificial intelligence, robotics, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, which is called STEAM. It's also popular. And this social digital revolution that we are trying to integrate mobile technologies as part of our teaching. Also, what is special about Finnish system is that we have art, sports, outdoor activities, music, and even home economy as mandatory topics at school. So we waste a lot of time for these kinds of activities, and we know they're good for your brain and mind. My new book is going to be about how to educate the brain and mind, this Finnish approach with brain researchers. Fostering innovation and creativity is important, and these 21st century skills, most important being thinking and learning to learn. Irmeli Hallinen is going to talk about that, but also this cultural competence, interaction, self-expression, taking care of oneself, multiple literacies, including social media, understanding how to behave online and things like that. Information and communication technology competencies are important. And then also working life skills and entrepreneurship and participating and building a sustainable future. I won't go into details in this, but you can download this tool from my website. It's free of charge, and we've made it as a gift for teachers in 2017 when Finland became 100 years independent. So you can use this tool and you can look at your own school culture, how different or similar it is. And there is very much this coaching approach, inquiry-based learning and student-centered thinking. You can see that. But spring 2020 was... is there a problem? I can hear some comments. Okay. Spring 2020, I'm sorry, I cannot now follow. I'll look the questions in the end, and I'll try to go through this presentation first. So spring 2020 was really crucial. It was really time to put all these competencies in practice. And we took a major digital leap when schools were closed and we were in distance learning, and universities are still closed, and all my 700 students are studying online. I even learned how to create an avatar and gave a keynote in the form of avatar in virtual reality last spring, and it was really almost out of my comfort zone. We also needed to redesign and digitalize our large mass lectures into engaging and flipped learning formats. Just briefly, if you're wondering about this phenomenon-based learning, it's a form of interdisciplinary project work. It's inquiry starting from larger phenomenon. It integrates various school subjects. No, we are not giving up subject matter teaching. We have 1 or 2 projects per year in the new Finnish curriculum like this. And it's a bit similar to this STEAM or issue base that they have in East Asia. Typical is making use of the natural curiosity of children. Let them define the phenomenon. There may be a theme like saving the planet or forest, and then the students can define what kind of phenomenon they want to study. And this is a good way of integrating these important 21st century skills. And it's a holistic approach. If necessary, we are doing research on forest, we go to forest. We are not starting from individual subjects in these projects. It's a bit different starting point. But very much my whole career for 30 years, I've been developing theories and models to engage the learners. We need to integrate physical, virtual, social, mobile, and mental spaces of learning. And this engaging learning model is very close to make teachers as facilitators, because we start with activating, diagnosing what students already know, catching their interest, setting the context and the goals, and starting the learning process, and then feeding forward the learning. We don't use the word feedback because it's a bit threatening, but feed forward the learning, fostering the learning and reflecting thinking, and interest and motivation are also important. It can be face-to-face, and now it's very much peer-to-peer virtually, creating new knowledge, new practices, and also changing assessment practices. We are not assessing like lists of facts. We are assessing a change in thinking, what new was created, looking at also constantly formative assessment during this process, and then summative evaluation for grading in the end. And in 2012, Helsinki was the world design capital, and we got money from International Design Foundation. So we designed an engaging learning environment based on this theoretical model that I presented. So if you just start digitalizing things and you don't have a pedagogical model, you just end up putting things online, 2-hour lectures and materials and so on. But the idea is to make it an engaging learning process and take interest and motivation as part of it. And this phenomenon-based interactive and playful learning are important. So in Minerva Plaza, when the time is normal, we are doing all kinds of things, and we are also doing things by hands, like handicraft and cooking and everything like that. We developed also a new blended learning environment for teachers, both in service and our future teachers, and integrated a platform for phenomenon-based learning for Finnish teachers. We enhance their understanding what 21st century citizens need, utilize these technologies, and teachers can create a phenomenon bank together. And also we have these university training courses, but then also we have this phenomenal teacher training project. I've been the main teacher and coach there, and it's an integrated system with participation and webinars and workshop and learning diaries and reflections. And there are now 3 courses. One is how to engage your students, and then what learning is, and fundamental knowledge about how people learn, and also this phenomenal learning. So learning what phenomenon-based learning is and how to design these kinds of processes. So this is basically my story, and now I've exceeded my time with 40 seconds, so I'm sorry about that. And I'll end the slideshow now and stop sharing. So I'm not sure if there is time for some questions or comments that you may have. There we are. I need to be really, I've developed some skills to manage all this because it's really challenging. Thank you.
I'll just request Kashish here. I'll steal a moment from the chairperson's time because I would really like to thank Kirsty Lonka, Professor Kirsty Lonka, and Martin Richard from the bottom of our hearts at Getty, and introduce everybody else a little bit more, to you both. Kirsty is on the Getty's advisory board, and we are really happy to have you by our side all the time. We look forward to more guidance from you towards all our endeavors, our commitment to education. Martin Richards is also with us, and Martin and Getty are working closely on formulating certain very special training modules and programs for you all. We shall be coming up with them shortly. Martin Richards and Meg Henshaw are 2 visionaries, I can call them, who are seeing education and certain practices and initiatives as coaches in new light. There's something very beautiful that they term as listening from the heart. And the next training by Getty is something which will be knitted around this idea. So it's just a request to all those who are here with us, all the education leaders, educators, to give more thought to this and share in the chat box. How excited would you be about a training like this? Listening from the heart. And with this, I once again thank Martin Richards as well as Professor Kirsty Lonka to have joined us, to have spared their very valuable time and adding their insights to this conference. Thank you so much. Over to Kashish, the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we have with us Marja-Leena Bilan from Helsinki, Finland. Her topic is educating teachers to personalize learning teacher, learning teacher. She's an innovator, researcher, neuropsychiatric trainer, LT trainer, Montessori pedagogue, awardee of Teacher Method of the Year Award, ICT Teacher of the Year from University of Helsinki. Over to you, Marja. You got to
yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon from Mikkeli. I'm actually teacher, and I live in Mikkeli city, and I'm doing my research work in Helsinki University. And it's great to speak after Kirsti, because now I'm telling me how we are working actually in the field. I'm updating, training teachers on the field, and also teaching in primary school. So I have a wide range seeing what's happening on the educational field. And now I start my presentation. Okay. Wait a minute. Sorry, there's some problem. I don't know what happened. This. Okay, my topics today is to talk about how to personalize learning. And I call it EduRemix for being a learner and training other learners is ongoing, never-ending process. Remixing old research results with new ones and mixing them with our own experiences. And today I'm going to share you the OEC's Learning Compass for 2030. And we could have own webinars about attitudes, values, skills, and knowledge. But my concern here is the student agency. How are we supporting pupils' agency in the classrooms? Because that's the most important thing in the future. Like Longa told us earlier, that we should be active actors in our society, and that's what we should all be concerned. And how we are going to support the learners to find their strengths, challenges, preferences, and needs in practice. We know all that how we interpret the term agency can be done in many different ways. And there might be some teachers still who think that the best way to be an active actor is to fill up workbooks or to do some use ICT as a textbook, but it's much more than this. Somehow my share is not working. Sorry, I must start again. Something is happening now. I start again. Hopefully it works now. Now is the first page. I didn't know why it didn't work, but I started again. Okay, now it's working. And we are on the third slide. No, it's not working. Oh, okay. The key word is the teacher, who should be activator in learning process, the one who lights the spark, but allows the learners to be in a main role. And like Palmer said, we teach who we are, and that's why we should learn to know each other. In a personal learning process, the teacher is the keyword, and we should think what is her attitude and what is her mindset in learning process. And that's why we should have a possibility to see what's behind the teacher's faces, what are her or his fears, hopes, attitudes, values, and beliefs. And this is not an easy process because it takes time, but it's the most important process. When the teacher knows her or himself, then he can support learners to find their best potential in their learning process. And that's what we are doing when I'm coaching teachers in real life. And the main thing is that we are trying we should not think how we teach, but we should think what is the impact of teaching, and that should be research-based thinking. And the good teaching is not about techniques, it's about the teacher identity, and it's about heart, like Martin and Kirsti told earlier. It's how what kind of passion we have for teaching. And after teachers know themselves, they can be coaches, like Martin said, for the pupils, for the learners. And that's what we are doing at the moment in the Mikkeli, that we are training all our teachers to be neuropsychiatric coaches, to help teachers, but also the learners to know themselves. And like John Hattie said that it's that he could not care less about how you teach, but the most important thing is what you think about teaching and what is the impact of that actions that you are doing in your classroom. And when the teachers are among the most powerful influences in learning, so it's very important that we are creating a socio-emotional security in the classroom, where all the feelings are allowed. You can come on whatever kind of mood you are. And if you're late, it doesn't matter if you are losing your pen or you haven't done your homeworks, it's okay. Because we cannot afford any more dropouts in our school system and in the world. And that's why when the teachers are understanding and having holistic understanding of what's happening in learners' life in free time, social media, at homes, then he can be coaching the learners in the learning processes. And like I told earlier, the teachers need to think the impact of their actions, and the decisions should be research-based. And like Kirsti told earlier, the idea, the critical thinking is very important in Finnish schools and in this learning, personal learning process. I have been creating this personal learning process, which I call EduRemix, for 2 decades. And I have noticed that it's really working with the learners, but it takes time. You must learn to know yourself so that you can help the learners to find their personal path in the classrooms or outside the classroom. So the teachers are the observers and helping learners to achieve their best potential. And so what is about personal learning, what it's all about? The learners know the best way to learn, their strengths and challenges. They know the way to use ICT for the purpose of support their learning process. They can create research questions together with peers, teachers, community on the base of curriculum. And I always say that curriculum is life and life is curriculum, because all the research questions and the things that the learners want to learn, the base can be found from our curriculum. And the aim is self-directed learning. And it's also about the possibility to choose how and where to study. And it's not a new thing. It's about updating the old research results. The Frenet, Montessori, and others have been talking about personal learning decades ago. But now we must update those ideas to this level, to this decade. Why now? Next generation Z want to control their own learning. They use net to connect and learn. And for them, intrinsic motivation is a very important thing, because the learners are active actors. They want that they are heard in the learning process. They want to choose where and when and which tools, which platforms, what apps, what kinds, with whom they are working. And when they have a possibility to choose, they show engagement and motivation, and they own their own learning process. And so we do not need more dropouts. And here is the photo of one of my pupils, telephone researcher, and he built that for me. And he came from my class about few years ago, and in earlier school she had spent most of the time in on the corridor, because he was too outspoken and too quick and too much everything for the teacher. But he had a lot of hidden competencies, and I created him a personal learning path. And after that he changed. He started to be interested in learning, and he had learned many things from the YouTube. And I asked him, why are you learning so many things from the YouTube? Since it's interesting, and I want to try if I am as good as the persons in the internet, can I do that? And for example, he was very good at shooting videos. And I took that those skills into our classroom, and he was guiding the others how to make videos and how to edit them. So when I used his hidden competencies in the classroom, he started to shine. And for example, he wanted to have the best marks in, for example, mathematics and other things. And when we have the history project, he wanted to translate all his tasks in Italy, because we were learning about Rome and Rome history. Italian history. So you can see that when we make a personal learning for our learners in the schoolroom, we can notice that they are very motivated, and they want to use their skills effectively for their own purpose and for the society. Because nowadays this Z generation will have a possibility to affect and to make change and make new things in the world, and because it's so easy to connect other peoples around the world. And now I show you what my pupils think about this personal learning.
Meidän luokassa tehdään paljon digitaalisia projekteja. Me suunnitellaan ja toteutetaan ne itse, että niistä tulisi meidän näköisiä. Projektien aiheet tulee joko opettajalta, OPSista, vanhemmilta tai ihan oikeasta elämästä. Ryhmä pyöristetään silleen, että me joko itse päätetään ne, tai sitten opettaja päättää, tai sitten opettaja arpoaa. Ryhmän muodostamisen jälkeen me lähdetään keskustelemaan sen ryhmän kanssa siitä projektista ja että millä alustalla me se tehdään. Alusta valitsemisen jälkeen me lähdetään miettimään niitä tutkimuskysymyksiä, jotka perustuu meidän oman mielenkiintoon ja opsitavoitteisiin. Tutkimuskysymysten teon jälkeen niin me lähdetään toteuttamaan sitä projektia, ja sitä työskentelyä voi tehdä melkein ihan missä vaan. Me ollaan tehty vanhempien työpaikoilla ja käytävillä. Ja tässä meidän viimeisimmässä projektissa Elämää metsässä me oltiin kuvaamassa luonnossa metsän kasvukerroksia ja mitä eläimiä siellä on. Näiden projektien avulla oppii paremmin, koska se asia tulee useita kertoja siinä, se jää paremmin mieleen. Ryhmissä olemisessa on se hyvä, että siinä kuulee muitakin mielipiteitä ja oppii uusia asioita niiltäkin.
Like Hattie from Australia, the professor from there is telling that when teachers see learning through the eyes of the student, and when students see themselves as their own teachers, then is learning happening in the classroom and outside of the classroom. The whole world can be the learning environment. It's up to us teachers how we are making it possible for the learners. Perhaps the most important single cause of person's success or failure educationally has to do with the question of what one believes about oneself. And that's so true. It also concerns to us teachers, what we believe of our possibilities, how we are ready to open our minds for new things and are trying to coach our pupils for the future. And it's a very important thing to start with the teachers so that they can support and the learners to find the best possibilities in their lives. Thank you. This was my short presentation.
Lovely. That was really awesome, Marjolina. That was really awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we could take the questions towards the end, right? Is that good with all? All right. Thank you so much for your response. With that, we proceed ahead to our next speaker, Evangelia Vassilikou from Greece. Her topic is Chiseling the Golden Education Nucleus, a cluster of promising changes. She has a BA in philosophy from Degree College, the American College of Greece, and an MA in applied linguistics from the Hellenic American University with high distinction. She's experienced English for academic purposes, EAP, English for specific purposes, ESP, and English as a foreign language, EFL, instructor with an expertise in teaching EFL exam classes for more than 20 years. She has been recently awarded 5 awards. The title of the Distinguished Educator 2020 by the Education Leaders Awards 2020, CW Davis Award by CWSIR, Education Excellence Award 2021 by ESN Publications, Outstanding Achievement by Cape Comorin Awards 2020, and Young Researcher of the Year 2020 by Eudoxia Research Center. She also has an honorary doctorate in education leadership by Globostorm Safety Foundation Institute, GSFI. With that, we welcome Evangelia. Over to you.
Thank you very much for this nice introduction. Greetings from Greece. I feel very honored to be here with you today among esteemed scholars, academicians, and educators. So let me share my screen. See, yes. What if I told you that the history of educational change goes back to more than 100 years ago? What if I told you that the 1960s was a decade that witnessed large-scale reforms, but which did not pay sufficient attention to the culture of schools? What if I told you that the focus shifted to innovative schools in the 1970s, but the innovations were adopted on the surface and never put into practice? What if I told you that growing internationalization led to large-scale accountability reforms in the 1980s, which did not pay again enough attention to what was needed to achieve change? What if I told you that the 1990s is described as the decade of pressure and support, where change agents were used at all levels of education, but have received considerable critique? What if I told you that today, on January 23rd, 2021, right now, I will try to chisel the golden educational nucleus and give you a synthesis or an amalgamation of promising changes, at least the changes that they have worked for me and my classrooms. I would like to start, first of all, with the notion of the educational change. What exactly is meant by educational change and certain key concepts? We need to realize that the educational change is a necessity, and every necessity that has to be followed by change, we need to understand that it causes loss, because every change upsets somehow, puts in a chaos all the traditional practices that are existing in the educational arena. So aiming at the quality of change is the most important of all, rather than merely focusing on the change per se, for the sake of change. There should be certain epistemic shifts, and the change has to be systemic. In other words, a synergy of innovations and practices, because behind the synergy, there is always the big change that is interconnected, and it is based on the causal relationship among them. There are 3 dimensions of educational change. According to great scholars in the field of the educational change, and namely Michael Phelan, he sees 3 dimensions: new materials or technologies, new teaching approaches or strategies, and changes in the people's beliefs. And I'm going to read the words per se. All 3 dimensions are necessary to achieve what Phelan calls real change. There can be little change if new materials are introduced without being followed by new teaching approaches. So reform is not just a change. It is not just pure change to be achieved because there is a rational mind and we rationalize everything, or because there is power behind our mind. It's not only this. It has to do with a big change, and a big change is associated with the idea of an exponential change. It's a reform with an exponential power. And why? Because we talk about a world of accelerating change. Rohan Roberts, who is the innovation leader at GMS Education, talked about human-machine collaborations of today's emerging technologies. You can imagine the drastic changes that are happening around us. And Kathy Davidson, an American scholar, said that we can't keep preparing children for a world that doesn't exist. So how can we approximate all these theoretical notions in practice? And how can we achieve a zero educational gap in a hungry for change education system? For me, I would prioritize 5 learning paths. There are many, but these have worked well in my classes at least. I would like to refer to top technologies, the learning analytics notion for assessment, because it makes personalized learning paths and gathers data in real time. The changing assessment system to use more critical thinking into the standardized testing, principal eclecticism, or else the post-method pedagogy, where the teacher can find peace of mind and autonomy in selecting his or her own material. Educational existentialism is another key concept here because we talk about the democratization of the learners and a step beyond the epistemological level, not just to know, but also to know who I am, the ontological level. And the last step has to do with the moral upgrading, taking conscious control of our evolution to be ready for the next generation of humanity, the so-called transhumanism era. With reference to learning analytics, I would use the definition of UW-Madison University, that it is the undertaking of activities that generate actionable data from the learning environment, intended to improve student outcomes by informing structure, content, delivery, or support of the learning environment. So if we have a closer look at the screenshot, you see that we start with raw material, the data, and we build up a data-informed society. So this raw material is transformed into an analysis using algorithms. And then we have the action, the result that has to do with the purpose. What is the purpose? Of course, to improve the students' performance. So here we talk about real-time metrics, because many educators go online, but how can they assess? How can they assess students' performance in real time, happening at that particular moment of learning, of teaching? Here I have incorporated some screenshots from a web application that I use, and it is called Wooklep at my college. And you see these are some results from real-time metrics. The first one has to do with brainstorming. You can see the categorization. The second one has to do with real-time online votes regarding the most frequently recurring answers. On the right column, you can see the real-time online votes that I asked them to find an image. And then the last one has to do with a word cloud view. And all these are happening in real time. So the students can see all of them together in a collaborative spirit, what is happening. Of course, as we said, that all these data are gathered, and here you can see an Excel exported results in an Excel format. And of course, because I always like to move a step forward and beyond, I just progressed this and I produced a descriptive statistics table of that particular exam formative, not exam, I would say formative quiz happening on that day, because I wanted to have a better and more inclusive image of my students. So learning analytics, it is not just gathering of data. It's just about the notion of education that has started being treated more like a science than an art. Moving on to the assessment for learning, teachers need to be assessment literate, which means that they should have a repertoire of skills and understanding how they should proceed with the design of high quality assessments. It's not enough to produce multiple choice ready-made exams or commercial course books, as I call them, but they need to adapt them, and they need to adapt them to the changing needs of a more culturally and linguistically diverse society. The point here is to adjust and adapt the software testing and make it tailor-made to the needs of the students. This is just one suggestion of mine in one of my previous conferences, talking about how we can change standardized tests. So this is just a screenshot. And here, for example, I have incorporated, this is a model, I have incorporated, and they are numbered, some changes that I made. For example, to be more specific, I incorporated the rationale of the question, a rephrased question purpose, or I gave them scaffolding, a rule reminders or strategies and alternatives. I also provided certain lines, not more than 2 lines, of written justification of choice, and most importantly, an extra graded option, an option of not sure and do not know. Why I did this? Just because I wanted to minimize the guessing factor, and I wanted to have more authentic results. So you see that this graded extra option has to do with the degrees of confidence. So I can see clearly, because it is graded and they are going to answer it, they're going to get grades, who feel confident, who feel not sure, and who feel least confident and they do not know. So I can judge, I can have a more inclusive image of my classroom of who has partial knowledge and who has absence of knowledge by just looking at the levels of their knowledge. Of course, not only content plays an important role, but also the comfortability and readability. Let's not forget that an equitable education has to do with all levels of learners, and it has to be inclusive, even with learners with special learning disabilities. For me, students with dyslexia, for example, they can feel more comfortable by just changing the design. Fonts matters. You can see here, using dyslexia fonts, the difference between a regular font type and then how it became. These tiny changes can change their moments of learning, and they can change at a great extent the passion and the zeal of a student with learning disabilities. Moving on to principal eclecticism, it's the blending of the current existing methods, for example, audiolingualism, communicative approach, Suggestopedia, the task-based approach, and many, many other approaches, the existing ones, into our own method, into what I call the personal practical knowledge, PPK, because their teachers are encouraged to develop their own teaching philosophy and their own teaching style. It is their voice, their identity that is blended with the best practices that they have worked in their classrooms. For example, in my classrooms for academic reading, I incorporate, apart from the existing practices, critical discourse analysis, and I explain, along with Bloom's taxonomy, I explain all the patterns that exist, causal relationships, polyphony, and many other discourse analysis tools, even morphological analysis of unfamiliar words, and political correctness lists of questions and politically correct vocabulary, because let's not forget that we need to incorporate in academia the sensitive word choice to interpret all social sciences in a more academic way and polite. Moving on now to the educational existentialism. As Neller put it, if there is anything that the existentialist teacher can do for his or her learners, it is to bring them to an appraisal and understanding of the meaning and purpose of what? Of their existence, their ontology. So existentialism in education is a teaching and learning philosophy that focuses on the student's freedom and ability to choose their own future. In other words, the key words are the realization of self, the consciousness of individualism, and many other words like phrases like development of complete free man, and free man because there is the element of choice. The perfectibility of choices, we teach them how they can make better choices to become better leaders in the future society, and happiness with authentic life nobility. Also, a change in the attitude about education. If you remember in my first slide, I talked about changes in the attitude and beliefs, the third dimension. So the existentialist educator wants to view his or her learners first as individuals and then talk about content and transmission of knowledge, because students can get involved in negotiation of rules and a student-led curriculum. For the existentialist, no two students are alike. They differ in many aspects: background, personality traits, interests, desires, wishes. So implementing existential methods in education, it can bring a balance between the identities of both teachers and learners. Let me now move on to transhumanism and why transhumanism is important to realize as a big part of a change, because we need to prepare the students for what kind of humans they will be in 20 or 30 or 40 years from now, how humans will think, how humans will behave, and how they will perform in the future. In other words, we need to redirect the value system in ethics education. All these revolutionary technologies will engage in growing philosophical debate around the world. And we need, as educators, to start having supreme ethical conversations in our schools. Questions like, do we really want to become superhumans? Do we really want to become super intelligent? Or do we really want to become an intermediary form between human and post-human? We need to promote the idea of technological singularity if we want to promote the ideological integrity in our schools and a better moral code for the humanity that follows, future humanity that follows. What I mean by technological singularity is just a hypothetical point in time where technological growth becomes uncontrollable. There is no way that it can be reversible. And this can result in unforeseeable changes, and we need to prepare our students. This is a part of the change as well. So I would like to say that the wise man changes his mind. This is a proverb. And the fool will never. There can be no progress without change and no growth without renewal. And apart from change, we also need to keep in mind that this important term of sustainability, we need to change, improve, change, and keep this, the educational change, because research is not a panacea. Research cannot give us a definite answer as to how educational change can be made more successful. It just gives us hypotheses to be annulled or confirmed. So educational change needs to be justified, and teachers need to ask themselves questions like, where am I going? How am I going? Where to next? In order to develop the self-regulatory inquiry skills for sustained development and change. Changes are not merely collective responsibility, according to Pedder and James, but also the responsibility of each student and each teacher. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much. That was indeed a very well explained presentation. Thank you so much, William. Next, we have with us Bikramjeet Sinha from New Delhi, India. The topic is Pedagogy of Self-Care Among Teachers, Director Board Building on Art Therapy. Bikramjeet Sinha is an arts-based therapist and an arts-based educator and dramatist. He has over 20 years of work experience in the social development sector and works for arts for psychosocial change. He has directed over 25 plays in schools, colleges, and in festivals. Currently, at an individual level, Bikram also directs plays for children in schools on socially relevant themes or from novels, poems that are from the school curriculum using objects and materials. Let's welcome Bikramjeet Sinha. Over to you, Bikramjeet.
Thank you. Kashish. Okay. Well, a very warm good afternoon from a very cold New Delhi. And I just wanted to thank everyone, especially the organizers, for having me over. This is perhaps my, fourth or fifth contact with Getty, and it's been such a lovely acquaintance because I get a platform to share my exploratory, my experimental work in education and the arts. Let me just talk a little bit about the pedagogy of care. It'd be really nice to actually see myself. If someone could just pin me, and then I could just, because I'm getting distracted by the various people I'm looking. So if someone could just place me, particularly, like there's something called the pin. So, but let me just carry on and tell you about what is pedagogy of care. I'm afraid I don't have a PPT presentation, and I rather talk about it and connect with all of you. So a little bit of background of how I started doing this work was when I started working in 2012, 2013 to be particular, to be specific. I went to Kashmir and started working in Pulwama. And I started looking at how a school in a conflict area would actually engage with children and teachers, how the teachers and students interacted with each other in a very stressful environment. And so in that particular period, I also went to Manipur, I also went to Punjab and Cambodia, and I started in Sri Lanka, and I started looking at the schools there, particularly in Manipur and Kashmir, the conflict states of India, where there is a heavy armed presence. Simultaneously, I started working in public schools in Delhi and in Gurgaon, and where I looked at how I could sort of look at the care for teachers in dealing with a lot of stress, and how they could look at something called social emotional learning. And at the same time, I started working with students using the arts as a way to look at their inner emotional life and look at how they could build resilience. So the entire work of the arts was like a sort of a platform, a vehicle, like a boat, to carry them from one shore of, say, bewilderment or overwhelming emotions to an aspect of how they can learn from these emotions, where emotions became a certain gateway. So let me talk about pedagogy of care. So pedagogy of care I coined as a term when I started working systematically over the years with the teachers, when they were dealing with a lot of difficulty and stress, and especially in Kashmir. And then I saw that this would also work quite well with the teachers in Delhi and Gurgaon and in parts in UP. So working with this sort of space, it is basically creative art group work. And creative group work primarily looked at an experiential process. It looked at self-care with this idea of using drama, storytelling, and the visual arts. And we looked at multimodality of the arts to create a space for dialogue with oneself and with the other. So the whole idea was participatory, it was teacher-centric, where the teacher or the educator was in the center, as well as this act of the health of the teacher was a primary concern, because the health of the teacher would mean that it would be the health of a larger community. Now, when we look at educators, we see them working from like a very continuous period of time without having a space to create a dialogue with oneself. And the idea was that, can we create a space, a third space, a space between work and home, where colleagues could get together, create a container, a safe space of trust, and could interact with each other using metaphors and symbols of the arts, which of course I'm going to later on illustrate exactly what it was. But we divided these three aspects into values, introspection, and action. So when we looked at this, this was the framework where the teacher would be a constant learner and would constantly bring about reflective questions through these frameworks. So we called it art and contemplation, or using the arts as a contemplative way to look at the self. So we experience, and then we step outside of the experience and contemplate about what we have done and what the experience has been about, and how does it contain to my personal life. So we also called it personal unfolding and role effectiveness. Now, let's look at this. Let's look at these three aspects of values, introspection, and actions. Values is not necessarily an idea of like what morals and ethics I have, but looking at mostly values as to what is my worldview? How do I look at this world? How do I see the world? What do I perceive of this world? You know, and what could be my driving force? Do I have a driving force? Do I have an intent behind what I do? What pushes me towards reaching to the others? What is that energy behind my daily life as an actor in this world where I'm constantly living a life of routine, which gives often stress? And the idea of getting someone in touch with a value is basically creating role clarity. Role clarity in terms of when I stand in front of students, what role am I playing in terms of a communicator? So I think the teacher once when they get into the value aspect, it sort of allows them to start seeing the worldview, and then we start looking at what kind of introspection can I have of this value. Say honesty is a value. Why am I honest? You know, what does honesty drive me? What is truthfulness? What is the kind of position do I play in terms of standing in front of the classroom, of in front of my colleagues, and what kind of values do I actually communicate in terms of, so this introspection is actually a reflection of the value. And then the third thing comes in terms of action. What are the things I promised myself and I haven't been able to sort of withhold? What are the kind of, commitment am I bringing in? You know, what kind of commitment my contemplation has led me to, and how am I honoring that commitment? I mean, even if these things seems abstract, I think it's important perhaps to look at the experience of it. Like, how do we get into the experience of it? So we first look at the idea of getting into the arts, you know, getting into the drama of it. So I divide the arts into, say, embodiment, using your body, you know, projection, it means using the arts onto paper, you project it outside your body, and then we look at role play, you know, playing different roles in terms of how we can bring about role clarity. So a simple question, a reflective question, is like a sutra in saying, in doing what you do, what you really do, in saying what you say, what are you really saying? And these are the things, excuse me, just 1 minute. Sorry, just hold on. Sorry about that. When you're really actually working with children, and you say, for example, a teacher says, takes a bunch of students and takes them onto, to show them some sort of exhibition, and one child is sort of shuffling around, and you say, don't be lazy. You know, why are you so lazy, Karan? And in saying what you're saying, which seems like a judgment or seems like something where you are struggling with, as Martin said about, self-management, you're actually, in a way, saying that I can't actually cope up with what you're doing, Karan. In actually, in lagging behind, my need of efficiency or need for efficiency is getting stalled. And perhaps this judgment has been there in the teacher's childhood, as simple as lazy. What is the need underneath laziness? And perhaps that's what it is, perhaps because I'm heavy, and perhaps my need is for lightness. And when a child is lagging behind and being, in a dream space, the dreamer child has come in, the teacher's inner parent, the critical parent, is coming into forefront. So when we create a container, when we create a circle, when we create a space where teachers can, say, take one line and one sutra and go into reflection mode as a theme of the journey, depending on what the teachers have been going through and what the coordinators have wanted, and for the teachers to reflect or to look at, we use the arts not as a hammer and tong, but as a part of a process to really go into the experience of it, you know, through visual work, through, say, progressive relaxation, through, you know, through actually looking at, you know, seeing the world through the eyes of the child, going and touching the inner child, which I'm going to come in a bit about methodology. And I think I've already started moving into the methodology space. But just to give an idea that care is a very important aspect for the teacher, because as we heard a lot about burnout is nothing but subtle sort of a depression, a fatigue. Sometimes we have also, you know, a sense of fatigue, which often comes to caregivers, of constantly being at it. You know, in these strange times of ours, when we are constantly looking at screen time, there is a certain kind of an effect which is often coming, and the need for mental health has become the need of the hour. And in this particular space, the arts, and I think the value of the arts is that it reworks and reassesses memory because it uses our senses. It allows us to actually dive into the experience using our tactile sense. And since many a times our work is so cognitive based, you know, when I'm saying our, I mean the teacher's work in the classroom is often cognitive oriented. The tactile aspect is sort of disappearing and not really there. And now, especially when we're working with Zoom so much, it's far removed. Even when we are looking at a screen, I can't feel or hear or smell an auditorium. My sense of the tactile sense is even more getting twice removed. This creates a lot of stress on the pituitary gland. This creates a lot of stress on the eyes and on the head particularly. We become often just talking head. Like, for example, I only see my head talking, you know. So how do I create a tactile environment? And this is where you create materials and the work with materials. You work with cotton, you work with paints, you work with, you know, with anything which creates a tactile sense. As an arts-based therapist, an organization is building on art therapy. We build on therapeutic intents and therapeutic purposes. We build in creating care so that my senses can become alive. My senses can become, in some ways, I see the world slightly differently. So, for example, I tell you, okay, this is a bunch of Play-Doh or a clay for the teachers. Can you just make yourself, or how you perceive yourself? You don't need to be an artist, just do it. And when they actually work with their hands, what comes up by using clammy Play-Doh or clay? What comes up with the touch? What memory gets invoked? And a set of reflective question happens after the experience is, you know, the teacher's gone through, the bunch of teachers have gone through. You ask them, what did it invoke in you? In Sanskrit, there's a word called uddipan. So the whole idea of the arts is to create an invocation in your mind, an invocation of memory, an invocation of desire, and an invocation of looking at how do you see yourself in this third space. And as soon as it becomes personal, as soon as you ask this question, so what was your memory of a difficult student? What was your memory of a wonderful teacher? What were you as a student? And what were you as a teacher? Can you draw that out? And then can we sit and share and talk to each other? And when this happens, you know, there is a sense of community which comes about. A sense, somehow, a sense of trust gets built in. A sense of camaraderie. A sense of moving from, say, the self-isolatory world we live in routine existence. We create the third space of interconnectivity and interdependability, because you start seeing how the teacher in your childhood, in your life, has influenced, in some ways, has an influence in you, positive or negative. And this is some way you're transmitting it on to the students. And they say, famously, when you don't transform your pain or the places where you felt hurt or neglected or not spoken about often is what you transmit onto others, your own children and to other people. So it is important somehow to look at what is the interjection in your being so that you look at how and what you're projecting in a classroom. Now, in a reflective work, in a contemplative artwork, it's borrowed a lot from therapeutic processes and psychosocial interventions. It's also borrowed from coaching. So the idea of the facilitator, which is me, I'm a holder of the space. I'm the holder and the container of the space. You know, I'm not
Vikramji,
necessarily.
so sorry to bother you, but we are running out of our time frame.
Dear. Okay,
And
okay.
if you don't
I'll
mind,
wrap
if you can
up then.
summarize in about
Yes,
a minute
yes.
or so. I think Kashish was probably not able to get to you at the time, so I just
Oh,
intervened.
okay. All right. Okay, I'm just going to wrap up then. You know, I just wanted to sorry, I didn't realize that I had run out of time. This is interesting that I'm just going to quickly say it in a few sentences. The methodology uh, of pedagogy for care is the inner child. And we look and work with the inner child as a space of shared vulnerability. And this shared of vulnerability sort of allows us in a safe way to get insights about our lives and the way we deal with children and with each other. I mean, I would have loved to talk about more of the inner child and the ways of the inner child, but I'm afraid we've run out of time. So just to look at that emotions are a doorway of our unmet needs. And if we touch that feeling base, the learning from the feeling base, through the artistic work we do, we're able to resource and contain ourselves and have a little distance from our daily lives. So thank you so much for having me over here. I hope I could do justice to this whole presentation without actually sort of not be able to use a PPT and to give you a visual sort of flavor. But perhaps later next time, whenever it is, I would love to talk about this because I'm quite passionate about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vikramjit Sinha. That was indeed a treasure. Thanks for sharing your valuable information without the use of any PPT. That was commendable. Next, we have with us Captain Yashika Hatwal from Pune, India. Her topic is an alternative education and performance enhancement. She is a short service commissioned lady officer from the initial batches of women entry into Indian Armed Forces. She passed out with a silver medal from the prestigious OTA, Officers Training Academy, Chennai, in the year 1994. During her army tenure, she has served in intense counter-insurgency terrorist-infested areas of Assam during Operation Rhino. She holds the proud distinction of being the first lady officer from logistics wing to be posted to extreme cold climate, high altitude areas of Leh or Kargil. She participated actively during Operation Vijay and successfully coordinated the logistics during the warlike scenario. The experience of working with specially abled children of Asha School and empowering them to live respectfully in mainstream society still remains closest to her heart till date. As a college student, she represented India as student ambassador to Canada under a cross-cultural exchange program called Indo-Canada Youth Exchange Program, ICYEP. It's an honor to invite you. You're welcome, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Kashish. Am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
And a very wonderful day to everyone present on the forum from different time zones, different cultures. I compliment Mrs. Sunita Gandhi for bringing us all together in one platform, together as a global team, together in a bond of hope and purpose of transforming learning. Mission accomplished, Mrs. Gandhi. Bravo Zulu, as we say in Army. That means wonderful work done. Congratulations. I am an Army veteran and therefore not an academician or educationist in its traditional sense, but I share life lessons with the youth, hoping to make a change one step at a time. I share life lessons from challenging childhood with limited resources, lessons learned during training in army academies, lessons from being part of difficult operations, and lessons from being in battle zone. The common thread of all these lessons is that ability lies in your mind. And these are the life lessons that I share with the youth. My biggest learning came while working with the specially abled children. Every single day, through their actions, they taught me the same lesson, that ability, or as some call it, disability, well, I consider it ability, comes from the mind. Well, I have learned that it's not over till you say it's over. So bash on regardless. As a small girl, my fear for maths was very real. Even physical symptoms like nausea would manifest. In grade 5, I got 2 marks out of 70. And I cried over my failure. My mother consoled me and conveyed her confidence in my ability. Next test, I performed very well. Guess how many marks did I get this time? I got 10. Failure indeed. I again came home crying. Well, my mother showed visible signs of happiness. And she said, this is progress. From 2 marks, you have come to 10. Mothers are first teachers. We all know that. It's quite true. She gave me an invaluable lesson that day. That you are allowed to make mistakes, my dear, because when you make mistakes, you give yourself a chance to learn. But you are not allowed to make the same mistakes. Because when you make the same mistakes, when you repeat them, it is a foundation of a sure shot failure. She taught me my first life lesson of resilience, passion regardless. Always bounce back, and not just bounce back, bounce forward. I have felt empowered since then. Students respond to both positive and negative expectations. Words of encouragement, my dear teachers, give them hope, even if they don't believe in them yet. And this, I'm speaking from my personal experience, which I just cited. Teachers have to be vocal about their belief in the students' ability to be successful. And believe you me, you will turn their lives around by your belief. The other day, I was doing a TV show with one of a very prominent sailors, a present-day Sindbad sailor, a fellow veteran, Commander Abhilash Tommy. He is the first Indian to have completed circumnavigation of the globe solo and non-stop. During Golden Globe race of 2018, his little boat was broken as wild seas ravaged her. This sailor had grievous injuries. He fractured his spine and fought for his life for 3 days at sea till he was rescued. Resilience at its best, because he did not give up. He is now recovered fully and is competing for the same Golden Globe race in 2022. Not only this, he has also resigned from his commission in Indian Navy to enter into this competition. Can you imagine the mental toughness and daring? And this only happened because he had read about this race in one of his school libraries. And from that day onwards, it's been his dream to compete in the event of Golden Globe. So I ask you to expose the students to the wonderful world of possibilities. Give them power to dream. Introduce big dreams to them. Expand their horizons. Encourage their bucket list. The concept of do as I say, not as I do, doesn't work for the dream chasers. When I joined Indian Army in the year 1994, that was the initial phase of women officers in uniform. We were the prototypes. We were being measured, scaled, and tested for being suitable to the demands of service. And rightly so. In our minds, the standards had to be raised physically, mentally, and emotionally. Because my mother had taught me resilience, remember? I volunteered to be posted to extreme cold climate and high altitude areas. As my tenure came to an end, the Battle of Kargil had begun. At the same time, I was pregnant too. Now, if I bow to my insecurities, I wouldn't have been sitting here talking to you, isn't it? I remembered my life skills of never giving up. Military had faith in me. I was in a good medical condition and I performed as a soldier of Mother Nation. I got a battle report and 2 medals. As Martin Richards said in a previous session, that what goes on in your mind is more important than what equipment do you have. There is an inspiring example of Mahavir Chakra Captain Kangruse. During Kargil War, he and his men were tasked to occupy enemy position in a cleft black rock in Batalik sector. Now, even with a bullet in his stomach, he led the way. He was climbing on this sheer cleft. He did not give up. Every time his feet slipped, he again went up. And then he thought of an out-of-box idea as to how to scale a sheer, slippery cliff. This idea was to take off his shoes because when you are bare feet, your feet get better grip. So this officer took off his shoes in the temperature of -10 degrees, climbed up, got head-on with the enemy in a surprise move, and attained the objective. I would like you to teach your students that out-of-box thinking has to be progressed, has to be practiced. We have to have faith in our children and must pick their impressionable minds. Out-of-box thinking doesn't come in a day, and it needs practice. Give them some unseen, unconventional problems. Expand their horizons. We do not learn when things are easy. We learn when we are challenged, when we are put to test. So give problem-solving skill to your students. My pathetic performance in maths, as I just mentioned, did not define me as a professional, has not defined me as a person. It has raised my emotional strength and adversity quotient. Adversity quotient is a total game changer. How soon do we hit back after adversity defines our success. Students deserve to have a teacher who sincerely believes that they matter and possess the ability to be successful in whatever they do. Our role is to guide and mentor them. The students deserve teachers who seem curious and engaged learners like themselves and not drop knowledge bombs on them. Dear teachers, we have to convey that to survive in this competitive world, we need to have a disciplined mind. We have to learn to make do with the available resources. Well, these are the kind of values that our students must be party to, so they do not get depressed or anxious by the stress of day-to-day life conditions. My closing remarks resonate with Marja from Helsinki, who said, if we teach as we taught yesterday, we rob our children of tomorrow. Technology has jumped many notches higher, especially in these COVID times. And most affected have been the education sector. And all the speakers so far have touched on this topic. I only would like to give my 2 cents by saying that teachers have to up their skill and learn to survive with the technology. If you are not relevant, then students will seek the answers elsewhere, and you, my dear teachers, will be rendered redundant. As we say in army, any new weapon or military technology introduced anywhere on the globe, the sphere of war expands globally, and every country has to learn and up its game for its survival. The same goes for all sectors here. So, if your heart can believe it and your mind can visualize it, then you can achieve it. Well, this conference has been very enriching in many ways with multiple takeaways. I wish Madam Sunita Gandhi and her team great innings ahead. Bravo Zulu, keep at it. Bash on regardless, Madam. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, Jai Jagat.
Okay, so I'm absolutely delighted to hear Captain Yashika Hatwal. I think you have increased our josh, our excitement about life and about teaching, and teaching from the heart, as we heard earlier with Martin Richards. From Christy Lonka, we heard so many amazing things about teacher education and the research work that she's doing, phenomenal stuff. We heard from Maria Lena Belund. We heard from her how to personalize learning. Again, very deep thoughts on the issue. From Evangelia from Greece, we heard about chiseling the golden education nucleus for promising new changes. And she had a lot of the 5 points were really, really powerful. If we do that, I think we'll reach to a new zenith in education. Vikramjit Sinha, artist. I think we need that perspective, art, storytelling, things that touch the emotion. And he talked about well-being of the teacher, which is so essential at this point in time. Teachers are stressed out beyond any measure. And hats off to Captain Yashika Hatwal. I'd say Jai Hind and Jai Jagat. But before we call this session completed, I want to say a very, very happy birthday to Risto Pilvanainen. Did I get this right, Kirsty? Kirsty's husband turns 60 today. Can we please all sing for him happy birthday song right now as we speak? So you can say happy birthday, Risto. So Risto is the name, the first name. 60 years of age today. They've been married since 1989, I believe. Isn't that an awesome love story? Let's sing the song, please. Happy birthday for Risto.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to dear one. Happy birthday to you. From good
a video to Risto.
बार बार दिन ये आए, बार बार दिल ये गाए, तू जिए हजारों साल, ये मेरी है आरज़ू. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. बार बार दिन.
Very nice.
Okay, so in Hindi,
thank you so much.
A version of Happy Birthday song, which says, "Let the days come again and again, bar bar din ye aaye, bar bar dil ye gaye." Our heart, every single time, our heart sings, "Happy birthday to you, and may you live a million years." So very happy birthday, Kirsty. I know you took time out on a very special day for you to be with us. And I really want to appreciate that on this 60th birthday, which is obviously a very big landmark in your husband's life and your life, that you were here with us. So can we all say happy birthday in the chat box, please, to Kirsty's husband. His name is Risto, R-I-S-T-O. I will not give you the last name. I think Kirsty can mention the last name. It's pretty daunting, but it's Pilvanainen, if I got that right. Please wish her husband a very happy birthday. 60th birthday of Risto, R-I-S-T-O.
Yeah, he's called Mr. Umlaut. Because there are so many umlauts in his name.
Yourself?
I will tell him and he will be so honored. So many messages and lovely. I need to go to have a festive lunch with him, and I promise not to work today or tomorrow anymore. But it was great pleasure being here with you, and I don't regret, and he thought it is important, very important. We've been together in India and with our daughters, and it was lovely. Lovely time. I hope we'll meet in person someday too. And thank you for the colleagues and very, very good presentations. Inspiring.
Thank you, Kirsty. Kirsty, a lot of people here have been wishing to come visit Finland. So we may end up meeting together physically.
Hopefully, after this terrible pandemic is over, then we need to do that. But come in June or May, June, then it's warmer.
That is a lovely advice.
Yes, we have cold weather and warm hearts.
Yeah. So how many of you would like to go to Finland in June? Please say Finland, June. Yes.
Next year,
just tell us your
maybe.
view, and we will capture the chat and then bug you for it. If you really are serious, we'll take you to Finland. I'd love to go back.
Absolutely.
Don't say me, say Finland, June, so I know it's Finland. Good. Thank you, Kirsty. And I think today also, you know, it's been really an enriching day in this teacher education forum. We all know that without a good teacher, you know, nothing much happens. And I think the presenters have underscored that point very well in a million ways.
We need to prepare our teachers better if we are going to have the circumstance for a better education. So what is that mindset? What is that, you know, vision? Like, I mean, Captain Yashika talked about resilience. She talked about, you know, daring yourself to great things, and that, you know, they have the capacity. We have to talk a different language. I think that was underscored also by our Greek presenter, Evangelia. And you know, there is and then the idea of coaching teachers, not just as teachers but as coaches, and you know, transition from being a teacher to being a coach to the student and to each other. I understood some of what Martin Richards said. I know I'm really looking forward to the training that Martin Richards will do with Getty here in India. I think listening from the heart is a very, very important aspect of also creating well-being that Vikramjit Sinha talked about. You know, we need to listen. We need to listen to each other. We need to listen to the heart, and we need to listen to the soul. So those are you know, the directions for teacher training, not just, you know, how to do this or that in the classroom. There's too much of that already. I think teachers generally know to use hands-on learning. They generally know lots of other things, but what is the whole purpose of education? Where are we taking this education? The mindset that needs, the new mindset that needs to come in the teacher's soul, that this is what I need to do, and this is what will make my child successful. That is a vastly different vision that was given today versus what we have been thinking of education of the teacher. You know, in a way we say, oh, they should be better prepared to do, you know, a lot of the things like hands-on learning, experiential learning. I mean, those are all necessary, good things we need to do. But even those matter less when we talk about the teacher being a motivator, teacher being somebody who brings out the hidden gems in every single child, teacher who is able to make every child feel I'm capable. And so the issue of assessments, I mean, obviously, instant feedback was mentioned by the teacher earlier at lunchtime. And then we also heard Evangelia talk about assessment as being a very critical issue, because the kind of report card you give defines your objective in education. And if you can use these online tools and apps and so on and give immediate feedback, it's more, not just more fun, it also means the children are more engaged, and they're learning more, they're having more fun, self-evaluation, so many good things, as Evangelia has pointed out. So you can think, I mean, I'm just kind of digesting all this stuff that you've been talking about, all of you, and I feel that we need to have an education of the teacher that first addresses the heart before it addresses the mind. And once the heart is in the right place, all the right answers will come. It will open a new window. So that's all. Thank you very, very much. Exciting set of presentations, a lot of learning for all of us. Thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you, Kirsty, for taking their time out today, especially on your special day, and to everyone else who's been on this panel. Thank you so much indeed. So now over to the MC for the day, Sumita Bhatt.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Bar Bar Din Ye Aaye, that song actually showed the joy and the excitement on all the faces this day. And with this song, I would like to really wish that Bar Bar Din Ye Aaye for this 13th Ed Leadership, which would definitely be there coming up next year also. And we would sing the same song for this conference as well. And now, with that, we wind up this 11th roundtable, and a mild request, a humble request to all our participants to kindly fill up the feedback form. And also, you can apply for the Getty Innovative in Process Fellowships at this year's Ed Leadership. Anyone working in education at any level can apply from anywhere in the world. Getty Innovation in Process Fellowships are given for an idea for change that you have, that you wish to implement after the conference. And even further, this idea may be one you gather during the conversations that take place at Ed Leadership. And in that process, we have our teacher with us, Ms. Neha Bhatt, who is coming up with her presentation and her research work that she has worked upon with her children, activity-based learning. This happens to be the topic for her research. And through this research work, she has tried to prove that how, when these activities are incorporated into teaching learning process, prove to be instrumental in better understanding. Over to you, Neha Bhatt, ma'am. And immediately after the presentation, we'll have a tea break for you all, and I'm sure that tea is getting prepared and will be served to you. And quickly, you just have a sip of it, and at 5:30, we would be seeing you back, surely.
We'll not close shop here. We'll continue to play songs in
Good evening, all of you.
We'll have some wonderful more presentations coming up in the form of videos immediately after the presentation by Ma'am Neha Bhatt.
Good evening, all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Sunita Gandhi ma'am for providing me such a lovely platform. So now I would like to share my PPT. I hope it is visible. So my research action is on activity-based learning. So these are the picture of my students. Now I'll define that what is activity-based learning. So activity-based learning is a method of learning in which learning takes place by indulging in hands-on experiment and activities. If the children are provided the opportunity to explore by their own and provided an optimum learning environment, then the learning becomes joyful and long-lasting. In simple words, it is learning by doing. So activity-based learning, where the student get lot of opportunity to get actively participated. In this, the learner is not a passive learner. He is not getting any question or he is not receiving any lecture from the teacher. But in this, teacher and a student both are actively participate during that activity. So here, the next slide is about the history of activity-based learning. So activity-based learning was started in 1944 by the British man David Horsburgh, who came to India and finally decided to settle down here. Horsburgh developed the diverse curriculum which include music, carpentry, swing, gardening, as well as the usual school subject that is English, mathematics, Sanskrit, and Telugu. And he proved that the activity-based learning is very beneficial for all the students. It cleared all the doubt, it cleared all the concept of the children. So the next slide is about elements of activity-based learning. So there are the two elements you can see here, that is interaction and feedback. If I talk about interaction, so lively environment is created in the classroom. Everything is understood very well by performing it on the spot. So here, the library environment is created. It means that the teacher and student both are doing activity in front of each other. It is totally child-centered activity. Now, if I'll talk about the feedback, so immediate feedback is given by the teacher to his child. In that, the learning will be lifelong. Now, these are the features, merits, and the advantages. So here, easy recognition of content, encourage self-learning, lot of experience, well-designed curriculum, reduce rote learning, and better way to express. So if I talk about, it helps to recognize the content. So when an individual learns by performing the things by its own hand with interest, the person can recognize it for a longer period of time. Now, the next is encourage self-learning. So activity-based learning promotes self-learning. As the child, individually or in group, try to learn the things that when he or she gets succeed, it really motivates him or her. Now, well-designed curriculum, if I'll talk about well-designed curriculum, so a dramatic change was introduced in curriculum due to activity-based learning only. So smart classes, smart board, PPTs, all these are used for teaching these days, which make our content more attractive and more clear for all the students. Now move to the next slide. So here, these are the different types of activity-based learning. So quizzes, dramatization, group discussion, discovery learning, brainstorming, problem solving, project, and role play. So these are the different type of activity-based learning. So when we'll apply these type of activities in our classroom, then student, that content is more meaningful, and it is totally, students can easily understood the concept. So here, these are the aspects of activity learning, active learning. So hands-on learning activities provide the students with opportunities to practice applying the skill in the process of learning, help them become independent learner. So my hypothesis is that the children can learn well when they learn from their surrounding. When they actively participate and get involved in learning, when they learn by their own. So here, to test that how activity-based learning is beneficial for all the students, so I have taken tests, that is pre-test and post-test. So pre-test I have taken before that activity. So as you can see in the slide, these are the marks graph of all the students in pre-test. So that is before the activity which I have done. So marks, these are the marks, Abhyuday, Anshul Party, all these are the students of my class, those who have got these marks. Now, after activity done by children, so as you can see in this slide, these are the students of my class. Activity, here I have done activity on LCM by Kashvi Singh, and the next activity on HCF by the Tyavasti and the Prajwal. These are students of my class. Now, here after activity, I have taken test. Again, this is a post test. So here you can see that this is a mark graph of all the students after the activity. So here, this is the comparative analysis, which you can see that in the pre-test and the post-test marks. So here, my conclusion is that activity-based learning enhances student motivation, develops higher order thinking, it encourages children to be independent, it improves their confidence, it encourages them to express themselves freely. So for any query, you can contact me at nehabhatmb23@gmail.com. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Neha Bhatt, ma'am. And next we have ma'am Shilpa Roy, who is going to come up with her presentation on development of schemas through pictures. Here, she's trying to work with the children and trying to prove that it is through pictures that we can build a stronger and a more impactful teaching learning outcomes can be achieved, and how it can lead us to excellence.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Shilpa Roy, EVS teacher from CIS. I am privileged to be a part of this platform, which our dearest Dr. Sunita Gandhi ma'am has provided us, where we all can share, learn, and the most important thing, we all can connect. Before starting my presentation, I would like to share my PPT. So the topic which I have selected for research is development of schemas through pictures. Schema is a very common word for we all, being educators. But I would like to take the name of person who introduced it for the first time, Sir Jean Piaget, in the year 1936, while he was working on cognitive development. According to him, schema is mental codification of information that anyone can perceive from the surrounding through the sense organs. Yes, of course, if we take a newborn baby, His mind is a blank page, or you can say it's an empty tank. But gradually he understands the world through small packets of information which he receives from the surroundings. Now, I would like to say that these small packets of information are the schemas. But the thing which is really important here is the schemas are not fixed. They keep on changing. But there are certain ways by which they change. It involves 4 steps. The 4 steps are assimilation, accommodation, adaptation, and organization. Assimilation, it is the ability of ones to grab or imbibe the piece of information from the surrounding and build a schema related to that in the brain. I would like to give an example here. If a boy between the age group of 1 to 2 years looks at an animal standing on 4 legs with 2 ears, he is definitely going to ask the question to his mother or the parents that what it is. And the mother will reply that it's a cow. Now this boy will develop a schema of a cow in his brain. Next comes the second step, that is accommodation. Now the same boy when moves to a village, he looks at an animal standing again on 4 legs with 2 ears. And he is going to ask the mother that what it is. But this time the color is different. It is black. So mother is going to reply it's a buffalo. So what happened here? The boy altered certain information in the existing schema and made a new out of it. This type of thing is known as accommodation. Next comes adaptation. Now, as the boy is having 2 schemas, one for cow and another for the buffalo, he is adapted for both. And then there comes organization, where large number of schemas are created and they are organized. So this is all about schema. Next is my hypothesis. If we introduce any topic to students through picture, its learning outcomes are pretty high. And it built a strong schema. My tool of assessment is the pre-test and the post-test, which I conducted in the form of Google form. And it included very simple questions based on the pictures. But I conducted a pre-test without introducing the topic nervous system without pictures. I introduced this topic only on verbal basis. And the outcomes were good. I will not say that the students scored less marks. They all scored very high, even on the verbal basis. But we all want excellence. We all want to achieve excellence. That's why after a month, I introduced the same topic with a picture. This is the picture of brain, as you all can see on the screen, where you can clearly see the cerebellum, and the medulla oblongata. Then I conducted a post-test again in the Google form. And you all can see I achieved the excellence. All scored very high. So this is all about, this is the comparative analysis graph. Now, I calculated the response of students also, and they told me that it's very easy to understand through pictures. Images stay longer in mind. Formation of relation between different concepts become very easy. So this is my conclusion that picture help in better understanding. They build schema in the brain and enable the child to imbibe the information for a long period of time. Helps in formation of mind maps as well. Thank you. And if you have any question, you can contact me at shilpagaurav.cis@gmail.com. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shilpa Roy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I can see that hot cup of tea already being served to you. You can have a sip. You don't need to get up from your seat because it is there right at your table. and enjoy these videos as we present before you some beautiful presentations by our students.
कुड़ी संग ढोल बाजे धाय धाय धम धम धाय नगाड़े संग ढोल बाजे धाय 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 धम धाय पल पल से पल पल बीता जल जल नाच अब चल आजा रे थर 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 हाँ कांपे थर थर हाँ डर डर जी से डर अब नाना बातों में बोला बोला रे बोला मोर बदला रे दिल का भूगोल नगाड़े संग ढोल बाजे हाय हाय धम धम हाय नगाड़े संग ढोल बाजे हाय 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 धम
ta drum drum ta dhalam kutak taku rad tangra tig 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 ta drum ta drum ta takita ta da ta drum tig drum ta drum ta drum ta takita ta tangra tig tig ta tarita ta danata ta runata ta dinita ta da drum ta drum ta rum ta dim takira tig tangra tig ta dim ta tarikita tig ta drum dim da ta drum nam da ta drum tam takita dana ta tangra tig tarikita tig dim ta tarikita tig ta drum dim takita drum drum takita drum ta drum takita ta drum kita tarikita tig ta drum tarita ta dana tarita ta tarikita tig ta dana ta drum tarita dana ta tangra tig tarikita tig ta dim tarikita tig ta dim tarikita tig ta dim tarikita tig ta dim tarikita tig ta drum tarikita tig ta tangra tig tarikita tig dim tarikita tig dong tarikita tig ta
I have a dream of what I wanna be. I wanna be free. That's what my heart keeps telling me. Give me your heart.
We'll find a way
There's people out there
to feel the same.
if we help each other. I just know we can succeed. We are one, but we are different. We from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl. Come together and share our dreams. We'll be amongst the stars, and we know that it's destiny. And we are unity. We are unity.
वो चांदी पिघला के डाला
Another video. 528 है, 2 minutes to have. 2 minutes कर दो. और नहीं तो समझता you just stop the video. अभी तो देख. ज़ेनब, देखो आगे मत चलो. गलती करना उनका. देखो.
मेरे देश में मेरे गांव में ये कैसी मुसीबत आई, जब बंद थे मंदिर मस्जिद तब तुम्ही ने जान बचाई।
जान हथेली पे रखकर जब तुमने कदम बढ़ाया, हौसला देश का बनकर मेरे देश का मान बढ़ाया।
कैसे करूं तेरा शुक्रिया ये जान तुझे अर्पण, कैसे करूं तेरा शुक्रिया तू जीता रहे हरदम।
तुमको नमन, तुमको नमन, तुमको नमन, तुमको नमन, तुमको नमन।
मेरे देश की योद्धा तुमको नमन।
अपनों से दूर हम सबके लिए जो त्याग तुमने किया है, ना भूख प्यास ना नींद समय पे मर मर के जिया है।
पत्थर भी बरसे हैं तुम पर फिर भी ना तू डरा है।
भगवान को देखा है तुझ में, इस वक्त तू ही खुदा है।
ना जान की परवाह तुझे तू जीता रहे हरदम। कैसे चुका हम पाएंगे ऋण तेरा इस जन्म।
तुमको नमन, तुमको नमन, तुमको नमन, मेरे देश के योद्धा तुमको नमन, तुमको नमन, तुमको नमन, मेरे देश के योद्धा तुमको नमन।
We welcome you all back to the 12th roundtable, which is very shortly to begin. And before we begin the 12th roundtable, which has the theme of wellness in education, let me have this privilege of inviting at this platform the chief guest for the day, Mr. Anil Saroop. Sir, we are greatly honored to have you here, and thank you from the bottom of our hearts to grace the 13th Ed Leadership Conference with your benign presence. Though a personality, a public figure of your caliber needs no introduction, I would still like to brief all our viewers about your achievements. Before joining IAS, he worked as an Indian Public Service Officer for 1 year. Mr. Saroop joined IAS in 1981 and is the recipient of Director's Gold Medal for Best Officer Trainee of his batch at the Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration. He has served in various key positions for both the Union government and the government of Uttar Pradesh as Education Secretary of India, Coal Secretary of India, Additional Secretary in the Cabinet Secretariat of India, Additional Secretary of Labor and Empowerment, Export Commissioner in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry of India, and as the District Magistrate of Lakhimpur Kheri. Global Education and Training Institute extends a very warm welcome to you, Mr. Anil Saroop, and over to you, sir, to please share your thoughts with us this evening.
Good evening, everyone. What a pleasure it is to be amidst you all, especially when you're talking of leadership. When you're talking of leadership among teachers. To me, much before I joined as Secretary School Education, Government of India, and more so when I did join as Secretary School Education, I was convinced that teachers are the pivot of school education in this country. If we can take care of the issues relating to teachers, and if teachers can become leaders that they should be, then I think the education will reach the levels that we all want school education to reach. This is not to say that there are not teachers who are leading that or playing that role. I think most of the teachers are indeed playing that role, but there are problems. But what I'll do today is to talk to my teacher friends here, if I can call them friends, and talk about looking at a leadership which is from within. You know, normally when we talk of leadership, we talk of leading others. And I am firmly of the view that unless we are able to lead ourselves to a level that we are able to lead others, I don't think we'll end up leading others. Let me explain this to you. The Mahatma had often said, be the change you wish to see in the world. The job of the leader is to visualize, to have a vision, and to share that vision with his team or her team. And unless the leader himself is convinced about the ideology or the ideas or the vision that he or she has, there can be no situation where he will be able to convince the team about what he or she wants to do. Hence, it is very important for a teacher to evolve in a particular manner for him or her to lead. If that doesn't happen, then leader or a teacher cannot lead. And that is true of teacher or any other leader. Normally, our tendency is that we tend to blame others for what we aren't, and we take credit for what we are. So all problems that are there, we try to assign others as the cause of the problems that we have. You know, I come from Lucknow, and I'm glad City Montessori School also is in Lucknow with a number of branches. So I'll use a couplet which is often used in Lucknow. Umr bhar yahi bhool karta raha ghalib, dhool chehre pe thi, aina multa raha. I think that's the fundamental problem with any individual who wants to become a leader and doesn't become one. He doesn't become, because he's looking at issues beyond his control. He's looking at finding answers with people over whom he has no control. I am firmly of the view that if you have any control, you have that control over yourself and not anybody else. And hence, if any improvement has to come about, it has to come out within yourself. So before you become leaders of others, you will have to lead yourself into a situation where you become one that to be reckoned with. In fact, in a recently released book of mine, Ethical Dilemmas of a Civil Servant, it relates to civil servants, but I think it's applicable to anyone, including teachers. I conclude that book by saying, "Khudi ko kar buland itna ki har takdeer se pehle khuda bande se kuch puche, bata teri raza kya hai." Meaning thereby that one has to evolve in a manner that you become a person to be reckoned with. It is not because what others say about you, it is what you say about yourself. How you evolve as an individual is extremely critical in your becoming a leader. And I can assure you that you can't become a leader unless you are able to lead yourself. Now let me explain this. आप अपनी खुदी को कैसे बुलंद करेंगे? How would you evolve as a person to be reckoned with? I have a few suggestions to offer. Of course, it's very difficult to teach the teachers, but whatever little that I have learned in my life, I like to share with you. Some of these aspects get outlined in my book, which I mentioned earlier, Ethical Dilemmas of a Civil Servant. Number one is, and that is a malaise which afflicts our schooling system and otherwise, this whole mad rush for competition. You know, not only are we competing with others, we are making others compete with each other. I don't blame anybody because I went through that process myself. I remember when I was in class 5, 6, 7, 8, and the years that I couldn't come first in the class, I used to feel terrible. And now when I reflect back on those years, no one even mentions whether I got first position in class 5 or 6 or 7. It is not material at all. But at that point in time, I used to be mad not coming in class 1, because that competitive spirit for no rhyme or reason is drilled into us to come first in the class, to do. Doing well is different from competing with others. And let me explain this to you. My suggestion to all teachers would be that when you talk to your children, ask them to compete with themselves, not with others. The reason is very simple. Every individual is unique. And there's no question of one competing with others. And by competing with each other, you are depriving yourself an opportunity to learn from others. If there has to be a competition, it has to be competition with yourself and learning from others. So instead of competing with others, you should be learning from others. That's point number 1. Point number 2, you have to push into the children that failures are common. Every human being makes a mistake. I've yet to come across a person who hasn't made a mistake in his life or who has not failed in life. There are a number of instances when you keep failure. In fact, in my understanding, those that have learned from their mistakes and those that have learned from their failures are the ultimate successful people. Again, going back to the Mahatma, if you read my Experiments with Truth, he admits to having made so many mistakes in his life. Hence, mistakes and failures are common occurrences, and one should learn from those mistakes and failures. If you can do that, you will be a leader, because you'll be able to convey to the children and everybody around you that you don't have to feel down and out when you fail. And this brings me to an incident that is narrated in my book. Now people say that I've been successful, I did that, this, everything in the civil service, but it didn't happen overnight. I also had many failures. In fact, in the last year of my career, I had a massive failure. But by that time, I had got used to adjusting to those failures. I had got used to learning from those failures. But the incident that I'm narrating is long ago, when I was a student. And I'm telling the teachers this because this is something that needs to be told to our children as well. I wanted to be a debater, and through a lot of practice, I did become one. And I went to represent my university at the National Cultural Festival at IIT Kanpur. I studied in Allahabad University. A day before the debating competition was music competition, where I thought I was a reasonably good singer, as many of you would think that everyone thinks that he can sing very well. So I thought even I could sing very well. I participated in that music competition. There was an audience of about 1,000 students sitting there. I unfortunately picked up the wrong note. Consequently, I was booed out of that auditorium within 15 seconds. Booed out. They won't suffer me beyond 15 seconds. And imagine my mental state when I came out of that hall. I was totally distraught, destroyed virtually. And I didn't know whether I'll be able to compete in the debate on the following day. But a senior of mine who had accompanied us, he asked me a very interesting question. He asked me, Anil, can you do something about what has already happened? I said, what can I do? I was booed out. He said, you can learn from that failure that you had because you committed a mistake. You picked up a wrong note and probably you had not practiced sufficiently and hence you failed. So there's learning from there. But if you continue to live in the past, then you will not be able to build your present. Very important thing. So next day was the debate. I somehow overcame that, that state of mind. When my name was announced on that day, everyone started shouting Gayak aa gaya, because they recalled the failure on the previous day. I had by that time overcome my all shortcomings and everything. I went and spoke and I won the first prize on that day. And thereafter, I must suggest to you, I must tell you that I have never looked back. I can talk to any audience anywhere in the world. I did that during my career. Now, why am I telling you this? I told you this because you may think that I may have succeeded, but success did not come just overnight. Success was on account of a variety of failures that I had during my career. And I said, even in the last year, I had my failures. So failures are a natural occurrence. Mistakes everyone makes, but we must teach our children that don't make the same mistake twice. That's very important. If you learn from your mistakes, if you learn from your failures, the chances are that you will not repeat the mistakes. So this is number 2. Number 3, if we can take the children very clearly, that what we really need to do is only focus on things that we can do. Sometimes we end up spending time and brood over issues over which we have absolutely no control. Absolutely no control. But we brood over them. If you all who are listening to me, reflect on your previous few days, you will see how much time you would have wasted in brooding over issues that are already gone and over issues over which you have no control. I'm very fond of cricket, and I've seen my friends fighting with each other on issues like why did Sachin Tendulkar play the shot and India lost the match. Now, India lost the match, fair enough. Of course, Sachin Tendulkar didn't play the right shot, but how does it help if I fight with a friend of mine? Will it make India victorious? Will it help India improve its condition? No. But we do spend a lot of time. And I recall an incident. I had just got married and I was traveling somewhere. And I used to get very upset at traffic jams. Some of you also would be getting very upset. In Lucknow also, there are a few traffic jams. Delhi is much worse. And I used to get very agitated. So one day my wife asked me, can you do something about this? So I said, what can I do? This is all traffic jam. Then she made a very remarkable statement. जब आप उसका कुछ कर नहीं सकते तो अपना खून क्यों खौला रहे हैं? Why are you unnecessarily losing your temper over issues you have no control? And I think that's a very seminal statement. Should we focus on issues over which we have control, or should we fret and fume about issues over which we have absolutely no control? Now, why am I telling you all this? Because I think children have to be taught beyond physics, chemistry, math, science, or whatever, history, geography. Whatever I've spoken has nothing to do with these subjects. But in life, if you are unable to understand these issues, if you are unable to evolve as an individual who appreciates such issues, I think the guy may have scored brilliantly in his examination, but I'm not very sure whether he'll succeed in life. And hence, it's very important for him to be emotionally aware of these issues. And that's why today everyone says that EQ, emotional quotient, is much more important than IQ, intelligence quotient. The teachers, if they want to become true leaders, would be those that are able to imbue such qualities in the children. And that's very important. And finally, before I close, because if there are any questions, I'd like to interact with you all rather than a monologue here. We have been talking of imbuing values amongst children. When I was school education secretary, some people were very concerned that why don't we have a subject on ethical values? My personal view was ethical values can never be taught. They can never be taught. If you have a class, you think people are going to listen to you and they're going to behave that way. No. Values have to be demonstrated. Teachers or those with whom children come to associate with have to demonstrate those values. And not only demonstrate values, they have to demonstrate the value of values, meaning thereby you have to demonstrate to them that if you conduct yourself in a particular manner, you will be beneficiary. Because without this understanding of the value to the child, merely saying this is right and wrong, it will not work. My entire book, Ethical Dilemmas of a Civil Servant, I have attempted to demonstrate that ethical behavior pays. And though, again, it is addressed to the civil servants, but I think it is as much valid to everybody else. Now, I can go on and on, because talking is the easiest thing to do. It's the walking part that's more difficult. Having retired, my job is basically to talk. I'll stop here. What I will do is if you have that system here, I don't know how you are conducting your program. If there are any questions that you all have, I'd love to answer them. Thank you very much for inviting me here. It was a pleasure being amongst you. Thank you.
Sir, you've been absolutely tremendous and amazing. You're speaking from a lifetime of experience as the most distinguished person that I know, as secretary of the MHRD education, of course, and before that for coal. I think you have done path-breaking work, innovative work, in every arena you've gotten into. And now, after your retirement, you've started Nexus of Good. I would very much like you to please share about that, because you are helping people scale up their ideas of good. And I think in that way, you're making a tremendous contribution post-retirement. Could you please share a little bit about it?
Okay, thank you very much. I did think that I should speak on Nexus of Good because that's what I'm doing these days. Let me explain to you the genesis of Nexus of Good and what we are doing under the Nexus of Good. The genesis was when I became Secretary of School Education. I was a bit disturbed at the negativity that prevailed in the society. I mean, I was pretty shocked that nation wanted to know only negative things. The world has either collapsed or is about to collapse. Whereas I personally saw, as I traveled through about 24 states in the country, deep inside, going into interior districts like Bastar and Sukma, traveling from Srinagar to Leh, not taking the national highway. When I saw that, I saw some wonderful work being done. In fact, I think Madam Gandhi's father, I knew him very well. What wonderful work he's done in setting up this educational institutions. So I had my own experience of coming across wonderful, wonderful people who are doing wonderful, wonderful work. But the tragedy was everyone seemed to be on the critical frame. I'm not against criticism. What I am against is your obsession with criticism. We should be critical, but we should have the eye to watch the positive things happening around us. And one event changed it. I visited a school in a place called Pastepada. It is 120 kilometers north of Thane district in tribal areas. I was told that this government primary school does not have electricity. So I decided, let me go to a school where it doesn't have electricity. So I visited that school. It was a 2-room school, primary school. But when I walked into a room, I was personally shocked. I saw that every child had a tablet and there was a smart screen. I couldn't believe it. So I asked the teacher, Sandeep Gund, where do you get the electricity for these tablets? So he took me around the school and showed me a foldable solar panel through which he was charging the batteries, and through batteries he was charging these tablets. Then the next question was, where did you get these tablets from? Because government doesn't fund them. He said, when I came to this school, there were about 40-50 children of all shapes, sizes and ages. I didn't know what to do with them because many of them didn't come to the school. So I had a second-hand laptop and I used to play these educational videos. These children used to congregate around and they appeared very pleased. 2 months down the line, about 20 parents came to the school asking Sandeep Gund a very funny question. They asked him, earlier the children never rushed to the school. Now, early in the morning, they want to come to the school. What have you done? So Sandeep would explain to them what he did. And when he found these teachers interested, these parents interested, he requested them to contribute 500 rupees each for buying 2 tablets. Now, these were poor people, but seeing the passion of the teacher, they contributed 500. Sandeep Gund bought 2 tablets and attached them to his laptop. Now, this passion of the teacher was traveling around. So one day, an NGO and a CSR funding agency visited the school and saw for themselves what Sandeep Gund was doing, and they were shocked, pleasantly shocked. So the CSR funding agency agreed to fund the tablets for every child and a smart screen. And mind you, Sandeep Gund concocted his own solar panels through which it was being charged. Around which time I visited the school and I was also pleasantly shocked as it were. So I took a photograph with Sandeep Gund and tweeted it. Suddenly Sandeep Gund becomes a local hero. So all teachers from surrounding schools started visiting his school to replicate what he was doing. In the meanwhile, I met the President of India, Mr. Kovind. He had just become president and I had gone to call on him in a different context. But since he had some time, I narrated this wonderful story of Sandeep Gund to him, and he also appeared very impressed, I could make out. So I asked him, sir, would you like to meet Sandeep Gund? He said, why not? I got Sandeep over to Delhi. His photograph was taken with the president and it was tweeted. Suddenly, Sandeep Gund becomes a national hero. This is not the end of the story. The Pastepada model of the school has now been replicated in more than 50,000 schools of Maharashtra. Not a single penny of the 354 crores required has been given by the government, all through CSR funding. Now, this actually made me think. I had always thought about spreading goodness, but Nexus of Good arrived when I thought this. I said, if we can locate good work, if we can understand good work, if we can appreciate good work, if we can propagate good work, if we can replicate good work, if we can scale good work, that would be the thing. And hence, the idea of Nexus of Good was born, wherein we first set up a a Twitter handle. Thereafter, a web portal was launched. Now a foundation has been there. I'd request all of you to join the Nexus of Good. What have you to do? You just go to the portal, fill in very little details, and become a part of the Nexus of Good. And apart from that, look around yourself, and if you find anything good, first try and understand whether it's actually good. If it is, फिर आप मुक्त कंठ से उसकी तारीफ करें. हम मुक्त कंठ से बुराई करते हैं, मुक्त कंठ से तारीफ नहीं करते. If you find something good, you must appreciate it. The reason is very simple. In order to convince the doubters, you have to demonstrate that good can happen because it is happening. Until you demonstrate the happening of the good, the others will not believe that good can happen. You will have that negativity in you. So that's what Nexus of Good is all about. I will request all of you to join the Nexus of Good. It's a phenomenal movement with thousands of people already joined. They're contributing. There are hundreds of stories on the portal of Nexus Good. If you read those stories, including the one that I narrated, you will feel very inspired and you'll be able to inspire others. So that's Nexus of Good for you.
Can we give a... Okay.
May we all please give a virtual clap to Sir. He has taken out time from his extremely busy schedule, even after retirement. He is super busy and doing amazing amount of critical work that is helping people scale up their work. I'm one of the beneficiaries of Sir's work. He has mentioned my work, which is on literacy, on his Nexus of Good Twitter account, and it has become very, very popular from there on. So I really, really appreciate, Sir, what you've done for Global Dream, Dream Chala, which we'll be discussing tomorrow, because tomorrow is International Day of Education. And we're discussing foundational literacy and numeracy. The whole day is dedicated to that. And we also have experts who are joining us tomorrow about scaling up. So there's a lady from Italy who is a scale-up expert, who is going to help us in this direction.
So it's so hard.
Thank you, Sir. I cannot hear you now. Just a minute. Sorry. Yeah, can
I said
properly. We can hear you then. Boliye.
I said that's what Nexus of Good is all about. The wonderful work that you've done needs to be replicated, scaled, and appreciated, obviously. I'm so glad it is happening that way.
Thank you very much, Sir. So we hope you'll stay a little bit for this session. The topic is wellness in education, and it's being chaired by Mariam Motamedi from the US. She's a virtues coach in USA. We also have Meg Hanshaw from North Carolina, USA, and she's joining us at some very odd hour to be with us at this time. Then we have Koivula Pirjo, who is from Finland, and somebody whom I have known for a number of years, who is a very high-level person working in the MHRD equivalent of Finland, which is called the Finnish National Board of Education. And Pirjo, and I have gone back since 2012 maybe. We've had a number of really good Finnish presenters, and Pirjo happens to be the one, my first link to Finland, and she has been knighted by her own country for introducing legislation with regards to early intervention. So she's somebody of a mover and a shaker in her own right in her country, Finland, which we know has been doing some remarkable work in education.
So I'll have on till
from Jaipur. Sorry, sir, you were saying something.
I said I will stay on till 6:30. After that, I have another engagement. I'll be here for another half hour.
So maybe we can have Pirjo first, then Meg Hanshaw, if you don't mind, just a little bit of change of order, so that Sir can be relating to a similar person in their own context. Then we have Rita Taneja from Jaipur. Dr. Sangeet, she's a principal, teacher trainer, and content developer, CBSE resource person here in India, in Jaipur. Then we have Dr. Sagarika Roy Bhatia from Mumbai, who is working on human rights and peace. Then we have Dr. James Shea from Luton, from Greater London, UK, and he is talking about mentor-mentee relationship. Then we have Dawood Vaid from Mumbai, Change Makers World, integrating global goals in teaching. And then we have Rabia Bhatia from New Delhi on the ultimate purpose of education. She is an expert certified by the British Council and so forth. So we'll be reading out their resumes in depth a little later on as they speak, each one of them. But for now, I would like to hand over to my colleague here to introduce Pirjo Koivula, and Meg, you'll be immediately after that, if you don't mind. Thank you so much. Meg is from USA as well, right?
Thank you very much, ma'am. And thank you very much, sir, for those tremendously inspiring ideas and anecdotes. And so significantly and strongly, you put forward those powerful thoughts that every individual is unique in his own identity. And now, may I call upon and invite Ma'am Mariam Motamedi for the 12th Roundtable Conference. She is a virtues coach that has worked with schools across India to support their implementation of the Virtues Project, a character education initiative that has been utilized in over 100 countries and endorsed by the United Nations. Before this, she worked with the United States Department of Education, the Washington, D.C. public school system, and various US-based NGOs. She is a graduate of the American University School of International Service. Currently, she is pursuing her master's in development education from University College London. She is passionate about character education, social emotional learning, and well-being of school communities. Over to you, ma'am, for this 12th Roundtable, Wellness in Education.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction, and thank you so much for having me here today. Welcome all to this next discussion. Welcome especially to our respected chief guest. We are so honored to have you here today, and thank you for those inspiring words. The theme of our roundtable today is wellness in education. This is clearly an immensely relevant theme, as we are in a time of great stress globally, and of course, throughout this past year, a time of great transition. I would like to thank the Ed Leadership Planning Team for including this important theme in this year's conference, as I feel we do not speak about wellness enough, neither for educators or students. Welcome to our respected speakers. I will be giving them, I'll be introducing them one at a time as they present, and then giving a 1 to 2 minute warning as it's time to wrap up. After hearing from the speakers, we will have time for questions and answers from the audience. For the Q&A, please put your questions in the chat box throughout the discussion or at the end, and towards the end, I will be selecting the questions that we will be asking of our speakers. So our first speaker is Ms. Kovala Pirjo from Helsinki, Finland. Ms. Kovala is currently Counselor of Education in the Finnish National Agency for Education, and she has been since 2004. She has chaired 3 work groups in the newest basic education and upper secondary education core curriculum reforms in Finland, as well as adult education reform. She is a national coordinator for Finland for the European Agency for Special Needs and Inclusive Education. She has worked in different development projects of the Finnish Ministry for Foreign Affairs in South Africa, Tanzania, Russia, and Ethiopia. Most recently, she worked as a short-term international expert in curriculum development for the TASS project in Nepal. She is currently working as international expert in a Europe Aid project in Turkey. Ms. Kovala has also served as department head and director of education and social services, and before that as a principal. She has been awarded the Knight of the Order of the White Rose of Finland. Welcome, Kovala. We're so pleased to have you here.
So many thanks. It's a pleasure to be here. And it's so nice to see you all of my friends, especially Dr. Sunita, and I just try to count how many times I have been in Lucknow in the conference. I think 3 or 4 times, but it was really a pleasure for me when I got your invitation to take part of this virtual conference, and it's very important that we keep the contact and we continue our works, although we have this kind of challenges like this COVID is now that we have this challenge in all the countries, and we have to fight for it and still continue our development work. I have a presentation, and my colleague from Sunita's staff promised to show the slides. Can I have the slides now so I can continue? Thank you. I don't know why I chose this summer picture, but maybe because it has been so cold, over -30, and a lot of snowstorms here. Maybe this summer picture from the National Agency for Education where I work was so lovely to see all the greenness. But this is my office by the Lake of Finland, by the sea. Now we are all working at home since last March. It's a long time, but I'm happy that we have this kind of connections. The next slide, please. Can I have the next slide, please? And the next. This is what is said in our constitution, that it is everybody's right to. Can I have one more click there? That it is very important principles to have this kind of equity in the educational. In the education, that also those students who have different kind of background, maybe difficulties or disabilities, they can also study, and other minorities. The next slide, please.
Next slide. Next slide. आप लोग सो रहे हो क्या भैया?
And then this is in our constitution. And then the next, please. This is about our reform that we had in this area in Finland, that there are two kind of educational reforms. Either this is Pasi Sahlberg's, what he has said, evolutionary or revolutionary. And the first one refers to development proceeding more as a continuum of different stages. And the Finnish policy belongs to the first category, because revolutionary means that there are very rapid changes, one night change. Our education policy operates in general according to a long-term vision and consensus, and that is very important, that all those political parties that form the government of Finland have the same vision and consensus what to do in education, and that guarantees that we have a long-term plan, strategy that we follow. We have also the nationwide monitoring and evaluation of the effects, and that is the base for the future development work. These actions have continued from one government term from office to another. Please, the next one. We had a long-term strategy in working group in 2007, and on the basis of this work, we made the amendments in Basic Education Acts, and we have had new Pupil Welfare Act, and then we made the additions in the national core curriculum, and then we had a wide development programs to support the implementation. Please, the next slide. this is what I would like to say, that we based the whole education on research, and we have had action research during this development project, and we have also report on the implementation of this so-called 3-tier support 2014 for the parliament, and that means that when we make a reform, then we have to evaluate how it is implemented, and are all these goals and objectives that we have the municipalities that arrange the education, have they implemented it? And it's very important to have this kind of educational support from early childhood to upper secondary education, and that is a kind of continuum of how our system works. And then I think we skip one. Okay, so how we can guarantee the kind of right to everyone to learn and go to school and have well-being, minimizing low achievement and helping everyone to succeed. Now we have tried to build an early intervention and support, and this work is now continuing very strongly. This year, in the beginning of this year, 2021, we have many projects starting, and our government is supporting by several millions of euros different kind of programs that the objective is really to build the even preventive work, then early intervention and support. But we have to on evidence-based improve the planning, perseverance and quality of support all the time. We cannot stay where we are. And for example, there are 8 million euros project that we are starting now to avoid the, because we have some kind of problems that students are absent from school. There are several reasons, mainly socio-economic background, that they are social emotional problems, ADHD and this kind of, how to support them to really stay in the school and not be absent. That is what we are now starting a new project in a couple of weeks. Then we have worked a lot with pupil welfare and pupil welfare services, because that is a prerequisite for good learning. Pupil welfare services are psychological services, social worker services, and school healthcare. And I have worked now 3 years in cross-administrative and multi-professional approach. We call it YEP project, because we think that these pupils with different kind of challenges, they are really our VIP pupils. And we have built a very strong cooperation with social sector, with the Ministry for Social and Health Affairs, and their central office, that is the same kind of office that our National Agency for Education is. And then also we have different kind of networks in 5 areas around the country, that we are building local networks between education, social work and healthcare. Next slide, please. We have now even stronger and stronger concentrated on pedagogical assessment, because it's very, very important to see how to support the child in the challenges that they have in learning all school assessments. We have started this 10 years ago, but still we developed new pedagogical methods, co-teaching, differentiation, flexible grouping, and especially co-teaching that is now that we have more and more. And we develop consultative work because, for example, now the hospital schools where they have students also who are not patients in the hospital, they have those students also who need strong support in their emotional problems, and they have contact to the healthcare system. So we now develop the consultative system that the teachers who are really experts in this area, they can support the local schools to develop their pedagogy, to develop their culture, and to cooperate with different professionals. This is what we have started, and now there will be a new project or also this kind of consultative, because we don't want to leave the teacher alone. We want to develop the cooperation inside the school with the teachers and specialized teachers, with this pupil welfare staff, psychologists, but also sometimes there are such problems that they need support outside the school, and then these consultative teachers can come to support. So we want still this equal opportunities to in different schools and municipalities, because Finland is a wide area and there are small schools in the countrysides, and then in Helsinki there are also different kind of schools, and there are different opportunities to develop their work, and we like to have these equal opportunities. So that every pupil can succeed in his or her full potential. The next slide, please.
Ms. Kovala, if I could just... I'm sorry, I don't know if I was audible. Just about 1 to 2 minutes left.
Yeah, you can go forward, please, because I would want to show you one picture. Skip forward, and this one. Thank you. This is the last one. If we are talking about early intervention, we are talking about these 3-level support, and the first level is general support, and the second level is intensified support. And this is, I think, the key when we are talking about early intervention, that there are general support like specialized teachers support, or extra lessons, remedial teaching we call that they can have the support from their own teacher, subject teacher, or class teacher. And if there is more needs of support, then there is a pedagogical assessment which is written report, and then the intensified support is started, and that there is a learning plan that it is compulsory, and there is more and more multidisciplinary support for the students. These are very important when we are talking about early intervention. I have one important saying about what C.S. Lewis said: you can't go back and change the beginning, but you can start where you are and change the ending. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kovala, for that very interesting discussion based on your years of insight working at such a high level. within Finland. And everyone, please remember, as you have questions, you can save them till the end and send in the chat, or you can send in the chat throughout. So our next speaker is from North Carolina, USA, actually not too far from me. I'm in the state of Maryland. So hello to Miss Meg Hanshaw. Miss Meg Hanshaw has a master's in exercise science and PhD in curriculum and instruction in education. She is an education and wellness visionary for the 21st century, and she serves as an advisor to organizations aiming to redefine the link between sustainable development, investments, and technology. Additionally, she is a member of the World Economic Forum's Global Shapers community. Meg, we're so pleased to have you here, and please get started. I'll give you a 2-minute warning.
All right, thank you. I really appreciate it. I am very excited to be here this evening. It's early in Asheville, North Carolina. It's 7:45-ish. And I'm just really grateful to be here. This is my first time in this conference, and I am just really excited. So today I'm going to share a presentation with you. I'm going to share a little bit about my story and why young people are struggling so much. And I am going to introduce a new paradigm empowerment education framework and principles of learning that I've been working on for 30 years. I'm going to go ahead and start the presentation and just let me know if you can see that. Is everything good? Is that,
I don't think we're able to see it.
Okay, so let me just share my screen. Let me do that first. Now, can you see that?
Yes, it's come up now.
Yay, all right, thank you. I thought I guess I'm the sharer today. So again, my name is Meg Hanshaw. I founded a nonprofit called I Be Me. It's located in Asheville, North Carolina, and the mission of my nonprofit is to set a standard and bring to life a healthy and empowering education system so all students are well. We're talking about wellness today, and wellness is a central part of the new system of education. I believe we can do this, and I think we're in the process of shifting the entire system all over the world. At IBME, we offer trainings and coachings for teachers, school leaders, students, and parents. And we also are going to have a student coaching certification and school coaching certification program that will begin in early 2022. So I hope by the end of this presentation that you are as excited as I am about knowing that we now have the research and evidence to know what a healthy and empowering education system should be and how to shift our classrooms and schools into that new paradigm. And it's really exciting. So I could talk all day long, so I'm going to get started because I know I only have a certain amount of time. How did I get started in all of this? And for 30 years, be looking at how to shift the education system. Well, I started out as an athlete. And I loved basketball especially, and I would play for hours and hours, and I had all this confidence and flow, and I was in the zone, and I wasn't stressed. And then all of a sudden, it changed. Something happened, and by the time I was in my 3rd year of college, I quit the team, and I was so depressed and injured. I felt like a failure. I was stressed out, burnt out. I was shameful. And this drove me to research and to pilot and to discover what had happened to me. So I began to coach basketball myself, and I started trying out all these theories and research frameworks that I started in my master's program. And I was like, I've got to figure this out. And so I began to take these theories and frameworks, and I went into the school systems sort of incognito, secretly in a way, outside the system, and I started trying these theories out and these practices and these principles and this new paradigm. And I realized as I was studying that I didn't get the things that were in the research. The athletic system did not offer the things that we know that make children thrive. And so I said, I need to teach and coach and train parents and teachers and high school students and college students and middle school students what is really going on. And I really found that there was certain principles and ways of being that really help young people be fulfilled, successful, and healthy. And so this was really exciting for me. And basically, I was looking at how children thrive. And I started in the athletic system, and then all of a sudden I shifted it. I said, I got to do this in the education system because
Meg, I think you just got muted a moment ago.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so athletes in the athletic system were not thriving. And then I saw that students were not thriving as I was in there. There was epidemics going on. These students were not well. And I call these the threatening three epidemics. And these are going on all over the world. So the threatening three epidemics are violence, suicide, and chronic disease. Now, this is not a happy part of this presentation, I'm going to say. This is not fun. But all over the world, our young people are suffering in these areas. For instance, suicide in the United States is the second leading cause of death for 10 to 19-year-olds. And it's the most common cause of death in India, but for 15 to 29-year-olds. And that is just sad. And again, we're going to talk about why this is happening. Another example is cancer in the United States is the second leading cause of death for 5 to 9-year-olds, and the third leading cause of death for 10 to 14-year-olds. So, you know, these threatening three epidemics are happening all over the world in different areas and in different ways. So what is going on? Why are our children suffering? What I have found from the research, and I'm sure many of you know this, that unintentionally we are disempowering children. It's unintentional. We're not doing it on purpose. We have learned things from the past and been trained in things that are used to be the way it is. And we have learned more about the brain in the last 25 years than in the past 200 years. We are learning new things, and we don't know what we don't know until we know it. And now we know how to absolutely work with children. And most people know this now. It's just, how do we do it? And I want to tell a little bit about a study called the ACE study. And some of you may have heard of this. The ACE study equals Adverse Childhood Experiences. And this is a monumental study that was done in the US in 1995. It's one of the largest investigations of how the mistreatment of children and neglect affects later life health and well-being. And so basically in California, some researchers from the CDC measured these 10 types of adverse childhood experiences, and they measured the current health status and behaviors of over 17,000 subjects who were mostly middle class, Caucasians, and over the age of 60.
Hi, all. Did it freeze for others? I wasn't sure if it was my connection. Could you hear?
No, we couldn't hear. It was frozen.
It froze. Okay, we may have lost her for a moment.
All right, how about that? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, so what happened? Let me share my screen again. I don't know what happened there.
No worries. Thank you for sticking with the technology. It's always a little unpredictable.
Okay, let me start here. And so the main thing about this study was that as ACEs go up, the incidence of many types of health behaviors and like depression and substance abuse, they go up. And let me show you just 3 within the threatening 3. So chronic disease, look here how ACEs go up, how the risk factors of arthritis, asthma, cancer, and so forth go up. Look at the percentage of how much they go up with the occurrence of different types of trauma and disempowering experiences. It's incredible. They're linked. Then we can go to depression and suicide. As you see here at the bottom, as ACEs go up, we've got the incidence of depression and suicide going up. So they're linked. And look at the violence. As ACE scores go up, violence, the risk of perpetrating domestic violence goes up. So we're onto something here, and they weren't expecting this, but it absolutely blew us away and brought us more into brain science. And so before I move into the empowerment education model as a way to counteract, because these ACEs, you can shift them. We're going to see here, I have a slide that says that. I'm jumping ahead, but we need to look at the brain really quickly and how trauma and disconnections and treating children with disrespect. And again, we're not doing anything on purpose. Again, I'm going to validate that we are all learning this together. And we can look at this slide here. And what the brain does is, if you look in the middle, the amygdala is our emotional processing center, and it's like a radar, and it's constantly looking to see if the environment is safe. So these kids, if they've had any disconnections, their brain is on high alert. And if they feel like they're safe and they feel like they can be themselves, they will go into the higher brain, and they're able to learn and think and be creative and be relaxed. But if they have any way of even beginning to think that they're not safe, and sometimes it's unconscious, they will go into fight, flight, or freeze, flip their lid. We call it flipping their lid. And Dan Siegel, he's a psychologist here in the United States, he has coined this. You can flip your lid, and I use the hand model. It's his hand model that you flip your lid. I don't think you can see me, but we use the hand as the brain. And when you flip your lid, your fingers come off the amygdala, which is your thumb. And so we always say, hey, where are the kids? Where are their lids flipped? So it's very important to know that, when kids are experiencing disconnections, these results you're going to see in your classroom. And there's nothing wrong with them. Something has happened to them. So they're sensitive to challenges and emotions. They get emotionally triggered. They have high anxiety. They have uncontrollable anger at times. They can destroy property. They hide, their heads down, they're quiet, they run away. They quit things that are challenging. They can be addicted to different things. They can be more sick more often with stomach aches. They can be overly fixated on things, learning challenges, ADD, ADHD, hurtful and disrespectful behavior. So when you see these in your classroom, we can say now, not what's wrong with you, but what happened to you. We can have more empathy and more understanding. So the education system, this is where my research comes in, I believe is a 4th type of adverse childhood experience in general. The system itself, it's still based on competitive, industrialized, I call roboticized, outcome-oriented, one-size-fits-all type of paradigm. And so 2/3 of our children are coming to school with their lids flipped. So they are already coming in with challenges, and the current education system is unnecessarily causing stressed out students who become less and less motivated, innovative, or resilient, and are unaware or too scared to do anything about it. Now, this isn't about the teachers. The teachers are amazing. They're in the system, and it's time to shift that system, right? So ACEs can be reversed. These challenges are not destiny, and we can prevent and reverse them. And this is where I am like, no more. It's time. It's time to create a system. And many people in this conference that I have heard, most of them are talking about this, that we are ready. So there's a shift happening. It's already happening, and we are ready to move from the rules and the systems being more important than the skills and the person. This paradigm shift, we are moving from the rules and the systems telling all the children what they should learn, and everybody's being fit into a box. We are moving into the person, the value, the intrinsic nature of a child. The whole person is going to open up what they need to learn. For instance, we're not going to teach everybody to read the same way. So if everybody's learning the same way to read, we know we're not in the new paradigm. The rules and systems of the school are very important, but let's don't push everybody into the exact same way of being. We have to be open to that. So,
okay, just about 1 to 2 minutes left.
So here is the new paradigm. This is my model. This is the framework that has come out, and this is just a graphic of it. We have different artist drawings of this, but the framework starts with the self. It starts internally with the person, and it moves through empowered partnership, learning how to partner and collaborate together and treat each other with respect, and coach and open space for great relationships and empowered, true equal partnerships with teachers and students. And then we move into community collaboration. How do we move this into a collaboration where everybody has a say in what's going on? And when we do that, it will create a world that is more sustainable and peaceful, because everybody is in the core principle of the model, which is to have the freedom, confidence, and skills to know, love, trust, and be myself. So the new education system is going to be centered around this core principle, and it already is, as we're hearing. And we're working on these wellness principles of breathing, sensing, feeling, thinking, sleeping, eating, moving, learning, connecting, and contributing, and being ourselves. So that is key. If we don't do that in the education system, start with that core principle, then we are really missing the boat. And then there's 4 other principles that need to be in the new education system. And they are based in these pillars of wellness, empowerment, leadership, and legacy, which the acronym is WELL. And I'm going to read these 4 principles, and I'm going to hurry because these are important. So the first principle is we experience a high-level wellness life as whole person, energized human beings who are connected to each other and everything on the planet. So that is the wellness principle. And when you look at your programs in your school and these principles, ask yourself, is what I'm doing fitting into these principles? These are just the basic 5 core principles. The empowerment principle is we learn and grow from our celebrations, challenges, and mistakes while on our life's journey. If given the right support and connection and the tools, the journey will build internal resilience and personal empowerment to experience intrinsic value, true well-being, and our full potential. Leadership principle, we live, play, work, and learn and contribute in safe and trusting environments where we are seen, heard, and valued as already creative, capable, and complete heart-centered leaders. And then the last principle in the model is a legacy principle. We unfold, develop, explore, share, and live our legacy, purpose, passions, and talents in the present moment in fun and inspiring ways. So to end, I want to say that at IBME, we are actually creating a process. It's a certification, and we are halfway through getting it into a hybrid form online for any teachers to take all over the world. But the key is, how do we shift classrooms and how do we shift schools into the new paradigm of education? And so all students are well empowered, heart-centered leaders who love to learn, love life, and are living their legacy now. How do we do that? And this is where IBME comes in. And so we are so excited about that. And this Tuesday, we are offering a free sort of like workshop called Listening from the Heart, and it's the coach approach. It's one of the number one communication methodologies that we believe teachers need to learn to move into this new paradigm and create connected relationships. So you can ask the managers and the directors of this conference to find out more information about that, because they have that information. And we are so excited to have people to see what this is like and to start their process into the new paradigm of education. So thank you very much. I hurried, and this could be a 3-hour presentation, but I hope that this is something that you all are excited about. I'm here for questions. I know we want to know how to do it. And, again, that training, that's the kind of training we need right now. So thank you, educators, for all you do. This is my information, and thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Meg, for sharing so concisely so much of your life's work that you're clearly so passionate about. And not only that, for getting up so early, all the way from the East Coast of the US. So educators, please feel free to share things in the chat. I think, Meg, if you have any sort of link that you can share for that workshop, I'm sure people would be interested. Next, we have Mrs. Rita Taneja, who has so many accomplishments and different hats that she wears that I will not attempt to read them all, but here are a few. Mrs. Rita Taneja is an educator, principal, teacher, trainer, mentor, and content developer for CBSE. She is the treasurer of Jaipur Sahodia School and a member of the School Management Committee of St. Edmunds. She has been awarded by various agencies for her work in the field of education. She is very widely traveled and tries to incorporate child-friendly pedagogy in the curriculum of classes. Mrs. Taneja, please take it away.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for your kind words. I also thank in the beginning Dr. Sunita Gandhi and team City Montessori School. I've been there and I know the awesome work that you guys are doing. Thank you all for this opportunity to express a very, very dear topic to my heart, the mental health of the teachers. I hope my screen is visible.
Not yet, it's probably loading if we just give it a minute.
Okay. We are here today to talk about the mental health of the educators. The educators today are undergoing a lot of transformation, lot of transition, and yes, everybody expects so much from them. Is my screen visible now?
Rita, I think, are you assuming that we will be putting it up or you will be sharing? Because you have to just go and put the, share and open up on your screen.
Okay. Yes.
Just go into Zoom, share.
Yes.
At the bottom, there's share screen in green color.
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay, just click on that. Bingo.
It's there now?
Wonderful. There it is. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So we are speaking about the mental health of the educator. Health, as we all know, is defined as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. And when we talk about the mental well-being, we all understand that we are speaking about basically living without illness and suffering, having mental happiness. having good thoughts and feelings towards others, living with courage, endeavor, self initiative, and drive, living with wisdom and moral behavior, careful spending, and living religiously. And teaching nowadays is not a 9 to 5 job. Responsibilities are not confined to the workspace, and teachers often are they not able to distance themselves from work or student involvement even when at home. So teaching really is an emotionally taxing profession as of today, and many teachers feel very defeated at the end of the day. They don't get the lesson plan that day, or the students are not behaving well. Some parents are difficult to deal with. But teachers do what they do because of one thing: they love their students and they believe in the power of education. And educators are equally susceptible to deteriorating mental health, especially now that they have been facing COVID-19 and its challenges in the education sector. They have had to uproot their classes overnight and start teaching online when most of them weren't even accustomed to the ritual before. And as teachers, we all have a very unique relationship with our young people. Knowing how to support our own mental health and well being and that of students is essential in providing a supportive learning environment. And it's very essential for our own well being that the well being of our students in our care also depends upon that. If we as educators are not mentally well or happy or balanced, I don't think we'll be able to create a conducive environment for our children to study and accomplish. And teachers' mental health and well being is very important for the social and emotional well being of their pupils, as the work is influenced by the relationship between the individual, the nature of their work, and their work environment. Work environment places high demands on individuals without enough control and support. To meet these demands pose risk for mental health and well-being. The how much demands we are experiencing from the parents, from children, the workload, our workplace, our school, how much control do we have to decide upon how to teach, when to teach, which syllabus to include in the examination, how much support, encouragement, and resources are provided by organization and colleagues, what kind of peer relationships do we face as teachers, what are the roles that we have to play within our organization, and how adaptive and flexible are we to the change within the organization. So all these become the potential stresses, including the workload. And with the workload, with the content, with the classroom transaction, the administrative paperwork that we all have to do, the lesson plan preparation, the setting of the papers, the attendance registers, the filling up of the diaries, all this requires a lot of effort on the part of an educator. But are we able to provide enough time for them to think, plan, and do these works? Of course, in India, we know that we have large class sizes. Student behaviors coming from a varied socioeconomic background is always a challenge. Inadequate resources in our classrooms and poor physical spaces. Added to this is bureaucracy, the workload, paperwork, and perceived inadequate recognition or advancements, and the gap between pre-service training expectations and actual work experiences. When we come out of a B.Ed colleges, we are hardly trained to face the varied challenges that we face in our classrooms. So a lack of autonomy, the purpose and mastery, they all pose challenges for an educator. And of course, as an educator, we wear too many hats that can really be fun, but also stressful. We are, as educators, caregivers, counselors, nurses, pencil pushers, coaches, administrators, program designers, facilitators, and we have to attend to tons of paperwork. So at times, a teacher has to dress up right, speak right, act right, live right, and we bring home our work, and the list can go on. All these are a routine job for any teacher, but they are all potential stresses, and we as a community, we as administrators, need to look at these as this is our prime responsibility if we want our teachers to create the kind of future generation that we envision. And what can the stress do to us? Of course, fatigue, BP, loss of focus, irritability, lack of motivation, depression, and burnout, leading to a very, very unhappy person. I'm sure we're all familiar with this comic strip, the teacher at the beginning of the school year and teacher at the end of the school year. We have to look into how to create teacher well-being. Are we able to give them the time, the hand holding, the orientation, on the job training programs? What are we doing for our educators with the kind of expectations we have? I think we would suggest 5 ways of well being. That is, we need to have a shift in the mindset. We need to build resilience. We need to be doing some on the job training and orientation, which has become very easy now with the online mode. And we need to identify the possibility for our own growth and notice what is right and focus only on the well being and achievement rather than on the failures. The teacher's pedagogical well being and the teaching and learning process is also very important. We need to understand the teacher parent relationship. We need to observe each other, the peer relationship, the students to teacher relationship, all the things that go on in our workspace in the school needs to be examined, needs to be studied, and needs to be held. The well-being for teachers is worthwhile emotional skilling for working in a changing, challenging environment. Teachers value holistic work with students, and teachers' well-being depends on seeing students develop socially and emotionally as well as academically. Resilience building for teachers to prevent high attrition rates is a must. Teaching at its best arises from healthy teachers who are well rested, open minded, clear thinking, and compassionate towards challenges of learning. A mindful teacher is fully present, able to support and encourage, while simultaneously challenge the students to reach beyond expectations or self doubt. Relaxed teachers are flexible teachers. Flexible teachers are more likely to be resilient. When the brain is not working properly, one or more of its six functions are going to be disrupted, like thinking, perception, emotion, signaling, physical behavior. And symptoms can include thinking difficulties or problems, focusing attention, extreme emotional highs and lows, and sleep problems. And definitely, we don't want educators who have these kind of problems. The emotional atmosphere in a classroom setting is important to the experiences of all students. The atmosphere is affected by the emotional stability of the teacher. A teacher with personal mental health problems can have detrimental effect upon all of those students who are associated with him or her. And there are a variety of factors contributing towards mental health problems. Just imagine a classroom situation, students with different backgrounds, different learning levels, and different needs packaged in a single classroom. And one teacher constantly tries to do best to bring out the best of students all day long. Checking assessments, collecting resources, following best practices, communicating with parents, and taking care of the students' overall development are all a part of teachers' everyday routine. And teaching comes with the responsibility of shaping young minds. It is extremely gratifying profession. To do it well, a lot of effort goes into it. So though a school day is shorter than a standard office day, teachers have to put in extra hours after school also. And creating an effective lesson plan and finally achieving the learning objectives set out in curriculum framework involves many stages. And at each stage, a teacher aims to deliver to the best of their teaching abilities. So there are high demands of this job, increased attention towards student scores, the demanding needs of parents, and overall performance has put teachers under enormous pressure as their teaching ability is measured only by student outcome. With the increasing
If I
population,
just may ask you to finish up in the next minute or two?
yes, with the increasing popularity of digital learning, teachers undergo tremendous pressure to create an engaging classroom learning experience. And modern teaching methods involves technology and experiential learning. So while using new tools and methods to increase learning outcomes is always encouraging, but there's a lack of proper training and resources, leaving teachers constantly worried about adapting to new technology and meeting challenges. So large class sizes, diversity, and performance-driven world all have disruptive uh, attitude for the teachers. So disruptive student behavior can create tension in the classroom And the behavior impacts more than just students involved, which makes learning atmosphere disruptive. Lack of training in classroom management strategies make the situation even worse. So, educators' mental health is one of the biggest factor in students' academic growth. And as the mental health of teachers and students are interconnected, thus directly affecting their learning outcomes. And while providing quality education is imperative, it is also essential that teachers develop a strong emotional bonds with their students. So the burnout feeling among teachers should could be contagious, and it affects not only educators but also the students with whom they interact. So only when a teacher knows how to support their own mental well-being will they be able to provide a supportive learning environment. Sometimes teachers are bullied. Sometimes we just need to switch off. And sometimes we need to have adequate time to plan for our lessons and our classes. So we should switch off, make time for ourselves, sometimes be with the family, and don't feel guilty about it. Move ahead and support each other. Take time to de stress, have a good work life balance so that we are good when we enter the classes, practice mindfulness, and of course, connect, be active, take notice, keep learning, and give. So, as an educator, if we are able to do these things, we will not be only be able to be mentally healthy, active, but also contribute towards the growth of our students. So it is the ultimate goal of education to promote student success. Teacher well-being must be a central consideration, and teachers cannot be expected to try harder, breathe deeper, and fix their well-being. Organizations, systems, and policies play a crucial role in supporting teacher well-being, and our teachers deserve better. Thank you all very much for a very patient listening. And I hope every teacher is a superhero in the classes that they lead. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to discuss a very, very important topic, the mental health of our educators. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Taneja, for such an illuminating presentation. You took us through so many different aspects of teacher well-being, the very real implications that a lack of well-being would have on the instruction, of course, being a central theme. So thank you so much. Next, we have Dr. Sagarika Roy Bhatia from Mumbai. Dr. Sagarika is an educationist, leader, author, and global ambassador for human rights and peace. She has had various master's degrees in the aforementioned fields and has a proficiency in French as a foreign language with over 24 years of experience in teaching and education. She also has expertise in school governance, educational advisory, and strategy consulting with various international schools. She has authored the book, Just Expressions. So great to have you here, Dr. Bhatia, and please go ahead.
Good evening everyone, and good evening Maria for the lovely introduction. And today, as the topic is wellness, I think the previous presenters have already covered most of it. So they've made the work very, very easy for me. I don't have, I mean, there can't be anything more different than whatever they have stated. So I think it's just going to be reiterating the same facts, but maybe the same wine in a new bottle. That's it, you know. So hello everyone and namaste. It's wonderful being on this platform, and thank you very much, Sunita, for having me over on this particular platform. Well, now quickly coming to the topic. The thing is that it said, the statistics say that 75% of our careers are derailed. Sorry, just a sec. Yeah. The statistics say that 75% of our careers are derailed for reasons related to emotional incompetencies. So that brings us to the topic that what is emotional incompetency and what is the difference between emotional intelligence and emotional quotient. We need to get it very, very right. That is, emotional intelligence is nothing but it is the ability to manage your intelligence and manage the intelligence of others. Because please remember, please note that your intelligence as a teacher or as a person is not the same as the intelligence of the person with whom you're dealing. Hence, it is really noteworthy that we need to take care of this, that the intelligences are different. Now coming to what is emotional quotient. Emotional quotient, the EQ, is coined by Daniel Goleman, and what it is said that EQ, the emotional quotient, is the ability to sense, to understand, and to effectively apply the power of acumen of emotions to facilitate higher level, please understand the word higher level, of collaboration and productivity. In other words, if you have a higher emotional quotient, it's only then can you collaborate more with people, and it's only then that you have an increase in your productivity, because people with very low emotional quotient break down very fast under pressure. They can't take pressure. As a result of it, obviously, for obvious reasons, they can't be productive, they can't have collaborative associations with people, and of course they can't have leadership qualities, because leadership qualities require a lot of require to be high on your emotional quotient. Now in the school environment, the teacher faces a lot of pressure with respect to what Rita has already said. But then the other areas are also that we as human beings, it's not only the teachers in the school, it is also the class 4, it is also the principal, the leader in the school, and also the parents of the school. There are a lot of stakeholders over there who face these kind of problems. And what are the problems? The problems are classroom conflicts. When it is a classroom conflict, it is not only the teacher who faces problem, but it is also the parent who faces the problem, and it's also the school leader who faces the same problem. Then comes the problem of bullying, amongst children. So that is another issue. Then nowadays you see children, they're very, very, very vocal. They just don't take away whatever the teacher has to say, because all the information is available on the net. There is nothing that is not available. So how is the teacher different? What is the teacher doing in the classroom is differently, is what matters to the children. And hence, as a result of which, they back answer, they back answer. They don't take the teacher's information just at face value. And then children have erratic behavior, especially the ones with the children with special education needs are the ones who, are, their attention span is very low. And if the teacher has to take a class for a longer time, then their erratic behavior starts. And of course, our children always have emotional outbursts. It's not only the children, even the teachers amongst themselves, they have emotional outbursts due to peer pressure. And children especially have it due to low scores. The moment they see their mark sheet, as our guest for the day had said, the moment you see a mark sheet that has low scores, so automatically it's just an emotional outburst. It doesn't need any extra information. I don't need to explain it any further. We all have gone through it as children. So these are few of the things over and above whatever Rita has mentioned, that is pressure from the parents, pressure from the management, and pressure from things from everywhere. Yeah. So this is the reason why emotional intelligence is very, very, very important for the teachers. Now, next, coming up to what is emotional intelligence hijack? This is a very important term given by Daniel Goleman. It is also called the amygdala hijack. Now, what is the amygdala hijack? In the brain, you have the amygdala, which is a tiny little reptilian gland. It's a tiny little reptilian gland that starts pumping out adrenaline. When the child is on the playground, there is an adrenaline rush. You call it an adrenaline rush. Now, this particular adrenaline rush it happens only because of high emotion. Now, this high emotion could be a very positive emotion. It could also be a very negative emotion. So now, in case of a negative emotion, like, for example, anger, fear, excitement, love, hate, disgust, and frustration, the moment these emotions take place, which are very high, then the higher cortex of the brain is totally disabled. And when it is totally disabled, the brain gets into a fight, flight, or a freeze mode. And the moment it gets into a fight, flight, or a freeze mode, then all the decision making capabilities of the person stop. Rational thinking, critical thinking, higher order reasoning, everything is just at a standstill the moment there is a rush of adrenaline, and that is nothing but the amygdala hijack. So, the moment a teacher in the class faces an amygdala hijack, or a child faces an amygdala hijack on the field, or maybe during examination, then it is very, very, very important that we work with respect to that particular child, because amygdala hijack could have many repercussions, you know. So now coming next to what happens during this emotional hijack and amygdala hijack with respect to teachers. Of course, you, as I said, that you can't make sound rational decisions, you can't take decisions. I mean, it's totally, I mean, you're in a freeze mode, absolutely freeze mode, or either it's a flight mode wherein you just, you know, you lash out whatever feelings you have. You're extremely reactive, you're very defensive, and if you know the stressor in front of you, then you know the teacher can get into physical activities, can get into slapping the child or something like this when there is an amygdala emotional hijack, you know. And if this hijack continues every day, especially what is happening during the lockdown, during online classes, you know, the children who are in places wherever they don't have enough of bandwidth for online classes, and the voices are cracking, and then the parents are interfering in the classes. So this is a regular activity that we teachers are facing, and because of this particular reason, if we don't address the emotional hijack, that is the amygdala hijack, then it could surely result in a burnout. So a burnout is nothing but constant hijack of our emotions and the amygdala hijack. Next is
just about 2 minutes left.
Pardon?
Just about 2 minutes left.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So how do we increase this emotional intelligence? It's very important that we work with our emotional intelligence. That is, we should be beware of our stressors, what causes us stress, or actions that generate anger in us. And taking a break is very important at that particular moment. The moment we sense an emotional hijack, we must we must start breathing, take a deep breath, sip water, calm down, have a respectful conversation, and diffuse the issue. Very, very important for a person of higher emotional intelligence. Then it's very important to seek help from co-workers also. You know, seeking help from our co-workers, we always take it as, I mean, it's below our self-esteem to take help, to ask for help. But I think it's very, very, very important that we as leaders take help from our co-workers. Practicing yoga and mindful techniques, breathing techniques is very important. And of course, teachers must exercise regularly. In fact, many schools, many institutions have already introduced something like yoga in the evening post school, some breathing exercises, some aerobic exercises, some folk dance, and jazz, things like this. They have done it. And exercising regularly is very important. And most importantly is change of the setting. That is where you know that in this particular setting your children aren't comfortable, and this is where things are happening. It is very important that you move out. If it's a classroom, then start taking them out of the classroom, out of the four walls of the classroom. You can have a lesson in the open, or maybe during your online lessons also, the moment you see that things are getting over, you can have small left brain, right brain activity, something like this. Join the fingers, roll this finger, then you roll this finger, roll this finger. There are a lot of things that are available online, which are breaks that you can give your children, so that there is no amygdala or emotional hijack. And last but not the least is making positive emotions. What is positive emotions? Emotions are thoughts that are charged with feelings. Okay, so, and these are very high emotional positive thoughts. And if your thoughts are very positive, you give out positive waves, that is called vrittis. It's called vrittis. And these positive waves are really formidable waves. And when you have these positive vrittis, these positive waves, you create that positivity around you. And if there are negative waves, then there is wrong knowledge. For example, an abusive attitude, a rage, a fight, these are all results of negative emotions. Okay. And last but not the least is that wherever you go, it is always EI is more important than IQ. You know, that is emotional quotient, that is aptitude. Attitude is more important than aptitude. And as said by Dale Carnegie, he says that when dealing with people, remember, you are not dealing with creatures of logic, but you are dealing with creatures of emotions. Also, Theodore Roosevelt, what he has to say is that no one cares how much you know until you know how much to care. So with this, my last closing remarks would be by Daniel Goleman. He says that if your emotional abilities aren't in hand, if you don't have self-awareness, if you are not able to manage your distressing emotions, if you can't have empathy, and if you have effective relationships, then no matter how smart you are not going to get very far. With this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you very much, and namaste to all.
Wow, thank you so much, Dr. Bhatia. Your enthusiasm and your passion for your work is so infectious. And as you can see in the chat, there are many questions addressed to you. This is clearly a topic that is on the minds of these educators. So
if you have time, I could answer the questions. Otherwise, I could just put my email ID and people could write back to me, and so that you can continue with your show. If you're
sure. So I think if we have time at the end, we're running a little over. I'm not sure how much time we'll have. If we have time at the end, we'll have time to answer some of these questions. If not, then thank you so much. That's very generous to offer to correspond over email. So we'll see. We have 3 speakers left. And for these 3 speakers, it's tough being at the end because if time is running over, you all have the tougher end of it. But if we can try and be sure to keep it relatively short, that way we can hear from everyone and get some questions in. So thank you again, Dr. Bhatia. Next up, we have Dr. James Shea from Luton, Greater London from the UK. Dr. Shea is a course coordinator for all the PGCE secondary teacher education programs at the University of Bedfordshire. He is currently the faculty teaching and learning representative for the School of Education. Previously, he was the elected academic governor of the University of Bedfordshire. As a former secondary head of English and now senior lecturer in teacher education, his main work is in educating teachers. Thank you so much, Dr. Shea, for being here. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mariam. It's a real pleasure to be here with everyone, and absolutely a warm welcome from all of us in England. And it's good evening to all of you, I believe. It's around about 1:30 here in the UK, so I'm sure you've all had a long day. I promise, Mariam, to be very good on my timings and make sure that we all finish promptly, okay, so that we can have some questions at the end. Let's see if I can share my screen, and let me just put that launch. You should all be able to see the presentation where I'm looking at mentor-mentee relationship. And one of the things to think about is what my role is to oversee trainee teachers, pre-service teachers, beginning teachers, whatever phrase it is that you use in your particular country. And I probably at any one time be overlooking around about 300 trainee teachers each year, and I take them through into the profession. So that's the kind of thing that I do as my role. And I just want to give you a bit of an overview there. If you're not aware of how teacher education works in the UK, then it's a graduate level profession, and to go into teaching, they have to undertake a 1-year full-time course in which at least 120 of those days are in school, and they must have 2 different school placements. And what that means is there's 2 different mentors. So the trainee will be with one mentor in one school and then be passed over to another mentor in another school. And all of you who know about education will know that means we get transition issues as we move from one school to the other. And at the end of it, they'll end up with a postgraduate certificate in education with 60 master's credits and qualified teacher status. Now, if you go into the research, you'll see that there's some statistical issues with teacher education, not just in the UK, but internationally. And there are certain demographics that do not stay in the course and in the profession. So that's trainees who are older when they start training, male trainees, and then Black minority ethnic trainees. And all of those demographics, they have a lower retention rate. And there's no reason for that. They should be staying in the profession just as much as any other trainee. And so if we want to be inclusive, we want to make sure that we are getting the best teachers who stay in the profession. We've got to think about, well, what is actually going on with those trainees there? And what we found was that the issue goes when the trainee teacher or your pre-service teacher goes to meet the mentor for the very first time, okay? And that meeting has enormous impact on the outcomes of the trainee. If that meeting, if that first week is not a really positive first week, and what happens is you start to get issues where the trainee is not meeting the expectations of the mentor teacher. And then sometime into the course, what happens is the mentor will say, I don't think this trainee is cutting it. And the trainee says, I'm very unhappy with the relationship I've got here. And really, maybe teaching is not for me. But my experienced mentors don't have that issue. My experienced mentors can take an older trainee or a male trainee or BAME trainee and ensure that they have a successful relationship and that they do stay on the course. So what we want you to do is to say, well, what is it that the experienced mentor is doing that perhaps the novice mentor is not doing? And what they do in the novice mentor is probably reinforcing societal outcomes for certain demographics that don't do so well. So what we started off with was, well, let's get some key questions an experienced mentor would ask of a pre-service teacher in that first week. And then we gathered those questions together and we put them into a list. And then we sent them out to hundreds and hundreds of mentors. And we said, at the start of your placement, we'd like you to ask these questions, which have been put together by experienced mentors, and see if it makes a difference. At the end of that placement, we then got feedback from the mentors about those questions. Would you change some of those questions? Would you add some of these questions? Okay, so it's an action research cycle. And then we kept that up over several teaching placements. So it went over about 18 months. And what we ended up with was a list of key questions that experienced mentors asked the trainees. And in asking those trainees these questions and getting those answers, they start to build a relationship that leads to retention. And after that long study, we're very pleased to publish that about 6 months ago. And that paper contained the key questions that we came up with. So let's talk about some of those questions that they come up with. So really kind of basic things that you just wouldn't think about. So one mentor would say, my trainee WhatsApped me on a Sunday. This is awful. How dare they WhatsApp me on a Sunday? Another mentor says, my trainee WhatsApped me on a Sunday. This is wonderful. I'm really pleased with my trainee. And so now you've got, well, what are the boundaries here? By establishing those boundaries really quite quickly and early, then people stop treading on toes. They start to communicate much more effectively. I have a really strong start. You know, we'll have a trainee that says, my mentor only ever spoke to me once a week. I wanted a quick touch base every single day. We don't know these things until that communication happens. So we had some questions about that. Some of it was about really getting straight to the point, because there's some really crucial questions, isn't there, where you've got to say, I need to know what your strengths and weaknesses are. And if I don't know that, I can't then start to tailor your placement for you. So a mature student, an older student who's got experience, that's both a strength and a weakness, isn't it? You know that they come with lots of knowledge, but at the same time, they're not always open to new ideas. So it's really important that mentor knows some of those things. But some of the questions they came up with were really quite clever. And what we had to do was to role play these questions at the university before they went into schools, so that they really got an idea about where we are coming from. So an experienced mentor would say, if you weren't sure about, you know, the quality of your work, would you send something in that you thought was substandard, or would you just send nothing in? And lots of the trainees would send nothing in. I don't want to send something in that's substandard. And of course, your experienced mentor will say, you don't really know it's substandard, and I really can't give you any feedback on nothing. I have to have something in front of me to give you some feedback on this, so that, you know, you can be getting some ways forward. And we heard our keynote speaker talking about how you learn from failure, how you've got to take risks. You know, you've got to have this kind of open relationship where people aren't frightened to do those things. So it's really, really important that we work with our trainees and our mentors to say very, very quickly from the start, we've got to establish a very powerful relationship where people are quite open, but also quite knowledgeable about each other. And if you have that strong starting relationship, it has an impact on outcome. Okay, really, really is important. And perhaps the biggest question, remember what I said, we've got transition issues from one school to another. The biggest questions are that in one school, it might have a very strict way of teaching. This is how we teach. And then that trainee might not have liked it. They might have loved it. They go to another school and now they experience a different way of teaching. And it's really important that the experienced mentor finds out about what that experience was like. If that trainee has had a negative experience in their previous placement, their mentor needs to know that in order to they start to pick it up, and rather than thinking, well, I don't know what happened before, and really this trainee isn't reacting how I was expecting them to. And underneath the surface, that trainee has got trepidations which have been caused by that first placement experience. So we've got to ask them, and they've got to be open about these prior experiences, okay? And this is the key that we found. It's pedagogical problems with a particular placement might be a strength in one placement, it might be a weakness in another placement, but the trainee needs to articulate to the mentor what are the experiences they've had and what are the experiences they haven't had. We have, you know, some schools that will say we don't believe in using visual resources a great deal. Another school might say we're really keen on visual resources. Now, if you move one trainee from one school to another, they might say this trainee isn't very good. They don't know how to handle visual resources. And they might say, well, actually, I've just come from a school where we don't use it a great deal. Unless you find out these pieces of information, you can't get a powerful outcome. And the outcome has been our retention has improved substantially. So where we had gaps between mature student outcomes, students who were male trainees and students who were BAMEs, all of those gaps disappeared once we introduced this system where we are going to genuinely have them exchanging information through this series of questions, okay? And you can see there is a link there, and I know the presentations will be shared, so you'll all be able to have an access to that actual list of questions from there. And if I can just click on the stop sharing button, that's very good there. Okay. And so hopefully that's been helpful for you all, and hopefully I've been very prompt. Mariam will be approving that I've been nice and prompt and to the point, which is just how we like it as teachers, isn't it? How is that for you?
Thank you so much, Dr. Shea, for your flexibility in really shortening and moving us through quickly as we're running behind. And I think you're absolutely right. As teachers, we love it prompt and to the point.
You're welcome.
And your presentation was fascinating. I think what stood out for me was the need for clear communication and boundary setting between the mentors and the mentees. And I think we can all agree that that is probably something relevant at many levels, whether it be between principals and teachers or teachers and students. There's definitely some wisdom that can come from this presentation to be applied to all of us.
Thank you very much.
So much, Dr. Yeah, thank you. So we're now actually on to our last speaker, and it is Mr. Dawood Vaid from Mumbai, India. He also has a quite a list of accomplishments here, and so I'll try to be succinct. Mr. Vide is a mindset coach, educationist, and quizzer. He is an engineer with an MA in education and an MBA, and he is currently leading the curriculum team at Sky Education. He left his previous career as an attorney in Switzerland, Moscow, and Dubai to work on sustainable development goals and skill workshops. He is an author. He's written the book, The Education Riddle, and he is a certified instructor for teaching 21st century skills and leadership. He currently is developing a student-centric curriculum and running online hubs for education. So good to have you here, Mr. Vide, and please take it away. I think you're on mute.
Right, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well and loud.
Yes, great.
Perfect. I think it's wonderful to be the last speaker of the day, because no matter what you say, people are going to accept it because they now have dinners on tables ready. So it's thank you so much, Dr. James, and thank you all of you. Thank you, Marine, for being a wonderful host. Dr. Sunita, who's been doing wonderful work. Now, being the last speaker gives me a lovely platform to, assimilate all the thoughts right from the beginning, the beautiful thoughts that were made by, the entire program that we're talking about. How do we become so well-being, the wellness in teachers in education? And I thought, let me, we did the word well. Meg said about the acronym well. I said, how about taking the first two letters and make it B and turn it around, taking me? And yes, I'm being selfish. What about me? Perhaps more than me, what about my kids, my children? And that's the presentation I want to speak about today, is the idea about what are we going to do until we make the world as a platform. When I say me, as in the biggest goal of a teacher is to be proud as a child that is being taught goes and succeeds something. That's your legacy. That's what we all thrive for, isn't it? As a teacher, that's what we do. So this is what Changemakers World is all about. That's the idea I want to take about. I'll give you a little idea on the work I do on the United Nations, the SDG goals. But this is my primary focus around. Been doing quizzes, shouting from the rooftops of anybody who wants to hear what the SDG goals means to us. The idea of the SDG goals are 17 basic goals. I'll give them a brief about it. And can we make these goals a part of every student's language? Can these goals be a part of your and my vocabulary? Can every teacher use these goals in the lesson plans? Perhaps that's the biggest well-being, biggest wellness I can see out of it. You got two options with you. Option number one, the other side of me is rely on Avengers. I'm a big fan of Avengers. You can speak about Thor or Black Widow or Iron Man. Either Avengers save your world or let's help United Nations to save our world. That's what we're working about. Well, I grew up in a small island called Andaman and Nicobar. I got, I study all over India, so that makes me very global Indian. I just fell in love with a city girl. That's why I landed up in Mumbai, a large city. And from what I saw in back Andaman, back in this island city I grew up in, and the city now is concrete jungles, and I realized we need to speak a global language. We need to be focused on what global education is about. We need to be focused on these SDG goals because those are the biggest goals that I want to talk about. Oh yes, we have got Iron Man fans, I as well. So thank you so much. Right, Pratibha ma'am. Let me take you to a small journey. This journey started in 1914, right? It was the beginning of a war that was devastating, a war that was ugly, a war that claimed so many lives. But one Sunday morning, it was the Christmas Eve, and something extraordinary happened. Something amazing happened. In the war that was happening, the British forces and the Nazi forces of Germany were somewhere on the eve of a Christmas morning decided to have a truce. This is the biggest Christmas truce you can think in the world of any war, any battles across. And what happened, there's a video that I would have loved to play, but for the paucity of time, they went on play football. I mean, what do you expect British fans and the German fans to do, right? I don't know how many of you would attest, but it's a game of football can bridge nationalities, can bridge language. And they ended up playing football. Go Google the Christmas truce. And for me, that is what the world needs today. We may have drawn borders across. We may need visas to travel, But at the end of the day, we all think alike. Oh, we all love Mo Salah and Messi and Ronaldo. You may be a Chelsea fan, but at the end of the day, that's what world needs. World needs more borderless communication. One of the biggest thing that came out of the COVID was the world indeed became flat. Now, Thomas Friedman was given a Nobel for the idea in his book called The World is Flat. Truly, Corona, with all the viruses on one side, humanity stood together. It's a ball that I'm showing you that commemorates the wonderful work that was done. And this is what global goals are. The global goals, the one I'm using, and this is a beautiful another book, and I'll give a lot of references in Steven Pinker's book, that the world's violence has decreased. We all want to extend. Education is the glue that binds us together. And this is a glimpse of what better world can we have. So this is an introduction of global goals, an example of what global can do. It's goal number 16 called peace, justice, and strong institutions. But that's what wellness means to me. When our children can use this language, when our children can talk about this is the global world I'm looking at. Let me take this a little further. A conversation that I'll take very little time at, but then this is where I am a proud Indian. I know we have a lot of nationalities. There is this Global Goalkeeper Award. And India as a country, I'm sure if most of you have seen a movie called Slumdog Millionaire, and we think of India as the slums and the poverty, that's it. Let's start cleaning a house. Charity begins at home. And our Prime Minister gets this Global Goalkeeper Award from none other than Bill Gates, another hero of mine, for the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. I think every one of us in our schools, in our institutions, in the program must teach the SDGs. Oh, they're beautiful. They're very colorful. The rainbows that you have, make posters, announce from the rooftop what SDGs are. In a little time that I've got, perhaps 10 more minutes that I'm going to speak to you, I'm going to take you through some of the SDGs, if not all, and just, include a spark, ignite a little spark, what these SDGs are, and you can use them further in your lesson plans and make them a part of it. But why these are required? Why SDGs? I heard people speak about mental health, wonderful consciousness about environment, being more proactive in the charity work you do. Perhaps, in the words of this lovely girl, and I'll speak about her, Greta, who says, you lived your life. I don't know how old most of us are. I'm pretty young, by the way. But yes, with a lot of gray hairs, I'm old enough. I had great environment. I grew up in a lovely island where I could breathe the air. What about your and my kids? And that is why, if you cannot become younger, which all of us want to, how would you look like when you're a little older? Dr. James, I don't know how you still look very handsome when you're older. I'm a little worried about my wrinkles, sir. Right? So I did this lovely face app out there. There's a face app out there where these young teenagers, they had created how they look when they're a little older. So I call this feed forward. How would you look when you look older? I don't know if you can guess some of the people out there. I'm giving a little quick hint to all of you. Why don't you use chat and tell me who are these people? The ones who would look older 10, 20 years from now. Oh, yes, thank you so much, Kahkesha ma'am. It's Greta Thunberg I'm speaking about. So go ahead, tell me on your chat, who are these people? The ones, they use an app called Face App. It's a lovely app. It's a fun app, right? So who are the people that I'm talking to you about? Anyone want to use the chat and let me know? I'm sure a lot of you know the great footballers and the actors. All right, there's Brad Pitt out there who look for well young. I think it's a glitch in the app. Brad Pitt doesn't get old, right? Who are the other guys out there? Yes, there's Messi, Lionel Messi, who messes with our young kids with all the skills he's got. There's Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia. And my favorite hero, if you do not know, it's Peter Dinklage from the GOT, Game of Thrones, right? Tyrion Lannister. I don't know Tyrion Lannister, if you know him. He's an amazing character. Right. A few more if you want to. These are some Indian cricket actors, Donald Trump, Barack Obama. But there was a very interesting take on the Face app. As much as we love our humor and sarcasm, somebody put a sarcasm to the next level. A very poignant, very hard-hitting sarcasm. He said, what if there was a face app for the Earth? How would the Earth look like 10 years from now? And this is where it came to. Earth would be barren, dark, brown, perhaps devoid of all the colors that we see, the blues and the greens. I do not want to live on an Earth like that. I don't want an Earth where I grew up with lush green beaches and palm trees, but my kids are growing up, and trust me, my daughters will ask me, Dad, what kind of Earth did you leave around? So This is what SDGs means to us. We want to have a greener earth. We want to have a livelier earth. Sustainable cities, goal number 11. Responsible consumption, goal number 12. That's the kind of language I want to speak about. That's the well-being I'm speaking about. So here is this beautiful, lovely 17 SDG goals of the United States. That's my work with Sky Education. That's the kind of curriculum we work on. Pick up a goal that you choose. Pick up a goal you love. It could be life, life on land, goal number 15. Talk about the rhinos and how the poaching is destroying them. Talk about climate action. Talk about renewable energy. Anything. But these are the goals that we need to take it forward. Let me give an example of a couple of goals, perhaps to take the conversation forward. One of the goals could be, how is Uber helping the world? Perhaps with this lovely technology and the Apple's innovation, or the Tokyo Olympics, the only Olympics that got postponed. How are we working together to revive the spirit of sports? That's the idea of our goals. One little goal that we're talking about is goal number 3. Now, today, we salute the Corona warriors. And to me, there are 2 Corona warriors. One, the medical field, the social workers on the field, and that's goal number 3, good health and well-being. But so are the teachers, the educators who are working on the well-being out here, the mental challenges out there. And that's the work we're talking about. Talk about organizations like Charity Water that's digging. And that's a very beautiful ad. It says, will you give this water to your child? Children in Africa are drinking this water. Girls are traveling miles with hyenas and lions, and they're scared because they will pounce, but that's the water that requires. Make a chart, and that's one of the work that SDG goals do. We get the kids together, we collaborate, we say, make a mind map. Tony Buzan will be proud of those mind maps, but make them aware what the goals are. It could be your goal, goal number 3, or a goal that I am very fond of, and perhaps raising 3 daughters. I live in a street of estrogen. I've got lovely girls out there, my wife's there, my mom's around, my father's say like is not there. And I've learned a trick. I learned a lovely trick. Anytime they're down, go shopping and the world works out. But maybe we need to come out of these stereotypes. Goal number 5 is gender equality. I mean, look at me out here. There's a Murphy's Law, right? When anything has to go wrong, things go wrong. Today, as I sat down for the webinar, and Dr. Anil was speaking, my laptop conked off. So here I am borrowing my wife's vibrant orange laptop. That's a lovely earphone. I don't know, it's purple or turquoise. I have very poor with my colors. And I am a proud husband because my wife's supporting me. That's gender equality, goal number 5. The Wimbledon is a great example where the lovely stars from the Venus Williams and the Maria Sharapova are saying equal pay. And I'm for equal pay. That's goal number 5, gender equality. Oh, goal number 5 extends to all of you. In the sea of women, there are very few men in education. Late Sir Ken Robinson would be proud now, but that's goal number 5. When a woman takes up education, that's goal number 4, quality education. Goal number 5 spoke of gender equality. Goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. You all are at the front. You all are the Corona warriors. That's what we need to talk about. So,
Mr. Vai?
Now yes, Maria ma'am, we just done?
Yes, well, I apologize to interrupt you. Maybe if you could conclude in just the next minute or so.
Done. Absolutely perfect. So I think you're all done. What can I do alone? Perhaps the only solace I can think is what Time magazine said. You are the hero. And this was an old magazine, said we can do a lot alone. And I leave you on this slide to think about it. Today, the voices are everywhere. Twitters can have revolution. Your music can reach millions on Netflix or Amazon. You can make documentaries. You can publish books. So do not ever think alone. The global goals are your goals. Let's make them together. That's the lovely girl that talk about Greta. That's what today we have reached the decade of action. If you and I don't work out, who else will? Our Gretas and our Malalas need us. Let's step up. Let's make the global goal a vision for all education, all our schools. Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody. God bless and good luck.
Wow, thank you so much, Mr. Vai. You're another extremely enthusiastic speaker. You're clearly so passionate about the work you do. And it seems you left what could have been a very lavish, comfortable career as an attorney to step into this work. So thank you for doing so. I'd like to thank everyone for joining. It has been such a fascinating conversation. We've heard from a variety of perspectives around wellness and education, including supporting the wellness of children, of educators, about the empowerment education framework, principles of mentor-mentee relationships that we can apply into our practice, and finally teaching global goals. We've heard from Finland, from the US, from the UK, and back to India. And I would like to thank Sunita Gandhi, Roli Tripathi, Zainab. I apologize for those who I'm not naming, but the entire Ed Leadership Planning team. You all have put together such fabulous panels that it seems even now, even though we're late, about 220 people are enjoying, and I'm sure many more over previous stays. Back to you all if you have any closing words, but I just again like to thank our speakers, everyone for your generosity of time coming, and have a good evening. I apologize also that it doesn't seem we have time for the Q&A, and I do want to be respectful of time. I was informed that it's getting quite cold and dark in India, and individuals need to tend to their families and all. So I think we have the contact information for many speakers in the chat box, and it seems they were open to hearing from you all and getting emailed and connected with on LinkedIn. So perhaps you can continue the conversations that way.
So I would like to thank Mariam for so graciously chairing this session. I think we could not have imagined a more gracious host of the event. And yet we covered a lot of ground. There were so many amazing speakers who all needed actually more time. And we had a paucity of time. But you managed very well, Mariam, really appreciate that. And from America, we have, you and other people like, who's from America, of course, Meg Henshaw, and where's my Tom Markham has already been there in the morning session. But for now, it was Meg Henshaw. And from Helsinki, Finland, we have Pirjo Koivula. Then we have Rita Taneja from Jaipur, Dr. Sagarika Roy Bhatia from Mumbai, Dr. James Shia from Greater London, UK, from Luton. Then we have Daud Ved from Mumbai, India. And truly, you guys, every one of you made a tremendous contribution. This time, I really want to thank the participants more than anything else. These are the guys, I checked the data, that about 200 of you are staying through 11 hours, 12 hours. You're not taking a break. If it's a break, it's a coffee break. You bring coffee right to the table. You've been present good number of hours every single day. Average viewer has spent 3 hours here, by the way, but a lot of you, this is the 200 of you, because we go up to like 550 at certain times in the day. There are people who come in, there's people who leave. So on a typical day, we are covering something like 1,400 people, unique individuals, about 1,400 to 1,500 per day, who are attending the conference for few minutes to several hours, the average being 3 hours per person who's attending it. In addition to Zoom, we have a lot of people, a lot of views on Facebook for yesterday and today, rather yesterday and day before yesterday. And today we'll find out after we wrap up this session how many views we've had. But certainly, I think counting YouTube and Facebook, we probably have 20,000 views already. And this is on the day of the event or days of the event. And so after this, they will be going further out through shares and what have you. We also have in mind to make short versions of everyone's presentations and put them on our YouTube channels, on our Facebook channels, so that many more people can see each individual presenter in their own unique way for their own unique topic and presentation. So we hope to carry that out over the next few weeks. And I hope we'll have your permission to re-show your part of the presentation as an individual presentation on our Getty Live Talk Forum. I also invite all of you to be presenters on the Getty Live Forum in a more detailed way. You can spend an hour, 40 minutes to an hour, explaining your ideas for change. Education needs change. It needs a lot of deliberation. You have a lot of great ideas. I'm not talking about just the presenters who have been presenting so beautifully, but also people in the in the audience who are watching and listening and making notes and making screenshots and God knows what, how they are absorbing so much of information. But I know you are yourselves very much involved in education and probably have a lot to share. So please come on our Getty Live forum, and that you can do very easily by just going on the gettylearn.org site, or contacting us through our master form, which will be loading there tonight itself. Can we do that today, please? Huh? Yes. Okay. So we'll be uploading a form in which you can go and suggest your name for a Getty Live talk, and that'll be on gettylearn.org website. I also want to say that tomorrow is the last day of the conference, with roundtables 13 and 14 taking place tomorrow morning. We'll finish the day tomorrow by 2:30. We'll begin at 9 a.m. So a little more relaxed than normal. Our staff here have been coming at 7:30 in the morning, but tomorrow we can also have an hour more, which is just delightful. But tomorrow's discussion is something perhaps the most pertinent, most important of all, which is education of children at the foundational literacy and numeracy level, which India's new education policy has made central part of its mission. We know that there's a huge gap in what we want in terms of literacy and numeracy and what's happening on the ground. Millions of children are not able to get to the sufficient to literacy, foundational level of literacy, which is required of us, and also in the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, SDG 4 now. And so we keep pushing the deadline forward, but there has to be some out of the box ideas that can help not just India, but the world become more literate in a faster way. And I think we have the possibilities. Some very exciting ideas will be discussed tomorrow. We have, for example, Meg Pagani, who's coming from Portugal. And she heard on the radio about one of the programs going on in India and immediately contacted the people involved, and she has offered her services to scale up that project worldwide. So there are those possibilities through the internet and through these avenues. We will be witnessing some beautiful things related to that. And tomorrow happens to be, and this is really, really important for us to know, that UN declared in 2018 that tomorrow, that is 24th of January, will be every year celebrated as International Day of Education. So tomorrow is International Day of Education, and worldwide people are celebrating it, and we'll be celebrating it here by making commitments to make our country and our world more literate. So I really appreciate all the people who have been here. I want to thank the international presenters and the national presenters who have really stayed till this time, and you as our participants who have stayed the course of this whole conference. Welcome you tomorrow to the last day, and please do come, because you have been with us so long. One more day to go, and I think we can definitely create the circumstances of tremendous change on the ground on things that truly matter. Thank you so much. Thanks again to Mariam, and thanks to my mother for being here every single day, all the time, in support for all of us. Thank you so much. Some music interlude would be nice. And we will say, as we say, bid goodbye, good night for tonight. I think Sumita Bhatt, my co-chair here, she has something to say as we start rolling out of here.
Definitely, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to wind up this day. Friends, whenever you have a dream inside your heart, never let it go. I repeat, whenever you have a dream inside your heart, never let it go, because dreams are the tiny seeds from which beautiful tomorrow, more promising, more splendid opportunities grow. So may we all have a wonderful dream tonight. Tomorrow, being the concluding day of this 13th Ed Leadership International Roundtable, we promise to see you at 9 a.m. in the morning, sharing with you all some more exciting, exhilarating, and more galvanizing and engaging thoughts through our sessions.
Tomorrow you will finish what
Mommy
time?
wants to say something. My mother wants to say something.
What time you will finish tomorrow, please?
What time you are going to finish tomorrow?
Something, but it's
Tomorrow it will be 2:30.
Okay,
2:30 in the afternoon. And you're giving the vote of thanks, Mother. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
इतिहास का मैं आईना हूं, तहजीब का रंग सुनहरा हूं। गंगा जमुना मेरी आंखें, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा। मैं कल भी था, मैं आज भी हूं, मैं नवयुग का अंदाज भी हूं। सारी दुनिया का घर मुझ में, इस मिट्टी का आदर मुझ में, मैं देशभक्त भी गहरा हूं। मैं नए भारत का चेहरा, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा। मैं बेटी की मुस्कान में हूं, मैं नारी के सम्मान में हूं। मैं बेटी की मुस्कान में हूं, मैं नारी के सम्मान में हूं। विज्ञान में और किसान में हूं, हर वीर में और जवान में हूं। मैं सीमाओं का पहरा हूं, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं। मैं नए भारत का चेहरा, चेहरा। अब चांद पे पांव जमाना है, सूरज से आंख मिलाना है। एक नया सवेरा लाना है, संकल्प नया दोहराना है। न ठहरा था, न ठहरा हूं, न ठहरा था, न ठहरा हूं। मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं। मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा।
भाई पीयूसी सेकंड सही पे करा पूरा फर्स्ट सेकंड पे
मेरे भाई अपनी लाइट की सेटिंग 6 से लेकर
हाइट भी लेकिन तन्नू की बड़ी देखो घर में।
अब साइकिल का उसको
तन्नू
श्रेणी
बहुत बड़ा है।
एक दिया तुम्हारा और एक ना है मेरी, टल जाएगी काली रात अंधेरी। हम डोर डोर सा हंस बटोर लाएंगे।
हम डोर डोर सा हंस बटोर
देंगे नहीं नहीं, हम हार नहीं मानेंगे, हम हार नहीं मानेंगे, हम हार नहीं मानेंगे के हम हार नहीं मानेंगे, हम हार नहीं मानेंगे, हम हार नहीं मानेंगे के
बस उनको ही सलाम देते हैं से आगे जो औरों को रख पाते हैं हम सूरज है अंधकार नहीं मानेंगे नहीं मानेंगे
बटोर लाएंगे टूटेंगे नहीं नहीं